What you see out in front of you is how you feel inside your head.
What's up, team? What is up, team? Okay. It's time. Okay. We take it. It was 7.6. Damn. Okay. Fuck you. I'm flat. We're flat this morning. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. We'll do our connections first. Type shit. Band, mask, cape, lie, bluff, boot, spit, shield, let, point, base, cover, sleeping, screen, and summer and dogs. Mask, shield, cover, screen. Easy. Fuck. Bluff is like lying. But it's not that. That's a bait. Boot. To kick out? Or like a shoe? Boot or the base of something, maybe? No, okay. Spit. Band. Let. Point. Fuck. These aren't like parts of like a mountain cliff or some bullshit, right? No. Summer. Lie, sleeping, and dogs. Oh. This is part of what it's saying. Okay. Base. I have no idea. The purple one slaps, so there's something stupid in here. Right? No. Fuck. Fuck. Summer what? Summer vacation? Summer. What the fuck? Cape. A boot. I have no idea what this could be. Summer band. Oh my god. No, I don't even know what I'm guessing. Fuck. It wasn't even one off. So two of these go together. Oh, yeah, what can I say? I'm a fucking god. What can I say? Bluff, a cape, point, and spit. What is a point and what is a spit? Band camp. Oh my god. That's what this is. Camps. Ugh. Jesus Christ. Hassan goes on a 10-minute rant. Oh, Hassan, yes! Do the colored one unk? This is supposed to be chicken, and they gave me the vegan one. Oh, why, troll?
Single player.
How hard is it to forget a color or remember a color? Oh, what? You got what? Jesus, fuck this. Oh my god. Jesus. All right. Good luck.
Daily mode.
Ugh. Fuck. I don't know how, but okay. Okay. Okay, you know what? We take that. Type shit. Type shit.
How are you?
Hey, honey, Hey, Aiden.
Hey, Spomenka, how are you?
Hey, honey, I'm good. How about you?
Good, good. I wanted to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Are you currently working right now?
Who, me? No, I don't work. Mimi
Oh,
retired.
okay.
Yeah, Mimi retired me like 3 months ago.
Oh, wow. Amazing.
Yeah.
You don't gotta lie.
Oh.
She works less. She works a lot less.
I work less. I mean, I work, but I work less.
A lot
double
less.
He helped us
Well, like-
a lot.
Well, how many days a week do you work?
5.
Oh, wow.
What is he saying?
Yeah.
Well, what's it called? How much? Like, I'm not trying to be weird, but how much a month do you make?
What's he saying?
How much I make a month? Should I tell him?
No.
Mimi,
Why is he being weird?
Mimi said I'm not allowed to
Oh,
tell
God.
you, so.
Can I say a number and you can tell me higher or over?
What's that?
Okay. Set.
Are you making 5,000 a month?
Lower.
All right. Well, I'm gonna send you.
What are you guys like? What is this?
I'm gonna send you a year of $5,000 a month up front. Okay. So you don't have to work.
Aiden, she doesn't know how much I get paid.
Aiden?
Yeah, I'm gonna
What?
send. If you do the math and you put in a calculator, 12 times 5, right? So if you do 12 times.
Honey, I can't take that much money from you. No, you have your parents. You take care of
No,
your mom.
they're retired. It's okay. They're retired. You know, it's okay. You don't have to worry about that. I could pay you $60K and you don't have to work for a year.
Oh no, I can't accept that. No, that's too much for me. No, honey, I really appreciate it, but
400,000 per month. Jesus.
I wore that in Syria. I killed a lot of fucking Muslims. I hope you're not Muslim.
Oh, no.
Because I'll kill you too.
You served, sir?
But you're Muslim, you got a problem.
None of us are Muslim.
No.
Me and my brother here, born in Texas, Muslims.
Nah.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, this semester we're going to be covering what happens to failed empires, and our main example will be the United States Empire, okay? This is an example. This is our first example, okay? Now, I'm going to be using game theory to predict what happens to the United States, okay? And game theory, okay, is when you predict things, right? That's what game theory is. And I'm the best at it, okay? I recently predicted lots of things that have come true, right? And I predicted the United States would launch a war with Iran, right? Okay? And I predicted also that the United States would lose this war, okay? We'll see if that happens, right? What more do you people need from me, right? I'm Nostradamus, essentially, right? Okay? And I'm not just going to sit on my laurels, right? I'm going to make some new predictions today using game theory, right? Okay? I knew that through pressure with Israel, Trump would launch a war with Iran. Why Iran? Can anyone tell me?
No. Why?
I have a full class of students right here. No one can tell me, okay? Well, there's multiple factors, okay? One of these reasons is something called the Strait of Hormuz, okay? It's a heterosexual strait, okay? And it's unique to the region. Why? Okay, I'll demonstrate it for you, okay? Let's say that this is Iran, right? This is Iran. This is the UAE, okay? It's a little backwards, but let's just go with this, okay? Now this is the Persian Gulf, okay? Now there's a choke point right here, okay? To limit the oil that's going through, okay? The Persian Gulf. So everything that's trying to get in and everything that's trying to come out is blocked right here, okay? right here. It's being blocked right here, okay? All right? Economic collapse. Now, why would an empire like the United States, at the peak of its powers, engage in such a disastrous war, right? Okay, the United States is failing economically and has to make a last-ditch effort to try to preserve the superiority of the American dollar, right? Okay, and it's all happening right here. This is where it's going down. We don't know yet what's going to happen here, but I predict failure for the United States, right? Okay, now, this all sounds reasonable, right? This all makes sense to you, but there's a problem. The Illuminati. Bet you didn't think I'd talk about that today. But before I get to that, I'm going to make a few more predictions about the beginning of the collapse of the American empire, right? Okay. All right? I'm going to make a few predictions right here. And the first prediction is important. This is a key. This is a key to the future collapse of the United States, okay? Number one, Steven Spielberg's Disclosure Day, right, loses Best Picture at the Academy Awards. It loses Best Picture. Now, how could Steven Spielberg's movie about aliens possibly lose the Best Picture Academy Award? You might be asking that, right? Okay. Number two, Florida will leave the United States. Okay? Florida's going to leave the United States for a number of reasons. I'm going to get to that, okay? But here's the problem. I'm going to get to that. Number three, this is the third step in the collapse. Famous YouTuber Jake Paul wins the presidency. You might be asking, how is that possible? How could he do that? I don't know. I do know. We're going to be talking about that. But first, let's talk about Disclosure Day. Now, let's talk about what are key United States exports. Okay? What are key United States exports? Anyone tell me? What are the main three exports of the United States? Anyone tell me? Beanie Babies. That's correct, actually. That's one of them. Beanie Babies. What's number two? Number two, American football. That's actually an incorrect one, all right? That's a good example of a wrong answer. Anything else? Okay? I'll answer it for you. Fucking idiots. Movies. Movies. One of the greatest exports from the United States, okay? Movies are essential to American cultural identity. Without movies, we don't have The Notebook. We don't have Ryan Gosling in Project Hail Mary. We don't have any of those things, right? Okay. Do we have any questions? All right. The United States is at its end of its unipolar control of the culture, right? The culture is moving away from movies. Look, just recently, a hinge point. This is what I call a hinge point, okay? We all know what a hinge point is. A hinge point is where something hinges, right? Something important hinges on the hinge point because a change happened, a change that couldn't happen before, right? Okay? We have what I call a change in direction, a unique direction that we weren't on before. The United States and Israel attacking Iran, that is an example of a hinge point, okay? Another example of a major hinge point, Anora wins Best Picture. Came out in 2024, won Best Picture in 2025, the Academy Awards. Conan O'Brien hosted, right? Very good monologue. But Anora was an anomaly. And Anora was a sign of where things were going, okay? Anora is a film about, what's Anora about? Anyone tell me?
Oh, no.
Jesus Christ. Okay, Anora is about sex workers. I don't like watching Anora with my parents. It makes me feel funny, okay? Makes me feel weird. There's lots of sexual images and references in Anora, right? Okay? And what could have won in that year, right? What could have won? I call this the Amelia Perez hinge point, when Carla Sofia Gascon said a lot of nasty things on Twitter, right? Okay, Amelia Perez nominated for almost a record-breaking number of Academy Awards. But in the vacuum of Amelia Perez, what rises? Anora. Now, I propose that if Amelia Perez hadn't been attacked in a similar way, if you look in history, historically, right, the frontrunner often gets attacked. Marty Supreme, one of the frontrunners, got attacked, right? You look historically, a history of negative Oscar campaigns happened. You look at the late 90s, okay? Saving Private Ryan, supposed to win Best Picture. Everyone thought it was going to win Best Picture. Directed by Steven Spielberg, excellent film, right? Okay? But what wins instead of Saving Private Ryan, okay? What wins? What won Best Picture? Shakespeare in Love. Slight. not important, not historically speaking, right? Shakespeare in Love wins
This goes on for 5 more minutes.
Best Picture because of a man named Harvey Weinstein. This campaign was one of the early points that will lead to the downfall of our civilization because it leads later on to the winning of Anora, okay? Anora is not a Best Picture winning film, okay? Small film, it's an independent film. You may say this is good. This is good for the culture, right? But it is a sign that the United States hegemony is collapsing, okay? And this will lead further to a breaking when, to my first prediction, Disclosure Day loses Best Picture. What is Disclosure Day? Anyone know? Steven Spielberg. Seen Jaws? Steven Spielberg's new movie, Disclosure Day, is about how aliens are living amongst us, right? What I propose is that it's real, okay? Disclosure Day is real. Steven Spielberg knows something. He knows something about aliens that we don't. He knows Obama.
What?
And Obama knows that aliens are real. Okay? Disclosure Day is going to be a huge event, right? It's going to make a lot of money at the box office. Now, everyone wants Disclosure Day to win Best Picture, but what happens, right? What happens? Let's propose a theory, okay? Let's propose a theory. Let's say that, hypothetically speaking, Avengers Doomsday gets a Best Picture nomination, okay? I know it's not technically something that's likely to happen, but let's just say there's always a big film that ends up taking a spot, right, for Best Picture, okay? This year it was F1. Before, it's usually the Avatar movies, right? Let's say Avengers Doomsday squeaks in to the Best Picture nominees. Remember, there's 10 Best Picture nominees, right? Disclosure Day gets kicked out by a bunch of these stupid indie films, right, that are boring, that make me go sleepy time, right? These indies, they get kicked out, okay? And why would that happen? Why is independent cinema dominant over a movie like Disclosure Day, which I haven't seen, but I heard it's going to be really good, right? Okay. This leads to a huge public outcry. What people don't know yet is that Stephen Colbert will be hosting the Academy Awards in 2027, which will be honoring the films from this year, 2026, okay? And when Disclosure Day loses Best Picture, he's going to say a slur. How do I know this? How do I know this will happen? Okay. Came to me in a dream, okay? After Stephen Colbert says this word on stage, and I'm not going to repeat or predict what words Stephen Colbert will say on stage, but he's going to be very angry that Disclosure Day loses Best Picture, okay? All right? He says this, and there's a change in the culture forever. The United States no longer controls the culture. Stephen Colbert is no longer on TV at this point, okay? He's a figurehead. He's like a monarch. He's like the Queen of England, okay? After that happens, Florida leaves the United States, all right? Becomes its own country. And President J.D. Vance, that's right, he's going to be president at this point. Don't ask me how I know. President J.D. Vance is going to let it happen. He's going to say, Florida can do whatever it wants, man, right? That's what he says. And this will ricochet all throughout the United States. Other states are going to try to leave, right? Gavin Newsom, president of California, but it's not going to work, right? Only Florida, right? Because Florida, you can blockade, but you cannot block out, okay? So what's going to happen is that all this energy from Florida is going to come shooting out, politically speaking. It's going to result in a new direction in the United States. Isolationism, right? Religious fervor, natural disasters, climate change, okay? Which will result in YouTuber Jake Paul. He's going to run for president. He's going to run under the Green Party and is going to win in a landslide, okay? He's going to edit the Constitution. He's going to call it editing the Constitution. But what really that means, right? Okay? Means he's going to burn the Constitution. Okay? And at this point, the United States is no longer dealing with Iran. It's no longer dealing with China. All right? Its main conflict is with Canada and with Mexico. Jake Paul will avenge the Disclosure Day truthers. Okay? He's going to reveal who is an alien and who is not. Okay? It's going to be very theatrical. It's going to result in lots of ricochet effects, okay? Plague, climate change, hurricanes, lots of things are going to change, and this will all result in a new day, new direction for the United States empire. Because at this point, the United States will not be an empire. It will not be concerned with any of this stuff, okay? And as you can already tell, my predictions, while maybe a little unorthodox, are rooted in fact. Everything is changing. Any questions? Are you all scared of me, or like what's going on? Why don't you ask any questions? All of this is just a theory, a game theory. That's class.
Thank you.
Sir Longwell from the top rope. This is another one of Destiny's dick riders, by the way. Interestingly enough,
Isn't he
so
the guy
many of
who?
the
Isn't he the
Destiny
guy
dick
who?
riders are you know, they're aligning themselves with someone who voted for a Democrat for the first time last year or 2 years ago. I wonder who the spoilers are, is what I mean, right?
Wait, what?
Who are the spoilers here? Who are the spoilers here? People who spend a great deal of time defending Israel. People who spent the last 3 years defending Israel unconditionally, thinking that that was going to lead them to prosperity and an elevated platform, and only now have to sometimes cower in shame for their...
He's such a fucking... It's so obviously transparent how he picks all of his political beliefs. Is he just picking the things that he thinks will get him liked the most? Like when he picks his wardrobe every morning, he's like, what's the most expensive outfit I have? Jesus, like the idea of having actual political views are incomprehensible to this fucking loser. My God.
Previous positions, you know, who found themselves in long and complicated legal battles due to horrible things that they've done to people.
Horrible.
Specifically women. And their fan base.
The sex cult.
Or the guy who was uncompromising in his positions for the last decade plus.
Where's my one tweet about this? Is like the Trump Hassan shit. That it is impossible. It is impossible to engage any political view ever. It's always weird pivots, weird obsessive sex things, probably because his dick doesn't work, so many drugs he takes to try to keep his fucking hair on his head. The insanely incorrect personal, like, political attacks. Like, yes, I definitely chose my stance on Israel after the however many hours of research I streamed because I thought it would get me clout, because we all know that Democrats are the huge, like, party of unconditional defense of Israel. Like, it's so fucking retarded. Holy shit.
Who now happens to be the voice that represents the moral majority, the moral center of the party. Not the politicians, of course, but the party's base of support.
Are you okay, bro?
It's very strange. At a certain point, these guys, the Sex Pestiny fans, at a certain point, you would expect them to just like get tired of being on the wrong side of every fucking argument.
Cry me a river, guys. Anyway, going live today to show you once again that Russia is definitely not invading Ukraine. Looks like I was right. It was a CIA psyop the whole time. Hey, anybody else remember that JDAM and how we can all perfectly identify what those sound like? Any other JDAM identifiers here?
Right? Very strange.
I always keep looking at his chat to make sure that they're like they're receiving the message. Azana is such a fucking loser. He's so fucking retarded. He's such a fucking retard. I can't believe how fucking rapists all of them are. My God.
Very strange. It's got to be a fetish at this point. Like consistently being on the wrong side and being on what they previously assumed was the popular position on every issue. Like have some fucking conviction, right?
He's
How sad.
too much. It's too much for me. He's gotta find. Kill me.
Anyway.
Oh, we're gonna do the substance now.
Yeah. It's insane that she would rather vote for Andrew Groper Cuomo rather than Zoran and still has the gall to say that she thinks your locker room talk is disqualifying. At a certain point, you'd expect Noah San. We've been saying this for 6 years now. It'd be too humiliating for them. I don't think that's the case. I think in the last 7 years now, it's not even 6. It's been 7 years at this point. A lot of people have left that community. New people have cycled in, but a lot of people have been filtered out. Some of them have carried on their resentment for me, but no longer watch Sex Destiny. And I would go so far as to say there's plenty of people who have actually found themselves here. They just don't say it because it's embarrassing.
Okay. The druid with chicken legs has soul link on basic. Oh, is that why I keep getting soul linked? Holy fuck.
Because the numbers don't add up. It just doesn't make any sense. I will say, however, the ones that have, stayed behind have become some of the most loyal Fedayeen, right? The ones that have stayed behind, albeit a tiny, minuscule number of people now, still have like outsized influence.
It's so funny how he has to do this thing where, like, I have to be the most irrelevant, like, fallen off loser in the world. But I also still have this undue influence to make it so that all the haters on the internet that Hassan has can be attributed to me. I love that.
And definitely work tirelessly to present themselves as like this massive wave, and are very agnostic about who they align with, because they will align and link up with MAGA. They'll link up with Nazis.
That's us.
Because remember, Sex Destiny's second in command, Dan Stalkman, went and talked.
Dude, it's like the Trump nicknames and everything. Sex Destiny and Dan Stalkman. Jesus Christ.
Talked to Tom Cotton, right? To try to get
Who the fuck is Tom Cotton?
me deplatformed. That
Probably some congressman that Dan talked to, maybe?
backfired spectacularly on Sex Destiny. But he did do that.
How did that backfire on me?
Right? Because like these guys, they have only one goal, right? Which is to fucking eliminate me.
Are you okay, bro?
Yep, my friend is like that. He was a huge Destiny fan. Now he's just embarrassed. I have friends who were casual Destiny viewers and have dropped them completely to watch you now.
True.
Yeah. I mean, he has a community of like serial doxers and harassers, and they can get very active, but the numbers have actually diminished over the years.
Mm-hmm.
So because of that reason, I think the impact has softened, but they still have the capacity to go and align with much larger communities and like behave.
Oh, he's taking some of my talking points again too. I wonder who points this out to him. I wonder how they get recycled from my stream to him, because there's no way he has time to watch because he streams too much. All those larger communities that I align with all the time, right? He's projecting my annoyance with him is that he can just leech off of kind of like this pre-established like socialist tanky community, and they'll all kind of like show up. Like you see Mehdi Hassan like writing, cock articles for Hassan on his website, or you see all the journalists at his agency, the same one that, by the way, represents Asmongold, are able to get him all these pup pieces and everything. Yeah.
Even this parasitic way where they're like, if there's anyone out there that's a larger community than ours that's saying fuck Hassan, we're agnostic, we're only on the fuck Hassan position.
Like, it's so funny because it's so obviously not true. I fight, I guess I haven't talked about it in a while, but like I went so much harder on Asmongold than Hassan ever did. Like Hassan is the one that avoids Asmongold for fear of ever angering somebody on Twitch with a larger platform than him. But he's pretending that we'll align with any anti-Hassan community. That's a good one.
Lean into it. So they'll go and align with the Bulwark one day, and they'll go and align with neo-Nazis the other day.
That's
right?
us. Yep. Well-known.
Two ex-Republicans debating whether Dems should embrace Hassan. There's a large contingent of ex-Republicans on cable news who are seen as representing the Democrats. Why are Dems okay with these people representing them, but hesitant to include the left? I think we know why.
Wait, why the fuck is this soul linking us? I don't understand. The first time you shapeshift to turn again. The chicken legs are a mutation. What? Your basic attack inflicts soul. Oh my god. Oh, that's so cocked. I see. Actually, I guess it's not. I just have to use it differently. Okay, fuck.
Yeah, they'll align with Asmongold when Asmongold shits on me.
Yep,
They don't care.
Sure,
they have one move.
We absolutely align with Asmongold.
It's very
oh my
sad.
god, it's such a.
It's very strange.
It's just like such obvious slop. Keep checking chat for those comments, buddy. They're loving it right now. Can we get one more breath? Oh, there we go.
I'll admit that for the longest time I stayed away from content because I was associated with Destiny. I hated the way he spoke and how fucking aggressive and pissed off he always was. And I thought you were similar in that capacity. And I finally watched your content. I was like, oh, this guy's actually pretty chill, unlike Destiny whatsoever. Yeah, there's that element too, which is also very annoying, unfortunately.
What do you mean unfortunately? Isn't that a good thing? Shouldn't I be annoying? Jesus. Any other messages for dear leader?
Why are all your ops dorks?
True.
I mean, they're not just dorks.
You're so cool. That's the nice thing about Hassan, is that Hassan is so cool. And his ops are such nerds. They're such nerds, guys. They're so dorky.
Them are, rapist dorks.
Rapist dorks. By the way, I like how Hassan can't call me Diddy GG anymore like he used to like, because somebody reminded him and then he remembered on stream that he actually did go to Diddy fucking child rape parties, by the way, with his fucking friends. Funny that he remembered that. He couldn't use that as an insult anymore, but, good one.
What is this? This will certainly do a number on their approval. Surely this will improve their approval. Republicans genuinely think your cattle design.
Okay, good engagement. Good critiques for today. Nice. God, Hassan is such a fucking... He's such a loser. Okay, sorry. Okay. Oh, man. What a dude. Did we already go over these? Oh! He needs to go to the haircut guy. Rust streamer.
They know better, right? Right? They do. Okay, thank God.
Stop posting that in chat. Shut the fuck up. Do not post anything about Trump being at a hospital unless it is confirmed. We do not play with our hearts here like that. Stop. Don't do that.
They better, dude. They better not be walking into that base with weapons on. They know better, right? Right? They do. Okay, thank God. They're fucked. Our base is fucked.
You idiots! Is there a scrap, like a depot box? Oh. You fools! Gimmick's bad.
You fools! He's gonna rocket the base! No, he's gonna rocket the base!
The helicopter or Peanut?
Wouldn't dare.
Yes! Oh my God! No!
I can't believe you did this! Oh my God!
No.
Y'all gotta run.
Run.
Run away from the base. Run away from the base.
Where's the Dan clip? Hello? Fuck. Whoa, disarm immediately! Am I getting shot at? Really? Am I getting shot at? Ye performs Runaway to 80,000 people at SoFi Stadium, then ending the performance with comforting words for the crowd. 6 minutes. What does he say? Hail Hitler. No, just kidding, video. Sorry.
And have a toast for the douchebags. Have a toast for the... Have a toast for the... Every one of them that I know. Have a toast for the... That'll never take... Baby, I got a plan. Oh, hold on. For the rest of your life. 24/7.
Okay. Voosh is now Nazi posting on Jews because they hate Hassan.
Is because wealthy, powerful Zionists, largely Jewish people, promote internally because they want to keep a constant air of mysticism and no-go idpol around their identities. He literally started a post-October 7th podcast that seems to be completely oriented around you are anti-Semitic if you ever question us. We are the chosen people. We have a right to this. We're doing what's happening in Israel, but you can't point that out because that's anti-Semitic. I didn't know who this guy was before this. Nobody knows. That's the point. It's like the third way think tank. They're not for real people. They're not for the average Democratic constituent. They're not for the voters. He doesn't exist outside of this. He exists entirely in a bubble of largely Jewish self-promotion, so that the conservative faction within the Jewish community, who are obviously conservative Jews or Zionists, right? There's few exceptions to that outside of the Orthodox who don't believe that Jews should have the Holy Land, to shield themselves from all attacks.
Oh my God, I
got a different name, and he comes from a different wing of politics.
It's interesting. Politico asked a bunch of Democratic politicians running for president, or who might run for president, if they would ever do his podcast. And the only two Jews thinking about possibly running for president, Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro, both suggested that they might be willing to.
I think this gets to something important with this debate in Michigan. It's different to go onto his podcast and joust over ideas. I think seeing Josh Shapiro and Hassan Piker on his Twitch stream would be fascinating. I think Josh Shapiro is smart, and they would have a
this guy seems all right.
Spirited debate, as we say in politics. The difference is going out to campaign with somebody, and the candidate, it's implicitly endorsing his views or suggesting, why don't you come to Michigan and campaign with me? That's the difference. I think candidates should be able to go on to podcasts with people who disagree with them. But yeah, I mean, the politics of Israel heading into 2028 are going to be fascinating. You're already seeing tons of Democrats kind of come out against AIPAC, but also defending Israel. Gavin Newsom obviously had to walk back, calling Israel an apartheid state. The other thing that's a factor here...
He didn't have to. He chose to.
The more Democrats engage with influencers heading into 2028, they're going to have to confront some views that...
Sorry if you've already answered this, but is there a plan to release content from the recent Unfuck America UCLA event? No. I actually bring $20,000 of camera equipment with me on the hopes that I always have good Wi-Fi and that I can stream it at 1,500 kilobits per second. And then if it doesn't actually stream correctly, all of it is lost and there's no footage, there's nothing recorded. It's just completely and totally wasted. So, sorry.
The things they might have said in the past.
Quick one-sentence final thoughts on this. You worried about...
Like how they didn't address any of his claims, lol. It's just the strategy here seems to be to tell every Democratic voter that the word for Democrat who wants to improve things, who opposes genocide, who wants to fix our healthcare, who wants to fix our economy, and who wants to punish the Republicans for what they've done. We have a word for those people. We call them anti-Semites. If that's the offer you're making the American people, I know which way the Democratic Party is going to lean. But that is literally what you're saying. Oh, you want a candidate who will do all the good things? Well, they're also anti-Israel, so yeah, I guess they.
Did you see IRI talking about that?
Surprised Destiny doesn't use live view or another broadcast. I was shocked too. I was like, you guys don't have a streaming backpack, and he was talking.
Oh, dude, I already talked about. I hate the fucking streaming backpack shit. Maybe they've gotten better now, but we record all of it locally. That's the important thing is that I have my local recordings. The streaming is just a bonus so we can do it.
About
but I think from everything I've seen, I think Starlink is just better. Like if I were to do if I do more of these events in the future, I'm probably just going to buy a Starlink thing.
Starlink. But I told them, I said, you guys should just get a streaming backpack. I mean, that's how everybody else does it. So,
oh, just Starlink? I think it's pretty affordable. Like, surprisingly so.
Like, that should be the least of their concerns is the internet. But honestly, I think I got to talk to Destiny about this, but he's got to let someone else do all that tech shit because he needs to just show up like I did and just be a rock star and just sit down and start debating. Like, he was messing with all the tech stuff. He set it all up. He was carrying these giant cases that were seriously like 2/3 the height, as like maybe half his height. They were giant. Like,
they're down to 110 pounds. Okay. So we've conserved on space. I think when I first started this, I think it was 140 pounds of equipment, and now it's like around 100, 105 pounds, I think.
Cases that you would see roadies pushing around, you know, and it's just too much for him to do. Like, him traveling needs to be enough. Just show up and be there. Let someone else set it up. I mean, even if he has to pay someone, I think it would be worth it to pan that off on somebody else completely. He's got to let go of that.
I would have to start charging like a lot more for these events though, because I still don't I don't get paid for them, and I would have to pay probably anywhere from $3 to $5K per shoot to pay somebody else to set all of it up. I'm not gonna spend the money to do all that. Fuck all that shit.
I get it though. Like, I mean, it's really hard to find somebody who knows what they're doing with streaming setup and the mics and the cameras. Like, it's just a skill set very few people have.
$3 to $5K per shoot. Yeah, I went to the videographer subreddit. I actually posted an ask for what somebody would charge for like a day's worth of what I do. But I think I got anywhere. I think they said anywhere from 4K to like 15K is what I saw.
Because unless you stream, you don't know what problems can come up. But he just has to come up with a system and write it down and then pass it on to somebody so that they can just go through a checklist and set it all up and they'll be fine. I was just shocked that he was carrying around all that shit. He doesn't trust anyone else. Well,
why don't you just hire a Lycan? Yeah, good one.
He's going to have to because I could see why he's taking a step back after watching him do that. Like, I wouldn't want to do that shit.
15K with you having all the equipment? ? Okay, dude. Wait, what? I don't know.
They probably meant 15K for a literal like stadium type thing.
Oh, for the quotes that I was seeing. I think 15K would have included, the guy that was ballparking that estimate was including like a crew of like, I think 4 to 5 people without the cameras locked off and panning or whatever. That was like a super high estimate. But I think it'd probably be fair to charge anywhere from 3 to 5K per shoot that I do.
Like to set up?
Yeah, because I'm bringing, it's probably about, I think now it's about 20,000 of equipment. It's three cameras. I'm giving you 4 video files at the end, 1 from each camera and then 1 that's mixed. You're getting the audio from all 4 microphones on individual channels, and it's being broadcast live, so it has to be like minimum fuck shit. Although the live part isn't necessarily important, the recording part is. But yeah.
You broadcast live and you record raw, right?
Yeah, the recording is the thing that has to not be fucked. Yeah. Do you have insurance although traveling you do with tech? Yeah, it's called my audience.
It's called his bank account.
It's called if shit gets fucked, then we do a fundraiser.
Let's do a 24-hour stream. Fuck it. Set a band topics list. So you want to do call-ins today?
Yeah, sure.
All right, perfect.
Hold on. We got Hassan memes. Uh-oh. Hassan reacting to Kaya's bed breaking versus Hassan reacting to Kaya clipping her foot on the bed side by side. Wait, what?
Go back. Just stop.
Whoa. Oh my God. Okay, Kaya, it's valid.
Jesus
it's no longer
Christ, what
place.
are you doing?
Kaya.
You're being such
She
a
finally
baby.
broke
the bed.
Whoa. Oh my God. Okay, Kaya, it's valid. It's no longer place. Kaya.
She finally broke the bed. Reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go. Just stop.
It's so obvious.
He shocked that motherfucker.
It's so obvious. Oh my god, it's so obvious. I can't believe there are so many people. What's the quote? The king will tell you not, or the guy will tell you not to believe what's in front of your. Or no, the country. Is this a 1984 quote or is this a?
Yeah, it is.
Jesus
Big Brother
Christ,
will tell
Big
you
Brother
not to believe what's exactly in front of your eyes or whatever.
She finally broke the bed. Reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go. Just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby.
He just wanted his in at that exact moment, man.
It's just.
That damn fucking dog.
If the dog was shocked, why didn't we see his skeleton like Looney Tunes? Because
Oh,
the skeleton
true.
is only for a flash of a second, and the camera shutter rate isn't low enough to pick it up. Idiot. High enough. Your mom. Okay, Jonathan is the soul linker.
Did you watch a movie yesterday or no?
Fuck no.
Fuck.
What?
I need to know what you think of the movie.
I didn't watch one, so there's nothing to know.
I know. That's what I'm saying is I want to know. That's why you said what? And I said, I want to know.
Mm-hmm. Really now?
Yeah.
Can I sound like the oh my god.
How many cameras do you use? 2?
3.
3? 3? One for the head-on, one for each face?
One wide and then 2, one for each speaker. Like one for the people in the booth, one for the person at the
One for the guy talking to the mic.
Yeah. If I was rebuilding another kit, I think I would go with smaller cameras. Though those Studio 6Ks are massive, and the A10 board that I have. What?
How big are they?
I don't know. What do you want?
Blackmagic
Cubic
Studio.
measurements?
No, motherfucker. I want. Oh, they're fucking massive, or they're. Oh, I mean,
They're
like
like
the size
medium
of my
massive,
hand.
not like
I'm seeing them. Yeah, yeah.
super massive, but medium massive.
Yeah, these are big. These are big fucking cameras.
But that A10 board that I have only does 1080p, so these shoot in 4K. Well, I think they technically shoot in 6K. The sensors do. So you could probably use. I think they have like
When Blackmagic announced the studio.
Yeah, don't buy the Magic Studio 6K Pro. Uh-oh.
Live stream.
Hold on.
I called in Sohail, our producer, to come in and watch it with me. You
Oh,
come in.
man.
Speaking of Sohail, hello. Just felt like you breaking in half. In this video, we're going to talk about why I bought it and then returned the Blackmagic 6K Pro. In a lot of ways, a camera is just a camera, and there really aren't that many separators in a studio environment. That said, let's address why I thought the Studio 6K Pro could help our system.
Okay.
In one word, cables. Cables are everywhere. Our studio is a jungle of cables.
Oh my god. In before he couldn't figure out how to make the Ethernet shit work. The thing that I fucked with for 2 weeks.
We currently run.
What?
Did you ever figure it out?
Oh, I did. That's one of the things I like about setting my cameras is I only have to run one Ethernet cable from my laptop basically to all 3 cameras, and then that does power and video and tally and talkback, so everything. I just need one cable to each camera, and I don't have to like find power.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's super
And the
nice.
Ethernet just has it all. Fuck.
Yes.
On 4 Pocket Cinema 4Ks and have the capability of adding up to 40 inputs. Jungle of cables.
What?
We run 4 Pocket Cinema 4Ks and have our studio is a jungle of cables. We currently run 4 Pocket Cinema 4Ks and have the capability of adding up to 40 inputs. Jungle of cables and it's chaos. We haven't even started talking about lighting or teleprompters or monitors or TVs or digital stage computers or microphone. It gets out of control extremely quickly. Basically, if it needs power, that's a cable. For me, the Studio 6K Pro came down to
What does Ethernet do for cameras? I thought it was for internet. Ethernet cables are just magic cables. They can
Ethernet
fucking
can
do
do power
anything.
too, yeah.
They can do literally. I don't know why or how or what, because it seems like they're just shit cables. Like they cost like $2. They're these itty bitty things. But I think
You
it's
can
like
make 'em.
What? Yeah. Oh yeah, because you can cut your own if you want. Or yeah. And they do like power. I don't think there's fall off on Ethernet. Like on HDMI, like I think once the cables hit like 50 feet or longer, you start to run into weird issues where if they're not powered or they don't have repeaters, like shit happens. Like Ethernet's just like they're magical.
I think it has fall off, but it's like 200 feet or something. Like it's huge.
If it has fall off, I think it's 500 or more.
It might be, yeah.
Oh no, somebody said, oh wait, it drops after 30 feet? Ethernet? I think that's talking about HDMI. 100 meters for
330
Ethernet.
feet, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so it's amazing.
one thing. You could control that entire camera and power it with one Ethernet cable. One Ethernet
I bet he could have figured it out, but we'll see. Maybe not. Oh man, that would just be so funny if that was the case.
cable. One singular Ethernet.
One Ethernet cable.
I mean, look, there's 17 cables.
It's amazing. He is right. This is amazing if you can make it work. It is.
At my feet at this moment in time. Don't count. For me, Being able to run our entire studio off of one singular cable per camera was life-changing, studio-changing. Frankly, when you're bringing in clients, having the chaos of wires is not a good look.
Okay.
It's not clean. So one Ethernet cable would be extremely clean. Additionally, you got to think about safety, because at Harper Belmont, safety is our #1 concern. This felt like you breaking in. These cameras here don't send down a 4K signal through HDMI. You would have to have hyperdecks that are 4K. Your HDMI cables need to be 4K. Right now, everything we have is
1080p.
It is limiting for our ability to do shots like this. So all in all, this kind of defeats the whole point of having a multicam setup. If we want to record in 4K, we can't even though we have an $11,000 switcher, which sucks. Getting back to the Studio 6K Pro, what problems we thought it would solve? We thought it would solve the cable management, which it did, and we thought it would solve the 4K recording,
which we didn't really figure out, and we'll get to here in a second.
The only thing I've really been talking about so far is the ability to power and get camera control from the Ethernet cable. If you want to use that feature, you have to buy an additional studio converter, which is about $1,000.
Oh, he couldn't figure it out. I don't blame him. Oh, this is what people were recommending me. He bought the, I think it's an Ethernet to SDI or HDMI Blackmagic converter, and he thought he had to buy one per camera. That's why he said $1,000.
Oh, is it just one in total?
No. It's you would have to think. I think you have to get one per camera. So he was saying he thought he had to buy 4 of these things, or 3 or 4 of these things.
So for every camera that you want to use,
I'll tell you in a sec. It's annoying as fuck, but
you have to have a studio converter. Additionally, you have to upgrade all of your cables. Any converter boxes need to be 4K. This is an all or nothing upgrade. You have to upgrade the entire studio. But those are just money problems. If you have the money, you can just snap your fingers and then poof, it's done, right? If you're familiar with Blackmagic, customer service, training videos, information on the internet on how to use these things, good luck. Do better, Blackmagic. Yes, there's communities out there, there's forums out there to ask questions, but there's no officially sanctioned customer service where it's like, hey,
how do I do this to this?
You can ask.
I have heard this, and I think it might be true, but I don't know if anybody says anybody has like good customer service when it comes to any camera shit. I haven't heard that
like
at
audio
all.
video shit?
Yeah, we're like, oh, Sony has amazing customer service or whatever. I don't know. I just haven't heard that before. Maybe some people do, but I haven't heard.
But good luck getting an answer. When purchasing a new Blackmagic product, whether that's a switcher, inverter, camera, cable, the information on it is limited, especially if it's a brand new product. So therefore, the troubleshooting, it's time consuming. It's an issue. Does it work? Yeah, eventually, once you figure it out. But there's no school out there. There's no YouTube video to show you. There's tons of YouTube videos on
why you should buy it. Click my affiliate link, buy the thing. Oh, it's life-changing.
But there's no videos of, hey, let's troubleshoot. Ultimately, everything with Blackmagic is trial and error, figure it out for yourself. Do better, Blackmagic. For us, we simply just don't have enough time dedicated to figure it out on our own. Therefore, I set that camera down, got my money back. Money.
Well, maybe. I don't know. It is annoying to have to figure everything out. But I just figured that once you start to get a higher end product, I just figured this is just, that's the life. That's the life you've chosen to live.
That's part of it.
The great idea just didn't work out. Ultimately, Blackmagic, we love you. We buy a lot of your products. But for you, if you're not willing to spend a lot of money on the entire setup, I would wait. Burn it all down. Who's calling? If you want to reap the benefits of a Studio 6K Pro, you got to buy all of them. You got to get the studio converter. You got to upgrade your entire system. I wasn't prepared to do that. For now, we'll stick to these workhorses, the Blackmagic Pocket 4Ks. I don't know why I'm doing Trump hands all of a sudden. Hey, I would love to know in the comment section, did you pick up one of these cameras? What are your thoughts? Hey, if you have a better suggestion of a camera that gets us away from Blackmagic, I'm all ears. Sony, sponsor me. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
See you
Call
next
a
time.
retard in the comments.
Okay. I bet you have more cuts in this video than cables in your studio. Got 3 of these in our training studio. I truly hate them. We do have the camera processor and are using a tactical Ethernet cable. But if you want both a talent monitor, return from switcher, and a teleprompter, you must add another cable. Only 1 return video feed to camera per BMD support. Then you need to power those LCD monitors. So there comes the power cord. Now suddenly you have 3 cables. Since we're not talking about triax or SMPTE fiber cable, you're on a beginner's camera when it comes to what you really need in the studio. So there comes the snakeskin to wrap the cable bundles, which then, oh my God. Okay. So this is, I don't know why it's like this, and I literally found the answer to this buried at the bottom of a single Blackmagic forum thread. So for the 6 people in chat that will ever care about this. So this camera, theoretically via Ethernet, is supposed to be able to get power, and it's a lot of power. I want to say it's 40 watts per camera, okay? So theoretically, it's supposed to be able to do power and all video from the camera and like program feed and tally and talkback, meaning if I have 3 cameras set up, I should be able to push a program button on the camera to see a feed from whatever camera is live. Theoretically, all of that can come through one Ethernet cable, okay? The problem is that none of that works with the default camera because the default software doesn't support it. So you have to upgrade.
The software update it?
Yes, which is sometimes you have to software update the camera.
Yeah.
However, dude, when I finally, oh my God, solving this made me feel like a god. And not really a god. I was actually more frustrating than not. Okay, so Blackmagic Studio 6K software download. Okay, if you're ever thinking about buying these cameras, you're talking to any of these people, okay? The problem that this total idiot did, a complete and total idiot.
A fool.
He downloaded... it's going to be called... Wait, fuck. What's the name of the software for the cameras? Blackmagic camera? This absolute and total fool downloaded the latest software for the camera. And the latest software for the camera is... So right now it would be Blackmagic camera 9.9.1, 991. You download this and it'll update every camera you have or whatever when you plug it in. But the problem is the feature that adds the Ethernet support is hidden in a Blackmagic beta update somewhere around version 8.4. I thought it was 8.4. It might be 8.6. And this beta update that added support for the Ethernet stuff is not rolled into the main branch for the Blackmagic camera for the firmware on the camera. So you have to go back and find the correct beta firmware for the camera. And
in
then
order
you
to get that.
And and then that beta firmware is what unlocks that Ethernet and video over or the video and power over Ethernet.
Have you emailed them to be like, why isn't this in the main branch?
They just don't
They just don't give a fuck.
I don't know. I'm not gonna email. It's not my shit. Also, fuck everybody else. Hold on. Fuck. Can I find? Oh, is it this? It might be 8.6 beta. Yeah. But anyway, holy fuck. This was so fucking annoying. But then once you figure this out, it's like, oh, and then once you get this beta update, then the camera supports all the Ethernet and everything. But also, one more quick thing. Okay. One more quick thing. Generally, when you're transferring video over Ethernet, you're using a standard that a lot of people have come to know called NDI. Blackmagic cameras do not transfer video using NDI. So you can't simply plug in an Ethernet cable and expect it to work with any other Ethernet device. This is why they have their own proprietary converters. Blackmagic uses a different tech. So in order to do all of the transfer for video and power, this is the device that I use for all of my cameras, but you need to have a 2110 IP converter. I think 2110 is the name of their standard. I think it's called 2110. I don't think that refers to something else. But you have to use their box. But so if you get this box and you have the beta update on all the cameras, the old beta, then you can just do one Ethernet cord that'll have power and video and all that, yeah.
Then it unlocks the camera.
But it's pretty AIDS. Okay. But once you got it, it's good. Okay. I'm ready whenever you are.
You ready?
Yeah, you little bitch.
All right, everyone. We're doing subscriber call-ins. Please don't ask Steven just incredibly vague questions. Try to have an example.
What do we do about America?
Well,
troll face.
Aperio, tier 3 subscriber. Welcome. You're muted.
Troll face.
Troll. Oh, okay. Hey, maybe they're AFK. I'll pull up someone else. All right, Christy 2708.
Hey, what's good, Destiny? What's good, Mr. Mooten?
How's it going?
Wait, why do I feel like I recognize your name? Have we talked before?
You talked last week.
I'm the email guy.
Oh, hi. What's up?
Yeah, I didn't expect to be first in line, but I do have a few things to talk about. They're kind of all contents of the email really. Did you manage to take a peek at it? by the
Listen,
way?
you sent me like a 45-page email, motherfucker.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just felt like the need to squeeze everything in it. Maybe I should I have done it piecemeal?
You should have written an autobiography, okay, and then publish it, or post on the subreddit. I ain't got time to read your 50-page emails, and you use a lot of caps lock and bold characters and
that's fine,
italics.
that's fine.
You might be schizophrenic. I'm like 50-50 on that right now, but go ahead. Hit me up. What you got?
Yeah, okay. So I do have a few disagreements, like particularly on the Hassan thing.
Okay.
Like, why do you think that like Hassan has like these like you keep saying that like he keeps acting kind of like how Trump does?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why do you think that is?
It's a lot of like you never defend the position that you have. You only engage in personal or pivot attacks against your enemies. You avoid any sort of critical confrontation for your ideas. You exclusively sit inside your kind of algorithmically generated community and your algorithmically protected hug boxes. And then, was there a third one? Those are the two big things. Oh, and then third thing is like sloganeering. You kind of like pick these like positions and you just sit on them forever, even if they're kind of like vapid or empty. So for San, it's been like an obsession with Israel over the past 2 or 3 years.
Okay, counterpoint. Have you ever considered that maybe he behaves in the same way like Trump does because he is also like a narcissist type, and they share that particular vector. Like, I don't know, maybe it's because like this is something that I am able to pick up on, but like the way that Hassan behaves is a lot kind of like how a narcissist that even like the Kaya thing, like that is the best, like, I don't know, recent
Yeah,
event.
I mean, it could be. I guess I haven't really thought about it from that perspective, but it could be, sure.
Yeah, like even the Mossad and like what Israel agent thing, like that sounds to me a lot like narcissist deflection tactic. Kind of like that's the similarity. Whenever he says Mossad, I immediately think about like when Trump does the TDS thing.
Sure.
Like the TDS, whatever nonsense.
Oh,
to
and they
me
have like
is,
HDS now, sound arrangements and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's just that's kind of like a Darvo tactic, and narcissists love doing that. Why? Because first of all, they don't have to admit any sort of wrongdoing, and
Yeah.
second of all, they redirect, refocus, reframe themselves as like the ones that are being harassed.
Yeah,
air
sure.
quotes,
Yeah,
but not really.
it could be that. I tend to avoid like analyzing people in ways that I don't think are conducive to whatever my goal is, I guess, or whatever. So like, I unless it's like really important or for some reason I think there's something to be gained out of it, I generally don't do like the psychological analysis of people just because it doesn't change much. So like if I think about it, I think I probably agree with everything you're saying. I think Hassan is probably like fairly narcissistic, but I don't know how much that would change like how I would engage with him or how I would analyze his behavior or anything.
Well, the sociopathic thing to do here would be try to like exploit that flaw in his character and like to undermine him.
How would you exploit?
That's
How would you exploit something like that? I'm curious.
That's kind of difficult to do. It's not something that's like very easy. You kind of have to force like the narcissist into a corner where there is no defensible position, where all of his deflection tactics just don't work anymore. That's one way to do it, but like it's kind of difficult really, because I mean you would have to be like, I don't know, like a master of like understanding the psychology of the person and to try to like match it and like undermine him. I don't know, like
I feel like it's also a lot more difficult when fuck, there's a lot of psychology right now, but I'm like, if a narcissist is surrounded by a bunch of people that are willing to affirm their narcissism, I feel like it also makes it more difficult. Like, I think as a narcissist would get like isolated in their real world as they lose friends and support structures, it would become harder and harder. Yeah. But for somebody in the world of politics, you kind of have like this pre-built community that's predisposed to like you for a certain reason and possibly be incentivized even to overlook certain flaws. So, I mean, I feel like it would be harder. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, funnily enough, when you said like and trying to shut themselves a lot more in, you know who else is like that?
Trump?
Yeah, but also Asmongold. Like, that's kind of why that guy, whenever he is being put in the position where like he's not seen as the like god gamer or like whatever the fuck second coming of Christ at playing video games, that's why he quits them. Like that's the one
Shit,
thing
true.
that like has
yeah, that's
has
why his second
struck me.
channel popped up and he got really ass pained at.
Yeah,
was it Dark
exactly.
Souls 3 or was it Elden Ring or something? Yeah, maybe, sure.
Yeah, and the thing is, I was in that time period, and like I remember exactly the way that he behaved. Like whenever people were pushing on the bald or like him being seen as frail, like that's the reason why he kind of took those breaks, is because his ego was hurting severely. Like he is, I don't know, like I guess the vulnerable type. The vulnerable types are usually the ones that are like more prone to like fragility. They're kind of insecure. That's also why he keeps fucking blabbering about like, oh, World of Warcraft is woke. We used to be masculine. It's because that's an insecurity that he is portraying. He might not be aware of it, but like he is so fucking insecure. Whenever he says that, like, oh, we used to have like sweaty men fighting and all that other shit, that's just masking his frail body insecurity that he has. And like he has expressed that insecurity, maybe unaware of what he was saying throughout the years. Like this is something that he has done consistently, like at least since 2018. But I guess people just don't pick up on it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Leaving the Asmongold thing
Well,
for
hold
aside
on.
for
What?
He was voted to be kicked by chat, but you obviously can override that.
Sure, do one more.
One more.
All right.
And then vote again after. Yeah. Go ahead.
Why do you think that like Hassan keeps assuming the position of like always going against the US?
Why
like,
do
what's your
I think he
explanation?
always? Well, I guess from an ideological standpoint, that's where his community. That's like the ideological movement that he's a part of. Is a commitment to anti-capitalist, anti-Western, anti-lowercase liberalism type ideas, and the U.S. is like represents the head of that. So I mean, naturally, you would take an anti-U.S. position on almost anything.
Okay.
That's like doing it from.
one-
That's just analyzing from ideology and ignoring psychology or personal investment of anything. But yeah.
Yeah, the way that I wanted to pivot is I think that that's part of the reason why he always assumes that like position is because I think it's genuinely from like a emotional, selfish standpoint. Like he has convinced himself that like whatever the US has done on the path to like becoming a hegemon was wrong, and he tries to like I don't know, I guess kind of like break that like I don't know, the success of the United States. And so he has to essentially always assume positions that are well against what he sees as like the moral wrong. I guess he does it.
Wait, I don't
to, like,
understand.
feel
Can
better
you
about-
wait? Explain that again. I didn't understand that.
I think he comes from like a emotional selfishness type of point where he personally feels like the US has gone unpunished for its past transgressions, and so he wants to see it punished. So he always assumes positions that are contrary to like to the US's, even though he kind of twists himself into a pretzel by always assuming these positions, and then he also has to defend them somehow, which like ends up as like a mess. It's a complete mess the way that he like goes about it. All of this because he genuinely thinks that what the US has done is wrong, and he genuinely believes that two wrongs make a right, like as if it's going to like grant him some sort of like peace of mind.
Well, I feel
that,
like I don't know if that's necessarily an irrational position. If you feel like a thing has done something wrong that they haven't been held accountable for, you would push for some kind of accountability. That's not necessarily right.
Well, yes, but the problem is he goes about this with like the attitude of like sins of the father, as in like punishing current US because of something they've done in the past, because he cannot go to the past to punish them then when they were doing like the wrong thing.
Sure.
Which
okay.
is,
yeah. Sure.
I think that approach is completely deranged.
I think it's bad. Yeah,
like,
for sure. I think unfortunately I feel like that's a fairly common-ish human thing though, where people view like a bad progressives in general. I think had this issue when it came to stuff like slavery or whatever else, where it's like, oh, like the U.S. did slavery, therefore like there's this huge burden that the United States needs to carry for all black people and for however long because of these past transgressions.
Yeah, it's kind of coded in the human nature. Like, this is not even just something that's like only to humans. Like, when, for example, there are experiments on like monkeys. Like, one monkey gets a mango, and then the other one doesn't, and like the other monkey gets upset, throws a temper tantrum. It's kind of like intrinsic to the human nature. But we should, I don't know. I think that we should strive to rise above it and like
Yeah, I agree.
accept the past grievances.
Yeah, I
and
agree
not
with that,
like
of course.
devolve into Hassan's fucking leftist, whatever nonsense thing that he is on right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. Although, I mean, I would say this is not unique to Hassan. I think, unfortunately, that's a pretty common thing. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. If I could say one more thing.
Yeah, one more. Go for it.
Yeah. It's the fact that like I feel like you should not engage with like right wing narrative pushing. Like whenever you are trying to like I don't know fight to like unfuck America. The one thing that I can say from like my extremist right wing past, you should never engage with like things that I personally view as like bait. Like for example, there is this 4D like chess trap thing that like some of the conservatives and more intellectual like conservatives play when they say something like the tolerant left. That is a very obvious bait. Why? I mean, personally, the way that I see it is they are essentially baiting you into like challenging the position that they are assuming, which is that you are not tolerant, and you are essentially forcing yourself into a corner by taking the premise that like you should even go against the idea that like or not the left, I guess the liberals are tolerant, so you argue for the liberals being tolerant, which only serves is that they are being painted as like the actual tolerance, and they win by like exploiting these types of traps. Like that's the one thing that I've seen you fall into.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. This is like a whole thing. At some point, I'll do some intentional effort into thinking about this. But there's like a whole way of approaching conversations when you're doing politics. That it's just like I just don't have that feeling at all. Like when I hear somebody say a thing, like my inclination is always to kind of like address or fight on the point. But then I'll see other people, and I say it on stream, and it almost feels like I'm joking, but I'm really not. I like to some extent I am a little bit jealous of people who will say, like somebody will say, like, don't you think it's horrible that Trump raped 7 children? And they're like that conservative's response will be, I think that trans people in bathrooms is horrible. Why do you defend trans women raping little boys? And then all of a sudden you're like, I've never even supported this. I'm like, this doesn't even happen. And like the inclination is always to fight on the point, but some people have this like very natural inclination to just like pivot on every like Hassan actually did it yesterday. We were listening to him talk about when some girl was asking about a comment he made. I don't remember which one it was, but then at the end he was like, fuck, what was the question she asked? And then he was like, do you support the genocide? Like he somehow at the end he kept following, but like, does this mean you support the genocide? Was it him saying? Was it denying the rapes for October 7th or something? But I was like,
I think
Jesus.
it was October 7th.
Yeah,
I don't have that as like a very foreign. That's this thing I have to like intentionally work out to improve on.
That's because it's in the extremists' best interest, in particular the right wing interests. They don't say truths. Their truths are just narratives. That's how they win.
Yeah,
they push, and you can't.
You just have to repeat the same story over and over again, and it's not like a factual argument. Yeah, I understand.
Here's a concrete example of this narrative pushing and how to like fight it, so that you have a concrete example of this. Like for example, whenever they say like the party of law and order, what's your first instinct? Like what do you first think when they paint themselves as like the party of law and order?
I mean, I want to fight on the. I mean, they're clearly not the party of law and order. Like, and then I'll go through all the things that Trump is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct. But the point that they are implying, and it's something that a lot of people, like I've asked a lot of people in the server and a lot of other places, what do they think it means? There's an implication when they say party of law and order, and that implication means
that the Democrats are lawless and orderless.
Yeah, and it's kind of like that everyone else that is not associated with them is anarchical, they're communists, they are to be targeted. Like this is a narrative that they push. So the a better way to go about this particular law and order, like patriotic way, is not to like show up at a protest with like flags of Mexico or like I don't know some other place like or Canadian flags or like whatever. You are just giving them the W that they are trying to push. That you are giving them the narrative W. the better approach to this would be to show up to the protests all in like in American flags. You are thus pushing against their narrative with your own narrative that no, you are the patriot in that particular protest, and like you flood the entire protest with like American flags so that they cannot go with like the narrative that you are unpatriotic and like can build their base to go off of to essentially gain the general consensus to gain political power.
Sure.
That's kind of an example that I can like bring up
Okay. Yeah, I
in
gotcha.
this particular example. It's one thing that I kind of wish that you like, I don't know, do some introspection perhaps to like, I do want you to win. Like, I do want you to win this battle of like narratives and ideologies or like whatever the fuck. So I think that this is something that maybe you should like take a bit into consideration.
Okay.
All right, thank you,
All right.
Christy.
Thanks a
All
lot.
right.
Manny. Be careful.
Thanks for the chat, man.
Yeah.
See you around.
Jock rates.
Okay, true.
Hello? Jock rates, 5.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. Hey, so I was here last week, and I talked to you guys a little bit about NIMBYism, zoning in California, housing, and Destiny suggested I look into Japan. So first thing I want to do is report back on my investigation.
Okay, what do they do?
So in Japan, first of all, I think the biggest factor is that they have nationwide zoning. They don't do
Base.
like local municipalities.
Makes sense.
Super mega based. So if we could do something like, I don't know, statewide zoning, I think that'd be cool, but I don't know how difficult that would be to make happen, but that's the first thing. And then also they just have a lot different, a very different culture around housing because of that.
Mhm.
So they have strong tenant protections. They're constantly building, and they build houses that aren't meant to last a long time.
I've heard that too, yeah.
Which I think is also a good thing. They do a lot of mixed use, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
And because of all those factors, speculation for housing is just low. It's not really seen as a big financial asset the way it is in California or in the US broadly.
Yeah.
So also the last thing is they don't have a lot of environmental stops. They don't have like ways you can sue them to make them stop building because of environmental reasons like we do in California.
Gotcha. One thing
So
I
that's
will
the
say
first
that I want to
thing.
give credit.
Yeah.
So I'll do it. First of all, you live in California, right?
Yes, I do.
So one funny thing about California, I'm sure you've seen this. There are like everything gives you cancer in California. Only in California, right? Like if you're gonna walk into a parking garage, there'll be a sign outside saying like if you're pregnant, your baby will fucking die. There are things that are gonna kill you. Rule 64. Yeah. There's like California is one and everything. However, now I was never in California in the 90s, but like California enacted a ton of things in order to clean up their environment or whatever. The smog problem in LA in the 90s, I mean, from pictures I've seen at least, was really, really bad. And California is only producing way more energy now. It has way more people living there now. And it's much, much, much easier to see than it was, 30, 40 years ago. So like they're to some credit, I mean, like their regulations and stuff on environmental stuff did work. But I do agree. It does feel, this is one of the things that, I should remember their names. It's Ezra Klein and is it Derek Thompson, the abundance guys?
I don't know.
You don't know? Is it Derek Thompson, guys? It is, right? Yeah. These are kind of some regulations that I feel like the U.S. probably needs to work a little bit more on, because it does seem to be the case that every single person complains that it is like prohibitive to build or do anything in the United States. It's just an insane amount of bureaucratic red tape that you got to get cut through to do anything. Yeah.
Yeah, it opens up lawsuits, especially because you try to build something and they can find so many different reasons to even if they don't stop the project, just hold you up using a lot of these statutes. So, but I wanted to report back on that. But if we got the time, I wanted to fight with you a little bit on something.
You got 2 minutes
Go
before
for
we
it.
do a
Fight.
vote.
What do you want to fight on?
Okay.
Fucking nerd.
All right. I wanted to fight you a little bit on manufacturing in the U.S. and why actually bringing manufacturing to the U.S. is pretty based. We should do that.
Okay.
So before we start this, I want you to expel the Trump approach to this out of your mind, because clearly that is not what I'm advocating for. I think that's a disaster, and I don't think it does what it's supposed to.
Here, let me get my spiel on manufacturing, then you can see where we align or disalign. Okay.
Please do.
Okay, so if we brought back manufacturing, or if we did, I say bring back, but I think our manufacturing has been steadily increasing over time. It's just the particular types of jobs and where they're centered at have changed a lot, and the types of workers at these jobs have changed a lot. So, for instance, if we have more manufacturing in the United States, the thing that I don't like when people talk about manufacturing is I don't think people give a fuck if we bring back manufacturing. I think what people want are blue-collar, ultra high-paying, union-protected jobs, and I don't think that's ever coming back in any size, shape, or form into the manufacturing sector. So that's my first issue when people talk about manufacturing. It's never going to be a United Auto Worker job where you're getting paid $45 an hour to, like paint a door, and then you go home and you got like 6 weeks of vacation a year. Like that's just never coming back. Or if we are getting those types of jobs or those types of worker protections back, it has nothing to do with manufacturing and everything to do on the government side of like making different laws or regulations or whatever. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, if you want to manufacture things in the United States, we need to have a conversation about what we want to manufacture and why.
True.
Have you heard of the term autarky?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to be under the impression that like every country, if they just try really hard, they can produce every single thing they need for themselves. They can all be an autarky, which is stupid as fuck, right? Comparative advantage is real. There are other countries doing things better. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3. The third thing is that if we brought manufacturing back in a more significant manner to the United States, my guess is the majority of these jobs would be like low tech related type jobs as opposed to blue collar jobs. So it's going to be people that are managing servos or robots or whatever the fuck else, or engineers are generally going to be the people. Like the gigafactory is kind of like the blueprint in my mind. I'm thinking for stuff like that. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. If we're going to bring back, and then 4 is, if we want to manufacture in the United States, we have to understand we really do only have so many people. We have to expel this weird myth, or there's not a place at the table for this conversation topic of like, there's actually 50 million lazy adult males that are just smoking weed and playing video games that are ready to jump into these factory jobs. We don't have the employees to staff 50 million new fucking factories. So to make a more positive argument, if we were to have factories in the United States, if we really wanted to manufacture stuff here, I think the stuff that we should manufacture falls into like 1 or 3 buckets. 1, stuff that we're really good at. So if we have a particular advantage in some area, so arguably, I guess going back to like the gigafactory stuff, like the Teslas or whatever, right? Elon Musk came here, he invested that money, that tech, the education and training here. So that's the thing that America is uniquely good at making or manufacturing, right? So that's just a thing that we should manufacture. The second thing would be thing would be stuff that's in general like high productivity stuff. That kind of goes along with the first one, but like stuff that like it makes sense to manufacture. Like my guess is building a microprocessor is more specialized and is a more productive job, more higher output job than like making shirts. And then the third thing is national security stuff. So like you can make a compelling argument for why you should have some protection around like your agriculture industry, because you don't ever want to be fully reliant on other countries, or maybe things related to national security like steel or certain medicines or whatever. So broadly speaking, those are my viewpoints. I think so.
Okay, I'm gonna appeal to Mr. Mooten real quick. I'd like to request another minute or two because
you're gonna go for it. Sorry, because I just talked. I think I talked for most of that. Go ahead.
No, no, I'm glad. I wanted to hear what you had to say. So, I broadly agree with a lot of things that you said. Some of the things I don't really give a fuck about, like the idea that we're gonna bring back blue collar jobs that pay. I don't care about that. Okay,
sure. I think that's a major driving factor, unfortunately.
Well, that's the MAGA like retard position on manufacturing. I'm trying to put forward a more like a smart position on manufacturing.
Sure.
And I have a few reasons why I think I also agree that it should be targeted in nature. Like we don't need to make literally everything. It's okay to not make a lot of t-shirts. You can buy those in Vietnam, no problem. But I do think like there are some important points. So one is obviously war readiness. Right now, I think manufacturing makes up around 8% of the U.S. jobs economy, so 8% of jobs are in manufacturing. In 1938, before World War II, it was over 20%. So that's a big discrepancy. Although, obviously we're much more efficient now in our manufacturing. We for sure make more now than we did then. But on a per capita basis, when you're competing with a country like China, they're going to be able to ramp up a lot quicker and a lot easier than us.
Potentially,
I think that's a big problem.
I will say that when it comes to war stuff, it's hard to know for sure. Although I've been vindicated on some of this. It's hard to know for sure how much it matters, like how much shit you can produce rather than the technological applications of the things that you can produce. So like a really good prescient example right now of that would be the drone shit. Right?
Yeah.
Like Ukraine and Russia are not I can't speak as much about Russia. I'm not shitting on Ukraine, but these are not like manufacturing powerhouses that could make 50 billion Abrams M1 whatever the fuck tanks. I don't know those use, right?
But that's right now maybe. But I think I'm looking not 5 years in the future, but like 50 years in the future.
Okay,
If
well, by
China's
then, AI
able to
alignment and everything
equalize,
is gonna completely
yeah, true. Then we'll have
destroy us.
Skynet, and it'll just be over anyways. But you know, if China's able to even start to contest and start to catch up on all of these things, I think your output will matter. But that's not my only argument.
Sure.
Another really important one to me is infrastructure. I'm a big infrastructure guy, and manufacturing necessitates more infrastructure, raises the demand for things like railways, for things like better roadways, all kinds of things that you wouldn't necessarily have as much of a demand for otherwise. And it also increases the expertise or availability of experts to build infrastructure in the country. And that's why rich countries that are high in manufacturing, like Germany, Japan, maybe South Korea, they have fantastic infrastructure.
Yeah, so a good and a bad thing.
Part of it.
I'm curious, I don't know if you've read about this. One thing that I thought was cute when I was looking into the UK stuff, for their like green shit, to try to like green all their energy or whatever, I thought it was a complete and total fucking failure until I read into it more. And they have done a really impressive job at making strides there. One of the interesting things is that by incorporating so much green and new renewable energies or whatever into their grid, they've had to upgrade their grid to make it more efficient, to make it like higher capacity, to make it smarter, you know, like more technological options, just as a result to be able to carry the new types of energy and everything that they have. I don't like, you can tell me this, I know this is like marketed as a good thing and people are celebrating, but the idea that there are massive server farms now where they have to build their own power plants to power them, I feel like in my mind, I would have rather it been like, there are so much upgrades to the public infrastructure of energy that now these places, the cities and towns, can naturally just carry the energy demands or loads for those server farms. I think it's really weird there's private investment in energy like that. That makes me really uncomfortable.
I think that there's a difficulty there in that, you know, energy is a market, right?
Yeah.
So if you make energy too cheap, they stop making more energy because you cannot make profit anymore. If energy is so cheap, building another power plant doesn't work. So I think, I don't really know if private, like little small nuclear reactors is the solution, or I don't know what the fuck. But I don't think it's really realistic to expect like a local municipality is just going to have so much excess energy that a data center being planted there is going to be like no problem. They have plenty of infrastructure for it, because like I just don't know if the demand's not there yet.
One thing that's kind of scary or weird to me, I don't know if it'll ever end up this way in the future, is like you get into these areas, like you saw what happened in California, in Southern California, how much people freaked the fuck out over the soybean farms, I think, or something, because California didn't have the way that the reservoirs were filled. It wasn't that they like, it wasn't that the water was being stolen, but it was like the way that they fill their reservoirs to have their fire hydrants and everything filled or whatever, it just wasn't ready, or they didn't have the capacity to deal with those wildfires, something like that. But people were looking at the soybean farmers like, you guys are holding the water while Southern California is on fire. What the fuck, guys? And I wonder if we're ever going to be in an area in the future where, like, imagine another thing blows through Texas, where when it snowed 0.01 inches and half the state gets shut down for 2 weeks. Imagine you have this scenario like, Hassan in Cuba in his hotel, where your whole city is like frozen and nobody has energy, and now the local data center is like, we could sell some of this energy back to you guys on the grid for a huge fucking cost, or we're going to be the only ones with power. Man, that would feel real weird and real bad. Although I don't know what the likelihood of ever
that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, that would feel really bad. I would be pretty pissed about that. But one last thing, I've heard you say before that, because we have a limited number of people, if you're going to increase manufacturing jobs, you're necessarily going to probably decrease our GDP per capita, right? Because those people are not in manufacturing for a reason. It's because those are not as productive as the jobs that we are currently doing. I think you're wrong about that. And I'd like to give a quick few examples. So,
well, actually, real quick, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it would decrease our GDP per capita, because, like I said before, the types of jobs that people are going to be working, these are going to be like low to mid, like tech level jobs. They're not going to be like blue collar labor. It's going to be like engineering, advanced machines, and everything that are going to be doing most of the manufacturers. I don't know if it necessarily, like, my guess would be that the average. I'm trying to think. My guess is that the average manufacturing job today, somebody could go look this up on the Department of Labor Statistics or whatever. The average manufacturing job today is probably median or above median in terms of like contribution to, like, I don't know if you would say GDP per capita, or in terms of like productive output or whatever, compared to like the median job in the United States. My guess is these are like, they skew above the median, would be my guess.
Maybe. So like, I think one thing about GDP, I'm not the type of person that says GDP is fake or anything like that, but I do think it can be misleading in a certain way. So, for example, Mississippi has a GDP per capita of around $53,000. Just looked it up earlier.
Sure.
Barcelona, Spain, $35,000.
Mm-hmm.
Berlin, Germany, $59,000. This is adjusted. But that's, I mean, I think it's really a stretch to think that the average person in Mississippi is having more of a economic output than the average person in some of the most productive cities in Europe. Meanwhile, if we look over at some place like Virginia, $67,000. In California, $102,000. And I think the reason for that is because we Californians, fuck all you other states, first of all, we Californians are at $102,000 GDP per capita, right? And you have states like Mississippi that I think on their own would be at like $20,000 or whatever. They'd be barely doing shit. They're barely scraping by. But they take our money because we have Silicon Valley and we have all these big companies, and then they pour it into Mississippi and artificially inflate their GDP per capita, even though they're not really doing their own output. It's just investment from the government, it's just money being handed to that state. So I think in states like that, like something I really admired Biden for was the CHIPS Act. In states like that, I think it's really a great idea to try to mobilize them towards more manufacturing so that you can give them some kind of real economic output instead of just leeching off us. Honestly, fuck all of you other states. All you red states.
Okay, wait, real quick. I was
taking
looking at these numbers because they sound a little unbelievable to me. You said Berlin was, what did you come up with, or what did you have?
$59,000.
Okay. I looked this up for 2024 and I see $63,000, so not that far off. And then you compared it to, you said Mississippi?
Mississippi, I saw $53,000.
Okay, and I see $53,000. Why do you think my intuitive guess is that there'd be a wider gap there? Because Berlin, you're literally just talking about a city, and then Mississippi and yeah. Did you look into why that is?
I think I'm telling you the reason why is because of the massive investment from the federal government. If you look, Mississippi, I believe, receives $33 billion per year from the federal government on top of, so that's like net after they pay their taxes, they still receive.
I'd be curious what that investment shows up as, though, because if the government is spending money on things, so if federal funds are sent to Mississippi and then Mississippi is spending that money, that should show up in their gross domestic product.
Yeah, it does. That's why they're at $53,000 GDP per capita. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Never mind. Because I'm thinking of just what the citizens are producing, but if the government is spending or whatever. Oh, interesting.
No,
okay,
government spending is part of that.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's where I
think you think it's brought up by the subsidization from other states because of the disbursements from the. I see. Okay.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where I think like the GDP numbers for certain areas can be just like grossly inflated because of that reason, and those places on paper might look like, hey, we don't need any new manufacturing jobs here. That might decrease our GDP per capita because, if manufacturing jobs were going to be productive here, then why wouldn't they already be here? People would, there'd be a demand for it. People would make these companies. But I think I don't think that's true. And I think it's inflated because of investment from the federal government, which gets stolen from our pocketbooks.
Sure. Yeah, that could be the case. Yeah. I would never, I think that GDP per capita is a number that you can look at, but GDP per capita it's only telling you what the GDP per capita is. Like I don't think I would ever make decisions about society or my economic planning based on, just GDP per capita. I feel like a lot of people bring up GDP numbers because they're like, this number doesn't capture everything about the economy, and that's true. But I don't know anybody who ever uses it that way. That always seems just like a weird.
Yeah, it's not supposed to capture everything. All right, I think that's all I had. Thanks for letting me yap with you.
Okay,
good combo.
Have fun. Be careful.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Loser.
Aperio, are you here now?
Yes. Hold on, let me mute you on stream. All right. Well, now you got me thinking about GDP and that shit. Holy shit, that was a great combo, actually. I just looked it up. Connecticut's at 100,000, so you don't have to say fuck you all other states. All right, Connecticut's up there. Okay, so for my
I just looked at it is 80,000, so calm the fuck down there. But okay.
Wait, what was it?
GDP per capita for Connecticut, I'm looking at, I say 80,000. Still much higher than Mississippi.
No. What? On 2024?
That's what the AI is telling me, and it's pulling right from Wikipedia.
No, AI is fucking wrong. Wait, it says 100,000 on Wikipedia. I'm looking at it right now. 2024 nominal GDP per capita. We're number 6. So it's DC, which is fucking nuts. Michael, stop! 260,000.
Wait, how old is Michael?
New York is at 117. That's crazy. That's my son.
Well, how old is he?
How old is he? He's almost 3.
Punch him.
Remember, I was telling you guys about him last time. How cute he is in my picture, but apparently you guys can't see it.
This
on Discord.
Oh, this guy. Okay. Man, I only have like 4 subs, huh? I guess. Okay. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, go ahead.
No. I want you guys to get used to me. I want to become a regular here.
Sure.
So
wait, do you have
help fight fascism?
Why do you call him? You call him Michael? Does everybody in your life call him Michael?
That's his name. Yeah.
I feel like every time kids, I feel like people always call kids like the abbreviated like names or whatever.
Mikey.
Yeah, like Mikey
Mike.
or whatever.
Well, we call him Mikey sometimes.
Yeah,
Actually, that's my wife. She calls him Mikey more.
Yeah.
I call him straight up Michael.
That's good. Okay.
Well,
Right.
he's
strong,
named after
that's
my
a good
deceased
Christian name.
brother.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's good. No, it's in honor of
It's
him.
good that your
It's
brother
good.
died.
Yeah. Yeah. My older brother. When I was very young.
Gotcha.
Not very young. 14. Yeah, all right.
All
Big,
right,
Big
anyway.
story. Anyways.
Where we at?
All right. So I'm starting with a question actually from a friend. Okay. So, and you know, I gave him my answer, but I'd like to hear yours. So it's, he was comparing this war in Iran to Vietnam. And he's saying that he thinks that because everyone's so against the war, the soldiers who fight in it, when they come back, are bound to be harassed by the citizens the way Vietnam soldiers were. I was telling him that's kind of ridiculous. I don't think things will ever go back to that. Like after that, and after 9/11, I think we have more of a respect for our military on both sides of the aisle. But I don't know. I want to hear
I can't make a prediction on that. I'm not sure. Although I would say that
What about, do you think we'll ever turn into that kind of society?
well, like
again?
so here's the issue: is I try to look at like where the winds are blowing. So for like a couple years ago, I think I said one of my kind of concerns. I and you can go find the VOD on this. I swear to God, I was saying this shit. That like one of my big concerns.
No, I can't go find the VOD because he deleted them all.
Well, fuck you. Yeah. What do you want me to say? Okay.
Yeah, well,
then you should just remember everything I say on stream. One of the things I would say a lot was that one thing that's really scary for the Jews right now is that the people who had the best tools to deal with anti-Semitic stuff were people on the left, because they're the ones that were primarily concerned with white supremacy and Nazis and all that. But as the left has become more and more kind of like fuck Israel and like they're the far left, we're bending more anti-Semitic. That would be a really scary thing for the Jews if that trend continued. And I think that trend has continued. I think you're in a really weird spot today if you're a Jewish person. I think you're in a really, really weird area. I would say that arguably, I think you can see similar-ish things right now, kind of, with like military stuff. Like conservatives, or at least MAGA, are not like big military people. I think they have that big isolationist bend to them, which makes them by default kind of like more military skeptic. And then, you know, obviously Trump and all these people have completely abandoned the prestige of having like a military history background or whatever, you know, like other presidents or other elected people might. And the left obviously hates this war, and they think we support Israel, and they hate everything that we do in the Middle East. So I don't know. I think you could be in an area. I don't know if it would be as bad where we're going back to Rambo movies. You know, I don't think it would ever be that bad that we hate Vietnam War vets that much, or we would hate the current vets as much as we hated Vietnam War vets. But I don't know. It's like it's going in a worrying direction right now, I would say. Yeah.
I think the right does hate the military nowadays more as like an institution, but the people, they seem to love the people no matter what, I feel like. And so I could agree that there might be something from there. And oddly enough, I kind of was thinking, if anything, it might come more from the left, unfortunately, because like you said, the Israel shit, and like kids growing up nowadays in high school, if this war goes on, 2, 3, 4 years, and they turn 18, they're able to vote, and there's an election season. I mean, like, who knows? I'd have no idea what Republicans are going to say, what Democrats are going to say in an attempt to get elected. Like, is it going to be, oh yeah, I'll continue to fight this war until the end, or like, is it going to be another Iraq? I think about this shit every fucking night, and it almost makes me tear up thinking about it, because I can't deal with another fucking war in my lifetime like this.
Buckle up.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, shit sucks. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Shit sucks. Yeah, but I don't know where. Yeah, I don't have anything good. People are saying definitely not another Iraq, in my opinion. But the big fear that, and I keep saying this, the big fear right now, did those 1,000 Marines or those 3,000 Marines ever actually make it out there? Did that happen yet or no?
5,000.
I think they
joined
there, but I don't think
they
they're,
joined
like,
50,000.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there was 5,000 sent out there, but they joined up with a crew of 50,000 that are already stationed out there.
Okay. The big fear, I think.
I don't know. I might. You want to look that up?
The big fear that I've been talking about a lot that would fuck everything up would be if if there was some kind of big attack by Iran that managed to kill 20 or 30 soldiers, like U.S. soldiers, then we might find ourselves stuck there for a long time, because then that's like the one thing that gets Americans super gung-ho about staying in an area for a long time. Yeah.
Well, I'm scared with this missing pilot right now. I think that could get boots on the ground, and then
for one
Steve's event
person
that he's talking about.
Maybe.
I was thinking that they were talking about a rescue mission and how they would to try to go to attempt that. And I mean, like, what else do you do? You got to send people in.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like a Black Hawk Down situation.
That would just be so.
I think Iran
horrible.
is going to be Trump's
Iraq.
Fuck, what was it called? Yeah, well,
or Vietnam, or Afghanistan,
no,
or
his actual Iran again. Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, my next question is completely off topic, and it's just a hypothetical in my head. So, say you wanted to get rid of the vice president. Is there you can impeach the vice president, like Congress can impeach the vice president, and then Senate can convict them, and then boom,
can you?
they're out.
Is that a thing?
I don't know.
Can you impeach the vice president? Wait,
I remember you talking on stream about impeaching cabinet members, and I didn't even know that was a thing. So,
yes, you can be impeached. Wait, can you impeach cabinet members? Yes. Yeah,
okay.
There you go. You can impeach.
Okay, now what about? Because I was thinking about how Trump hates fucking everybody. And he wants to fire everybody. He probably wanted to fire Vance like on day one. Do you is there a way for the president to get rid of the vice president?
I don't think so.
I would assume not, because he's an elected.
No, because like way back in the day when it was one party and the other party, like whoever came in second place was also the vice president. Like that would make sense. Like, no, you can't get rid of the vice president. That's the only opposition you have. But nowadays it's like, yeah, but I ran with him. Can I just like change him for Elon?
No, I don't think so. No.
Because can he fire the vice president?
No shot. Because the vice president doesn't serve at the pleasure of the president. He's part of the elected. He's an elected person.
Yeah, he's an elected official.
Okay. And like same, I guess. Okay, yeah, never mind. I guess he can fire cabinet members. So why is he able to fire cabinet members?
Because he's allowed. He chooses cabinet members. They serve at the pleasure of the president, right?
That makes sense. Okay. You ever tried June Berry Red Bull?
Fuck no.
The
Red
blue
Bull
ones?
has one flavor, and all the other.
No, I know,
flavors
dude. I
are-
know you like the original, bro. But you try the blue one, you'll never go back.
Okay, I'll think about it.
All right, thank you, Perio.
Be careful.
Yep. Have a great day.
Bye.
GTI guy 13.
Hey, what's going on?
Hi, what's up?
Folks. So I am here today to ask kind of another car-related question like I did last time, but this time it's a little bit more involved, and I want Tiny's opinion. Basically, after talking to a lot of people in my life and just kind of seeing what's going on at dealerships and stuff near me, I'm also a Connecticut guy. A lot of people are not buying new cars. New cars are really expensive. A lot of used cars are going up in price. A lot of people are complaining about like other travel options and like insurance costs and shit. And I kind of just want like your temperature on how that is in your area, because it seems like in Connecticut it's really tough for people to want to get a new car. And I think the big concern for people like in my community especially is, there's no other real option basically to get around, because there's not like good sidewalks, there's not good buses, there's nothing like that. And it doesn't seem like cities are trending upwards. If anything, Connecticut's getting even more and more fucking rundown shit. So what's like Miami like, or your general vibe on that, I guess?
Well, I don't live in a real area. I live in a place called Miami Beach, which is just fantasy land. So it's hard to like make any statements about the broader U.S. from here. I will say one kind of interesting fact is that cars now are like a lot more reliable than they used to be. Like, how old are you?
I am 28. I just turned 28 yesterday, actually.
Okay. Well, as a 37-year-old, like if I was in high school, if it was like 2007, is when I graduated. If I was a senior in high school, if it was 2007, if somebody was telling me they were driving like a 95 anything, this is like an old car. That's a pretty old car. It's probably pretty fucked up. But nowadays, I feel like it's 2026 now, if somebody's driving around like a 2015, 2016, like a 10-year-old car, it's probably still like doing okay. I'm giving you like anecdote, like vibe checks here, but also I'm pretty sure you can Google it and check. I think the average like service life of a car is like 8 or 9 years longer than it used to be. So that's probably putting off people from buying new cars. Also, I feel like there were some huge jumps in technology for cars from like the 90s to the 2005, 2010s. And I don't know if I've seen any huge jumps in tech since then. So things like, for Volkswagen, they called it electronic steering protection, like being able to individually control each wheel if you're having if you're skidding. Obviously everybody has ABS, anti-lock brakes now. Everybody has, or a lot of people have like rear view backup mirrors and then like your little side detectors. I guess like the next big jumps in technology, I don't know how common it is now that cars have like lane assist or whatever, but like lane assist is not as huge of an improvement as ESP, which isn't as huge of an improvement as ABS, which was crazy. So yeah, I feel like cars are lasting longer. The jumps in technology aren't like amazing anymore unless somebody gets like full self-drive figured out. So that would be one reason why I imagine people are putting off buying new cars, but I don't know how much that's like impacting, like if people are driving cars are like falling apart now and they can't afford something else. But yeah.
Well, it's funny. You made a couple of good points there that I think are interesting. So last time I was here, I said I had 2 cars. Sadly, right after that, my 2019 got rear-ended and has since been totaled, which fucking sucks.
Damn.
Yeah, but I got the 2012, and the 2012 is running real good. Yeah, I got rear-ended in the fucking
like
rain.
that's you say you have a 2012 that's running real good. Like that's crazy. That's like a 15-year-old car. Like again, I'm trying to think if I'm a senior in high school in 2007 and somebody tells me they're driving a 92, that's like a piece of shit. But yeah.
Yeah. I did put a lot of money into it, to be fair, but also it was the reason I got this one at the time, because I still had the 2019. That was like my normal car. The 2012 is like a 2-door. It's got a sunroof. Like it's a cool spec.
Sure.
But now it's my only car, obviously, so I'm glad it's running well and I put the money into it. Thank God. But I guess my other thing I wanted to touch on just real quick was that new cars, like you said, aren't improving a whole lot. And it's funny because my 2019, for all the newer stuff that it had, I actually like the 2012 more because it's basically just as safe. It's only missing a couple of features that aren't really that important, like the lane keep assist or stuff like that you said. And it's honestly more like comfortable inside just because it doesn't feel as like new car sterile and bland and shit. Like I don't really love the whole new Audi feel. I like that kind of like early 2010s feel a lot more because that's when I was younger and was really like, you know, still kind of dreamy eyed about cars, right? And didn't just kind of want what it was cool.
Okay.
And for me also, I will never want a SUV, and neither will my girlfriend. And most new cars are like trending, or most new brands rather, are trending towards SUVs. Like Volkswagen, the last thing they sell outside of the new Golfs is the Jetta. And I honestly hate all that stuff. It's like way too techy, and they feel boaty and weird, and I just don't like them. And I don't want an SUV because it's all that, but without the benefits of being like a smaller car. So
sure. Okay.
But yeah. Anyways, that's my thoughts. Appreciate it.
All right. Yeah. Love you.
Peace. Thanks. Love you. Bye.
Yeah. Wait. Don't drag anyone else in. Wait.
Okay, they're gone.
Have you seen Independence Day?
Long time ago, yeah.
Do you remember how he hacked the UFO?
No.
Remember how in order to fly into the UFO, he like realized that like, oh, this is like a Unix system or some bullshit, and he was able to hack it so that they could fly this ship up to the UFO to drop off, I think, a nuke or something. You don't remember this at all?
I believe you, but I haven't seen this movie since I was like a child. So no, I don't remember.
I don't know if this is true or not, but I read this on like Reddits that apparently, and if this is true, I'm surprised they took this out of the movie because it feels like it makes more sense. Apparently there was a cut scene that showed in the beginning, like a flashback or whatever, that, you know, the whole like Roswell alien landing bullshit or whatever, right? That apparently in Independence Day, there's a scene where that was like, those were real aliens. And then like the US government reverse engineered all of the alien technology. And then that's why we have our programming languages today. So that's why he was able to recognize the code from the alien spaceship, which makes more sense than it just randomly happening.
He just randomly could do it?
That like, an intergalactic race just happened to be coding in the same, but... Interesting. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, interesting. So then our code was quote unquote based on that shit?
Yeah, it was reverse engineering the alien technology or whatever.
Oh, interesting.
How many miles in your RS? Like 50K.
Graham.
Hello. I just want to say I appreciate you, Mr. Mooten. That's all.
Thank you.
Yikes. Yikes. Plant.
W, Graham. Thank you.
Plant. Yikes.
Ozma.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey. Hello, Steven. First, just want to say that I met you a long time ago at your first college Ask Me Anything, or what was it? What do they call it? Change My Mind event. That was in Austin. So that was nice. Anyway, I just wanted to come in here and talk. And first to say that I appreciate everything you do. I really like the streams. I really like your political views and takes. One of the only rational political commenters that I can like stomach to watch. There's been a couple others that come up lately. Anyway, glaze over.
Thank you.
Recently, FanFan came under fire. The streamer FanFan. Because she had a take where she's basically saying, she said the R word, the R slur.
Okay.
And then she said, she basically says, I don't want to talk about politics. I'm not
I
even
saw
American.
this. I think I defended her on this. I don't know if I tweeted something out or I just said something about it. But yeah, I said that it's based, if you don't know fuck all about the political shit or whatever, then yeah, you shouldn't comment on it. And people that expect everybody to have some strong position on things is fucking stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, it's stupid. But she wasn't like the first person to say that either, because I remember Emaru essentially said the same thing. She was, people were getting on her ass because she was doing because a lot of people don't know this, but in the clip she's doing like food reviews.
Yeah.
So someone asked her about ice. She thought they meant literal ice, like in a glass.
Okay.
And so she goes like, I don't know what you're talking about. And everyone, but she basically said the same thing. I don't remember. What was your take the same there as well? That like.
I think I'm trying to remember because it's been a while, but I think initially I had the same take, but then I think I saw something where she was making political comments or saying something else. And I was like, oh, well, fuck, if you've commented on this, then I can understand why people would expect more. But I don't remember 100%. I know that a lot of people criticize her for being friends with Asmongold, but I don't know if I think that just because you're friends with somebody with strong political opinions means you have to like also talk about your political opinions. I don't know how I feel about that. But I don't remember if there was something else politically that she said that I felt like she had to make a statement. But otherwise, my opinion should have been the same with her as it was with FanFan.
Yeah, that's interesting. The whole aspect of like people can be friends with these other kinds of people that are very divisive or like what would we say, radical, because something that comes up when I talk to my friend, especially recently with like the Harry Potter stuff that's coming out, like there's a new Harry Potter show, and so that every time Harry Potter comes up, it always brings up J.K. Rowling, the Queen of the TERFs, and how if you support anything Harry Potter related, it's supporting her as well. I don't know how you feel about that specifically, but what I wanted to say is like there's a lot of like other media personalities that are friends with her that still say like good things about her. Like I think I remember Helen Bahama Carter was like defending her, and I was telling my friend like it's just because they know a different side of her that isn't the TERF side. It doesn't necessarily mean maybe that they agree with her. What do you think of that?
Well, there's two separate questions here. One has to do with financially supporting somebody with views that you don't like. The other has to do with being friends with somebody with views that you don't agree with. I think you can be friends with almost anybody. I think the problem comes from when there are a few conditions that have to be met that make the problem weird. One is if you have an area of expertise in an area where they're seen as very controversial. And then two is whether or not your position is made clear on that. So like, let's say that you're close friends with somebody who has very controversial political takes, but you're just like a painter or something. I don't know. Like I can understand that, like you as a painter not having to clarify strongly publicly like what your position is on some issue that they're talking about because it's just not your field and it's like who the fuck cares. But like let's say you're a strong political commentator or something, and then you're friends with another political commentator and they have like wildly different viewpoints than yours. I think if people don't know your viewpoints, then they can get the impression that you are like tacitly endorsing or supporting the other person's views, I guess is possible. So it just depends on I'd say you almost have to go on a case-by-case basis here, but it just kind of depends. Personally, I would say that like I don't like the idea that like you should be able to be friends with people with different political views, but the problem is a lot of people will do that, but then they're basically endorsing shitty views without being honest about it. So I don't like those people either. But yeah, I don't know. I'd have to evaluate it on a case-by-case basis. Yeah.
Okay. Well, to bring it back to Emaru again, like so, people talk about her association with Asmongold, considering that Asmongold has incredibly abhorrent, disgusting, ghoulish opinions in U.S. politics. Do you think that Emaru should do more to distance herself from him?
Well, like so, I think it would depend on what her like stream content is or what she normally talks about. Because if this is a person who has like basically no political engagement ever.
Ever, yeah.
Yeah, then I don't know if I really expect them to make their...
Yeah, she's just like a cosplay streamer, that's all she does.
Well, is that true, or are we just insulting her? I don't actually know. I'm not sure.
She plays video games and shit.
Well, yeah, she plays video
She's
games.
like
I'm not
IRL
insulting
video
her.
game
She's a good
streamer.
cosplay streamer. I'm just saying, like,
She
that's
does
all
cosplays.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to lighten up a little bit. So I'm a little bit older than you. I'm just curious, what was like the first video game system you played on?
It was that Nintendo, and it was with the Super Mario Brothers Duck Hunt combo game. I feel like that was a lot of people's first game, or maybe
the NES. Yeah, that was mine too. My first game was Mega Man 2, which is why my profile has Mega Man on it.
Mega Man 2, dude. I remember installing. Oh my god, it was so hard. I don't even know if I ever got it fully working. I felt like the sound never worked. Installing one of the early Mega Man games on my dad's. It was a 600 megahertz processor, some shit fucking desktop. Oh my god, it was a nightmare. It was because it was like 3 floppy disks to install it all, and it was just, god, it was agony. Did you ever play?
Was it in
oh wait, go ahead. DOS.
Was it in DOS?
No, this was like, I want to say Windows 95.
Oh, okay. I wonder if it was like the X series games.
Like Mega Man X.
Yeah, I wonder if it was Mega Man X.
Did the first Mega Man X come out by 95? No, it definitely wasn't a Mega Man X game though. No, I know what Mega Man.
Okay.
Excuse me, motherfucker. I was a big Mega Man fan. I know what Mega Man X looks like. This is not Mega Man X.
Yep.
Okay. Did you ever play? Oh my god, I rented this game from Blockbuster and I was so excited for it, and I played this game for all of like 2 hours and I fucking hated it. Did you ever play the Mega Man 3D games or whatever?
Yes, Mega Man Legends.
Yeah. Did you like those games? Were they any good or?
Oh, they're excellent. Those are some of the best Mega Man games. Yeah, it's like Capcom completely usurped Nintendo in 3D, like a 3D adventure game before, like, because that game came out before Ocarina of Time. A lot of people don't know that. That's why when you play it, you have to use the L and the R buttons to look around, because they didn't think about using like a camera, like a real time camera to move around.
Gotcha.
So, but no, those games are really good, and people are really pissed off that Capcom won't make a third one.
Interesting.
But
okay.
Yeah.
Well, damn.
I have another question, but how much time do I have left, Mooten?
You're out, but
go one more quick one. What is it?
Yeah, you're good.
All right. I'll try not to like go too far onto it, but yeah. What do you think about like what do you think about all those gooner games?
The gooner games. What are the gooner games?
So like, well, okay, I'm saying it in a stupid meme way, but I feel like the thing I wanted to say is I feel like in Western games, there was this new school, this sort of like trend to remove like sex appeal from video games like completely.
Okay.
And so now we have like we like you see like the alt-righters or the gamers, I guess we'll just call them the gamers. They would get mad. They're like, "Where are the boobs in my game?" Right? Because like one real funny thing that they complained about was that like Tifa's like her boobs weren't big enough.
Yeah.
In Final Fantasy, yeah, it was really stupid. But in general, it does feel like in Western games there is this like push to like have like they're almost afraid to like make like an attractive woman in a video game. Do you think that that's like all like bullshit, or do you think that there's something to that?
Man, it's hard to say because I don't know if I play enough modern games to have a strong opinion on that. Like, I feel like all the people in Expedition 33 were pretty, were beautiful.
That's true, yeah. Well, that's because it's a French game.
Yeah, is that why?
Yeah.
My perspective on it is that, like, as long as you're honest about what you're making, then I don't know if I care as much. I don't know if I'm making this up, but I read this on like Reddit that that Yoko Taro, the guy who is the director behind like Nier Automata and some of the other Nier games, I think, that
yes.
I think he was asked why he made like 2B and all these people, like, why are these robots so
Yeah.
fucking sexy? And I think he just said, like, I like looking at them. They're fucking hot as fuck.
Because I want to write hot women, yeah.
Yeah.
As opposed to like Kojima, where he's like, well, you see, she has to breathe through her skin like a frog. Like, yeah, like Kojima, come on.
Yeah, that was super cringe. Especially given that he
Stick-
has like women in these games that aren't necessarily, I feel like this is a whole separate topic, but like going into something like the Nier robots, they're hot girl things and they look like hot girl things and that's just it, and it's just there as like a purely pornographic whatever. I think it's honest, it's like fine. I feel like I'm way more okay with that than even, did you ever play Metal Gear Solid 1?
Yes.
You know, there are a lot of like weird pervy things that you could do with Meryl, right? Like I think if you follow her into like the bathroom, you can like keep staring at her until she blushes. And like I think when you're crawling over the vent before you go to find the DARPA chief, who's actually the psycho or the decoy octopus
Squid,
guy. Yeah, you can look down the vents, and I don't know if you can see her in a bra or something. Where there's like a whole bunch of like I'm more okay with the near stuff than that stuff, because I feel like that other stuff is a little bit just kind of like.
And then is it
pervy.
Meryl like 17 or something?
I don't know if she's 17, but she's definitely given as like a younger person. She's like the colonel's daughter, and you're like the older guy, Snake, legendary soldier. So there's that whole dynamic.
Yeah, that's a little weird. The reason I bring it up is because like right now I'm playing Stellar Blade, and Stellar Blade is like one of those games where it's like, look, it's like this very attractive female character, and she's doing, but it's like it has like action gameplay that's very good. Like it's a good game. It's like a gotcha game where it's like a bunch of like big boobied elf girls, but then like the gameplay is boring as shit.
Sure.
You know, and I find that I'm playing a lot of those gotcha games because it's just like this is the only place where I can find the hot women now in video games.
Is that like a determining factor for you for whether or not you'll play a game? As if
I mean, a little bit. It's something that I care about a little bit. Like if you divided my interest in video games into like 4 quadrants, it's like one of them. But then of course the other 3 are like, is the gameplay loop good? Is the world building, or not world building, the art direction good? Is the is it well manufactured? Does the game come together? Does it have a bunch of glitches in it? You know, those are the 4 big things I think about. But then like sometimes I'm playing a game and I'm just looking at it like, you're playing that game Oh, I shouldn't take a shit on eugenics. Never mind. But there are other indie games where I'm looking. I'm like, this game is so good. I just wish it didn't look stupid. Like I just wish it had a bit more appeal to it in general. But then I'll play like a AAA game and there'll be a female character. I'm like, I guess she's okay. You know?
Okay.
And I don't know. It feels like there's like a huge like angry pushback in the industry of like they'll make like a female character and then they'll just be like, make sure that her chest is very small. Like I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Well, maybe try to make it appeal to women players as well to expand the industry or whatever. Maybe it was part of the drive for that, but
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Well, have fun. Be careful.
All right. Nice talking to you.
Yeah.
Have a good one, Gooner.
Wow.
MSII. Hello.
Hello. Give me 1 second. Let me mute the stream. Okay, I came on here last week. I wanted to ask another question about Iran. Destiny, do you think that Iran, like, we respect their like wishes enough, or do you how do you feel about that?
Do you feel like we don't respect Iran's? You mean like the Iranian people, or what?
More so like their interest in the region. Like they have like a stake at the table. Like the common quote is like the enemy gets a vote.
I mean, their interests are contrary to ours, so I mean, definitionally, we don't really respect. Right? What?
But don't you think that we could like come to like the kind of where I'm getting at is I feel like the Israeli and the U.S. strategy on this is like it's to like kind of excise Iran in the same way that the Arab states kind of did to Israel prior to like, the Arab coalition falling apart. And I feel like it's super unproductive and it's just leading to a lot more people dying in the region. Your opinion on it?
Well, I mean, like we consider them an enemy, right? So of course we have contrary interests and we try to do the opposite of what they would want because our interests, we review them as not aligned, right?
Yeah, but kind of where I'm getting at is that like, even with like even the U.S. Like,
wait, shit, your shit is trolling me. Stop. Like, your thing is lagging so much. He's lagging. Stop lagging.
You're lagging.
Wait.
Stop.
Okay, sorry. Let me move channels in the Discord.
You mean change servers or?
No, I think someone was posting GIFs in the general chat and it was lagging my PC.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
But like when the USSR and the US like Gorbachev was like slowly tearing down like the Iron Curtain, like us opening up our economy to the Soviet Union kind of helped like soft power, and it helped kind of stabilize Russia going out of.
Are you asking like, is there like a way that we could be like friendlier towards Iran in a way to bring them into our sphere of influence rather than just like being aggressively like warmongering towards them? Is that kind of what you're asking?
Exactly. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, I would agree with that. That's why I was a supporter of like the Iranian, like the nuclear deal or whatever. I think stuff like that is good. I think it'd be better if we were to do that. But but we're not doing that. Yeah.
I came on here last week and I asked you about. Do you think that you weren't really interested at the time? But do you think Iran's like strategy is kind of pragmatic from their point of view? Like, do you think that the way they defend themselves, you could justify?
I mean, from their perspective, yeah, for sure. What do you mean by what? I guess what are we talking about in particular?
So like if your state is like has like a constant security threat from like Israel, let's say, like it would like I feel like it would be smart for you to kind of lessen the burden a little bit and start getting these proxies out there to fight them as well. But
yeah, sure.
Like,
I mean, I'm firmly a believer. Like in my mind, like I think like I do believe that like terrorism is a perspective. I think it's kind of silly to pretend that terrorism is a thing that's very easily defined as just being good guy or bad guy based on the actions you do. I think it very much comes down to like there's going to be some differentiation in strategies, but like for the most part, I think terrorism is just a perspective of whose side are you on. So like it makes sense that they do what they do. Like I would expect them to do as much. Yeah.
There's like a cliche: one man's freedom fighters, another man's terrorists. But do you think that some of the U.S. strikes have gone as far as terrorism? Like I think it was the B-1 bridge they blew up near Tehran.
Do you think that the United States has engaged in terrorism? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like some of the strikes like are getting kind of excessive. I think the death toll from Iranian civilians is like 2,500 at this point from the strikes.
I would have to know more.
Are we doing terrorism?
So I don't know the particulars of what we've done for the Iran stuff, just because politics is very boring right now with this administration. But like the current administration is operating in like I would say a worse than terrorist manner. So like I would say that like your best actors would be state actors that are adhering to international law, and then your next best would be non-state actors that are adhering to international law, and then your second worst would be non-state actors that are not adhering to international law. So these are like your Hamas, your ISIS, your Al-Qaeda, whatever else. But your worst actors, I would say, are people that are state actors that are not adhering to international law, because they can commit acts of terrorism, but they can do it with the full force and the full authority and the full backing of like an entire nation state. So when the United States of America, for instance, I would say like double tapping the Venezuelan boats or whatever, that's like those are blatant acts of war / acts of terrorism. I don't know if you call them acts of war because they're literally on civilians, right? Even if they're drug dealers, these are civilians, not like military people. So all that to say, I don't have a position right now on whether the attacks on Iran that the U.S. have done, if they've engaged in terrorist attacks, but just because I haven't read about it, but it wouldn't surprise me because the current administration like embraces terrorist tactics. Like you literally had our the DoD head Hegseth, the Department of War head Hegseth literally said we're going to give no quarter, which is like definitionally like anti-rules of war. So I think the current U.S. behavior for military action is deplorable.
Right now,
what?
Right now, I feel like there's two big movements in the world. I feel like there's the Chinese, Russians kind of world order being formed, and I feel like the American on the other. And I feel like every stupid thing that Trump does is just like tearing down that world order, and it's getting really scary, to be honest.
Yeah, I think yeah. Your mic is cutting out a little bit again.
Sorry, I'll leave after this. Just another thing, just to put into perspective, like how crazy the Iran is. In 1 month of fighting, we've lost 6 fixed-wing aircraft. I think it was 9 years of Operation Iraqi Freedom and Enduring Freedom. We lost 24. It is kind of crazy the level of assets we have in the region right now. But thank you for your time, Destiny. I appreciate you.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
Have a good one. Traceless 1X.
Hello.
Go ahead.
I've talked to Destiny before a while ago when he was doing his like debate prep. Hi, Destiny.
Hi,
it's nice to talk to you again. So I've been watching your content for a little while now, probably for like not like a super long time. Sorry, I didn't get to see the earlier Destiny years, but like since at least 2025, maybe like late 2024 is when I started watching your content.
Okay.
And I want to know, how can I personally, like, other than watching your content, I'm sure maybe other creators, how can I have better counterpoints to some of like my friends that are unfortunately like diehard Trump cocksucks and like defend him all the time? Like, is there any way like I can actually like get through to them like that, hey, the president's like doing like fucked up shit in the country and like he's not like as good as they think.
The problem is,
like...
it's hard for me to test any of these ways to do this because their entire side is so fucking afraid of having like actual substantive debates. Like the two things that I would harp on to your friends. The first thing is I would say, why the fuck, if everything you guys are doing is so defensible, why is everybody that was a former Trump dick suck so fucking afraid of any confrontational conversation about it? That would be the first thing, right? That should raise a bunch of red flags. Number one. Then the second thing should be like, who is making better predictions about things that would happen? Like, how many times are clips of Biden or Kamala Harris being played to undermine, the Biden admin? I don't know if that ever happened. Versus how many Trump clips have we heard where he's like, Obama is going to start a war with Iran because his ratings are sliding, and now he's doing the war with Iran. People do wars when they can't negotiate. Okay, well, he's doing a war now, I guess, because he couldn't negotiate. Doge was an epic, monumental fucking failure. By the way, we've completely dropped this, but the whole build a wall and make Mexico pay for it, that never happened.
Didn't Biden he did honor that though, I believe, right? I just know
that Mexico never paid. Mexico never paid some billions of dollars for a wall like Trump fantasized or whatever. This just never happened, and it was totally dropped as a talking point. But the admin has just failed on so many things that they said that they would do. And so if you were somebody who was predicting, oh, finally we're not going to go to war anymore, or we're going to be able to deport all these illegal immigrants or whatever, none of the or Doge was going to find a bunch of government inefficiency. None of this ever happened. So if any of your friends were part of the podcast Dick Suck group, like the Joe Rogans and all these people who were saying Trump was going to do all these amazing things, none of those predictions came true. All of them were false. The deficit and the debt are worse than ever. Holy shit! I don't know how true this is because I'm only going by headlines. I just saw that they were going to request a $1.5 trillion military budget. 1.5
that's accurate.
trillion.
That is real.
I thought it was a huge deal when we just passed, I think, $1 trillion ask. I don't remember if that was under the last years of Biden or if it was the first year of this Trump admin. Holy fuck! $90 billion.
I don't want to get you demonetized, but that is low key retarded how much money they're asking for.
It's just it's ungodly. That's just that's just crazy. I don't know why. And by the way, this will happen. I don't know how old you are, but in 2 to 3 years,
30.
You're going to hear over and over and over again about how we got about. How many times did you hear these fucking losers talk about balance the budget, balance the budget, balance the budget, inflation, government spending, balance the budget? And what the fuck happens when they get in? These guys spend like a fucking like a grandma whose health insurance has ran out, who's on a fucking bingo hall. These motherfuckers are spending money on everything. It's insane. Tons of money to ICE, tons of tax cuts everywhere, tons of money to the military. It's wild. It's wild.
They're cutting the medical programs to do it though, right? Like Medicare.
I think they floated that idea,
to
but
fund the war.
That's not going to happen. I don't think they'll have the popular support to do it. Would be my guess, but I don't know, man.
But the spending they want to do on the war though, that will be borne on the taxpayer. So absolutely though, right?
It has to be, yeah. I just don't think they're going
yeah.
to cut any Medicare or anything because I think the American people would lose their minds. But that just means it's going to be even more and more to the deficit, right? There's a chance that by the time we come out, like 33% or maybe half even of the U.S. debt is because of Trump. It's just crazy. That's just insane.
Yeah, I just don't understand. I'm in my 30s now. I wasn't really super political when I was younger. I watched a little bit of news from both sources. I don't really watch Fox at all because Fox is just absolute dog shit of news. It's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one person on Fox News that I can actually kind of respect, and I think that's what's her name, Jessica Tarlov, because she's not a MAGA cocksuck on their network. She actually
is she just
calls them out for their shit.
Isn't she the stand-in liberal they've got?
Yeah. I'll give her credit. She actually at least called. She's at least decent. I'm not going to say she's perfect.
Although she's literally brought in to be the liberal to disagree with them. But not to take away from her. I do appreciate her position there, but yeah.
But it's just it's terrible. What Trumpism, MAGism's done to a lot of my family, older people, my grandparents. They're brainwashed by Fox News. It's just fucking terrible.
Yeah, and I've heard this complaint way more than I did in the first Trump term in terms of people losing family members to just absolutely unhinged, insane shit, and there's just no coming back for any of it. Yeah,
but everything the fucking president's campaigned on, he said he literally. I remember watching his speeches. I watch his speeches so I can have the facts to back up with what I say sometimes with them. But he literally campaigned on no new wars.
Yeah.
He said affordability, and then now he calls affordability a Democrat hoax. It's just he's a fucking hypocrite of a president, and I don't get how anybody justifies anything he's done and being he's doing a good job. Where the fucking gas prices they're over $4 in my state, and I'm not in California or anything. I know California, it's you were just there in California, so you know how much it was.
I live in California. Yeah, driving
Like,
back
what,
from
over
Gainesville.
$5?
Driving back from Gainesville. Now I have to put the 93 octane in, but it still was like $5.40 a gallon. I was like, holy shit, we're on some.
And that's
shit right now.
insane.
There's just
And what people don't realize, well, I don't know about those people. Like, obviously you do, but if the gas prices keep going up, that means diesel prices go up.
Yeah, and
Goods,
transportation
costs of goods are
costs
going to keep
everything.
going up.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's stupid.
And it's just like, I just don't see how, like, we're gonna have 2 more years of this shit. How is that going to be sustainable in this country? Like, I don't know how much worse things are going to get. Like, I know like stuff's going to probably keep getting expensive. Do you think we see gas prices across the board, like, at the bare minimum, end up going over $5 a gallon, like they did back in like 2022?
I mean, the statement that I made
6?
was that we weren't going to be able to stay at this war for like a month or whatever. Like, I just don't think we could. But this administration is so stupid. I don't know.
What do you mean? We're already at a month.
This war, I don't really agree with the war either. Like, I don't know what we're gonna really accomplish. Like, we're just pissing off people. Like, I saw Trump was flirting with the idea of pulling out of NATO, which would be absolutely fucking terrible. I know he can't, but like we'll just say he won't. It's not that he won't try though. Like, he's already tried stretching the laws with the executive orders he's been putting through. So he's been testing the Supreme Court. I'm surprised to see the Supreme Court have some pushback on him. Like, that actually does surprise me with them having a Republican majority.
Yeah,
but it's just like, what the, like, I don't know what the fuck. Like, what the fuck do I like? I'm sitting back and watching this as an American. it just fucking pisses me off. But like, there's literally nothing I can do about it other than just observe the bullshit that we have to deal with.
Did you go out to the No Kings protest?
I did not go to the No Kings protest.
You had to work.
Not that I'm against. I'm not against it though. Like, I'm not against it. Just so we're clear. I'm not like I'm not really a social activist kind of person or anything. Really,
well,
like,
maybe you should be.
Hey, listen. As long as you vote, okay?
Yeah, I do. I do vote. I'm a registered Democrat. I mean, I'm not gonna say like I support every single thing that the party does or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's some probably aspects of like the left that I don't agree with, because I'm not like, I don't consider myself like a far left person, or like the extreme left. But I'm not somebody like Hassan that would say like straight up, I'm not going to vote for like Gavin Newsom because he's not far left enough for me to want to support him. Like, fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
I also personally can't stand Hassan. I'm sorry, not sorry. I think he's a detriment to the left and like the Democrats in general. Like, I think he does more harm than good.
Yeah, we agree.
I don't want to get doxxed by him though, so like, hopefully he doesn't figure out who I am, by me saying that. Like, if he's lurking your stream or whatever. I'm just kidding.
No, he'll be okay.
I have heard he's tried to do that to people though, so you never know.
I think it's usually people around it, but okay.
That is, but like, I appreciate your time, Destiny, and yeah, I definitely paid to win to get in here to talk to you. I'm not gonna lie, I subbed to the tier 3 because of that. But
good.
I don't want to like fucking keep rambling. I'm a little bit autistic, so I apologize for that. But I'll just watch your stream. Thank you guys.
Thanks a lot. Have a good one, man.
Jess.
Wait,
how's it
do you
going,
think we'll
guys?
get or he can be here? That's fine. I wonder if we'll hit over the peak under Biden in June of 2022 was $5.03 per gallon. I wonder
on average.
Yeah, it was real bad. That was like peak.
That's crazy.
But this was. Fuck. When did Russia invade Ukraine?
23.
Was that 2023? No, it was February 2022. So I think this was coming off of all the supply crunch and catch up from COVID, and then the Russia-Ukraine invasion happened. So yeah, we were mega fuckerinoed. I wonder if Trump will get past that. Right now we're at 377 average across the entire United States. That was for March is the last one that was listed. I don't know where we're at for April. I don't know if anybody has numbers for that. It might be over $4 for April. Or no, I'm so sorry. We're in April now. Just kidding. I don't know where we're at right now. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
In Canada, it's $1.81 per liter.
I don't know what the fuck that means, so fuck you.
So sad. So I have a question for you about being a streamer.
Okay.
So you've said in the past that ideological alignment with your audience is something that you sort of consider like a point of success or failure, right? Like, if my audience is full of like communists or Nazis, like, what's going on? Like, I should probably reorient, right?
Yeah, they should broadly resemble like the things that you believe. I think. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Not exactly, but yeah. So something I think about when I picture being a streamer, when I fantasize about it, is I wouldn't just want my audience to agree with me politically. I would also hope that they would be like cool people, ideally, you know, like the kind of people that I could have a beer with, that I would like fuck with, generally speaking. And I guess the question I would have for you is, how much do you think about that? Do you think that's something that a content creator should worry about in general? And like, how cool do you perceive the average DGer to be?
I think it depends on the type of content you do. I do like political content. I think if I did like lifestyle content, I think I would hope that that would be the case more. So like a lot of like red pill stuff or like self-improvement stuff or whatever. I would hope that would be the case, but I don't. So I guess as long as people aren't like murderers or rapists or thieves or whatever, or illegal immigrants. No, I'm just kidding. I think for the most part I wouldn't care. I feel like my audience is pretty average in terms of just like the demographics they pull from. So like a little bit more socially awkward than average, more like comp sci type people or whatever else. But I mean, for the most part, they're fine. Yeah, most of my interactions at events and everything are okay.
Sure, yeah. I mean, like I wouldn't want my audience to be like cool by society standards by any means. It would be like cool by my standards, right? But I guess like if you felt in a hypothetical world, if you felt like the average DGer was just like a total cringe fuck, like would you think of that as a failure on your part or like a cause to reorient? Or would you just be like, well, if they agree with me, then whatever?
I'm not sure. I would have to think about it a lot, or I would have to think about how that would play out a lot, I guess. Because, like, yeah, I just don't do, like, lifestyle-y content. We don't talk about that kind of stuff much, so I just don't think about it much, I guess, yeah. I mean, if it was really bad, then I guess I would maybe consider doing something different, but, yeah.
Yeah. Is this like an insecurity or a concern that you have seen in like other content creators or like content creator friends that you've had where they're like, like my audience they're fucking cringe or, you know?
Not socially, no. Usually the only time they'll complain about the audience is if they're doing things that are hurting like opportunities. So, like if you've got a streamer audience that's like fighting with other streamers and then making the streamer look bad, like that could be stuff that people would complain about, but.
Interesting. Okay. I imagined you would index that higher. It's fascinating. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thanks.
Have fun. Be
careful.
Bye. Loser.
Goodle?
Yo.
What's up?
Go ahead.
Can I get unbanned or no?
Unbanned where?
Hello? DGG chat.
What'd you get banned
What'd you
for?
do?
Wait, what's your name?
Dep ID. Oh, Dep chat. Dep chat.
What's your name?
Dipper. DIPPER.
Haven't I feel like I banned you like 20 times. Destiny, don't push too far. What was that about?
My finger slipped, honestly.
You think you slipped?
Mistype is mistype.
Did you put in an unban request to Bing?
Yeah. Did you go through the Bing channel? What did Bing say?
And what did he say?
Didn't get a reply yet.
How long ago was it?
3 weeks ago.
Put in another one, okay? Bing's. He'll check.
He's
He'll
working
check
on
for you.
it.
Yeah. Get him out of here.
He's gone.
Wait, what was that guy referring to? Destiny, don't push too far. 5 days ago. What were we doing 5 days ago?
I'll be right back. 2 minutes.
Fuck Mr. Mooten. Arc Raiders? Was it an Arc Raiders comment? Damn, I must have been real grumpy if I banned for an Arc Raiders comment. Damn. God damn. Yes, because his other message was, chat, y'all want to see the loading screen? Oh, based. Okay, then it was a good ban. That was an A+ ban. Hell yeah. Oh, hold on. What's this?
Pieces. One is the
Senator Tom Tillis.
The investigation of Jerome Powell. There will not be another Fed chair confirmed until that's disposed of, or until, for the first time since the allegations were made public, they could actually prove there's even a scintilla of criminal activity. We have 7 Republican members of the Banking Committee saying there wasn't. Now, separate matter, for me, the threshold for somebody following...
Wait, I like that. Okay. So nothing is happening to Powell until that investigation finishes. That's good. Congress, again, another fuck up with Trump not using his Congress. There are 7 members on this Senate Banking Committee. None of them thought there was criminal activity. Trump didn't give a fuck about them, yeah.
Separate matter, for me, the threshold for somebody following Pam Bondi ends the moment I hear they said one thing that excused the events of January the 6th. I've been very clear on that. So I hope whoever they have in mind to follow General Bondi was very clear-eyed on my position on January the 6th. That's why I didn't support two other nominees who were coming through Judiciary Committee, and I won't support any nominee who thought that any element of January 6th was excused. Two pieces. One is the
Biden did cover us in some ways that people don't give him credit for. I think the pardons were a good idea for the whole J6 committee and all that. If he hadn't have done those pardons, they would be going after all those people, guaranteed. There was also apparently this as well. President Biden signed the fiscal year 2024 National Defense Authorization Act in December 2023, which includes a provision prohibiting any U.S. president from unilaterally withdrawing from NATO. Nice. More Fuentes slop. What is this?
Don't understand. People don't understand. This is bad. And it's going to keep going on and on and on. Unless we are able to cut our losses and put Israel in their place. That's it. We could share the Strait of Hormuz with Iran. We could get them to give up their nuclear program. We had a nuclear deal with them for 10 years, or we should have had it for 10 years. What is standing in between the U.S. and Iran making a deal is that Israel, because of their foreign policy, has to undermine it.
I mean, I just don't know the history of the relationship between Saudi Arabia and Iran, but like, Iran probably directly fucks, well, Iran definitely directly fucks with Saudi Arabia way more than with Israel, although their proxies fuck with Israel as well. But I mean, Iran also stepped down to support the Houthis, which Saudi Arabia had been fighting with for a long time too. It's more than just Israel. It's like Israel and the, I don't know if it's all just GCC states, but like all those kind of like Gulf states that are friendly-ish towards the United States and U.S. interests. Wow, Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub in Cake Chat. Is that his name, Anonymous, or is it just an anonymous donor?
It's that simple. We're either going to destroy our country, crash the global economy, we're going to bleed out in this bear trap that we can't get out of, or we can restrain Israel and tell the Jews no. That's your options. And we're literally going to kill our country because we can't tell these fucking people no. That's Mark Levin. People don't understand.
Not good when you have a weak man as the president. She put ghost peppers in her food to find out which coworker kept stealing her lunch. Wow! Nuclear has a giant cock. Thank you for gifting one sub. A group of unlucky drivers in Miami, Florida pulled up behind a row of parked cars expecting them to move. Kyle James Converse, who filmed this video, said he watched the line form from when the first car stopped behind a series of parked vehicles. Oh, why are these... Wait, is it... This isn't parking, is it? Okay, good one. It is? LOL? I'm trying to remember, did we park on the... Would the bike lane be between the parked cars and the sidewalk? Is that how it normally is? It is in some place in New York? Huh. Maybe, right? I don't know where this is. I've probably driven by it before, though, probably. Dumbasses. Someone stealing your lunch at work. What's your strategy to get them? Thankfully, I've never had to worry about that, I guess, because I always worked at restaurants, so. Oh, 3.5 minute Hassan slop.
October. Can you speak on your thoughts about that student question about the October 7 race? Can you elaborate on how that person was coming off? No, it's classic. There's always one.
There's always one. Mossad.
There's always one.
Mossad agent
That
trying to
weirdo
sabotage
student
me.
yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it didn't. It didn't actually work, did it? I mean, it was quite embarrassing for the student. So, and he kind of understood that it was embarrassing. He got like super red, and it was. It's one of those things where, like, in your head, I think in your head and on the internet, you have an idea of like how things are gonna go, but then in person it doesn't go that way. Like, it's just, it doesn't work that way. This notion that like a real world interaction is going to take place in the same way that you envisioned it in your mind, or the same way that you assumed it would happen on the internet. Yeah, I did USF Law the day prior. I did the Stanford University. It was great. Both were great. One was a full-blown speech. The other one was like a moderated Q&A. And then like...
Why does his son perpetually bully people he marginally disagrees with? He has to. It's all part of the team sports. Remember, don't ever respond to the point. Pivot as much as you can, and then attack the person personally, or pivot to some other bullshit talking point. Always, always, always. That's what he did in response to this guy's question. He even did that, yeah.
An unmoderated portion of the Q&A. And in the unmoderated portion of the Q&A, there was a moment where like someone was like, I'm going to get him.
Past stream of yours where you were discussing October 7th.
I think you should start bringing up the pro-rape rights after you clear the argument. I wasn't invested in like destroying this person, okay? That's not how I operate. I was just invested in like neutralizing the argument by just saying what the truth is and then moving on. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, every single time this kind of thing has happened, the person that always brings stuff like this up, I think in their minds think it's going to like work out very differently. You know?
Mm-hmm.
They think like, oh, he's going to be humiliated. He's going to be epically owned, right? And it just never works that way. It never works that way at all. And I don't know why people still try to do that shit. It's just, to be fair, I think you should explain more why you weren't saying what you said, which is why you were responding to genocide deniers' critiques of you, even though they weren't specifically present in that exact clip. You were on shadowboxing defense mode at that moment, but they don't realize that.
Nah, don't respond to the point. Fuck you. Tell him why he's wrong, Hassan.
You did not care about rape victims.
Do you feel like I explained it thoroughly?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Or just not respond to him. Okay, based.
That was beautiful witness.
I mean, they agreed with me at the end of it, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, no, the lawyers were also very woke. I mean, it was mostly fans in the room. It was great. Yeah, he turned red by the end of it. I completely disagree with that take. This is the best response you've had to this argument thus far.
There you go. Hell
I think it's fine, you know?
This response was unhinged. What do you think about why did you deny that any rapes happened on October 7th? Do you support the genocide? Do you support the genocide? Do you support the genocide? Or is that what you mean? Is that... Seth's firing all the generals, based. Right before or as we're in war, based. Okay. What did Metaloid link? Contributions to GDP or something? Utilities, mining, information, federal government. Real estate. What
are you looking at?
What do you want? Nothing for you. I got rid of it now. Thanks.
Really now? Hiding? Already made a copy. Jack Darko.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hang on, I'm sorry. My output is set to the wrong thing.
I just like, don't you guys use Discord?
No,
How do you always
they don't.
come in here
They
and your
just fuck
shit's
with
fucked?
us.
I just like, I don't understand, man.
They fuck with us.
No, I mean, I use it a lot, but yeah, I have,
It's okay.
the free Windows, so, what do you want me to say? All right, it fucks with my audio settings all the time.
Okay, whatever. Go ahead.
For sure. So, Steven, have you heard of this thing called chronic Lyme disease?
Good one. Okay, what about it? Or what do you want?
For sure. So, like, what causes Lyme disease?
ticks?
I don't know 100%. I think is it a bacteria? Yeah, usually it's carried by ticks.
Yep. Yeah, it is a bacteria carried by ticks for sure. Do you know which bacteria it is? This is a trick question.
Yeah, I think it's called it's a species of the Borrelia bacteria. Yeah.
Yeah, it's named after you, Mr. Borrelia.
Yeah, I see that. Okay, good one.
Is that the meme? That's it?
No. So there's like actually like a dozen different like flavors of bacteria. Like it's a whole genus that causes it.
Okay.
Do you know like what toxin they make?
No, I don't know the answer to any of this.
What,
no.
can you
Yeah, I
just
get the
get to
point.
it?
What's the point?
Sure. Like I don't know. Like you take a lot of shot. Like I understand that there's a disproportionate amount of like terminally online white women that weaponize, like multi-systemic inflammatory like disorders to, like escape accountability. But there's also a bunch of like alt health, like right-wing grifters that are
like, I'm aware.
exploiting people. And I don't know, I guess, not to do the be nice meme, but like, couldn't you attack the RFK and like the measles?
What are we talking about? What is the point of this conversation? Wait, what? I don't know what we're talking about right now.
You have said like several times that like chronic Lyme disease is fake. That,
Correct.
Like,
yes. Chronic Lyme disease is not a real thing. Correct. Yes.
What do you mean?
There is no such thing as chronic Lyme disease. You don't get a Lyme disease or a Lyme disease infection once, and then it remains hidden in your body in a chronic form that causes all of these untraceable symptoms for the rest of your life. That's not a real thing.
That's not what.
That is what chronic Lyme disease is. You can have Lyme disease, and you can also have untreated Lyme disease that causes complications that can go untreated for a long time and have issues, or whatever. But
you can't have post-treatment Lyme disease like syndrome.
No.
No, like so.
Or rather,
okay,
it is the position of the medical community all across the world that that's not a real thing. So my understanding is really.
So you can go look up on the Mayo Clinic right now, like they don't call it chronic Lyme disease because like that term has been like bastardized by the alt health community. But yeah, there is the bacteria doesn't make any toxin. Like most of the damage that happens is just your immune system fighting it and fucking up and hitting like off target sites. Like it's not poisoning you like in and of itself. Like it's your own system that gets like weaponized to fuck you up. And like if you're predisposed to autoimmune shit and you have this occurrence, like that can trigger it. Like I feel like that's not entirely out of the like scope of reason here.
Okay, but then we're not talking about chronic Lyme disease. We're talking about something else, right?
Well, yes, we are. Like again, like to the layperson, yes, we are. Like yeah, like I got Lyme disease. I didn't notice for like like fucking like 8 to 16 weeks, and then like I have some like longer lasting symptoms. Like even though it's all gone, like I'm still like I don't really feel like I'm entirely back to 100% again.
Sure. So my understanding is that any viral infection has a chance of causing kind of like long-lasting damage depending on the severity of the infection and a whole bunch of other variables known and unknown in the human body. So like when people talk about long COVID, I think I've heard that people characterize that as like a form of basically, it's like a chronic fatigue syndrome. And these are things that just sometimes the body, for whatever reason, can respond poorly to viral or bacterial infections. And sometimes it can leave like these like lasting conditions or damage in the body or whatever. My understanding is that is a real thing that people understand. They don't know exactly where it comes from, but that's different than chronic Lyme disease. Like there are people who will say they have chronic Lyme disease who've never even had Lyme disease before. They don't even know if they've ever been bit by a tick before. They just, it's like, what's the other thing? Fibromyalgia or whatever, where they just have like these syndromes of being tired and kind of, but not really. They're just kind of like getting old or whatever else. Like that's a different thing than like if you have Lyme disease and then you get your treatment or whatever, I'm sure there can be somebody linked to your, like I just look at this Mayo Clinic thing. I'm sure there could be like long-term negative impacts or whatever that come after that. Much the same, or maybe it's a little bit worse for Lyme disease, but like I know this happens with other, even like bad bouts of like the flu can leave like lasting damage, I think, in the lungs and everything else. But this is a different thing than chronic Lyme disease, which is coming from people who've never even had like a Lyme disease diagnosis before.
What are you saying, that literally everyone who says they have chronic Lyme disease has never had Lyme disease before?
First of all, it would be impossible for you to know that. And then statistically speaking, that's almost never going to be the case. I'm sure some of them have, but most of them, don't need like to be even diagnosed with Lyme disease to say that they have chronic Lyme disease. Like it's not a thing. This is not like a diagnosis they're getting from a real doctor, at least.
Sure. And like, again, like I'm not talking about those people. Like what I'm talking about is like people who like didn't notice that they like had a tick on them for several weeks, like got Lyme disease, and like now they're, you know, life is a little bit shittier. You know, like
I don't know
because
if
they had
that's well, one, I don't know if can a tick be on you for more than a day or two?
Yes.
Are you sure?
It's probably pretty rare because they gorge.
Yeah, I thought it once a tick has been on you for like a day or two, I thought those motherfuckers get
They usually
huge.
drop off. Yeah.
Sure.
They usually
like,
eat too much.
Again,
and then
like
they fall off.
I'm obviously like I'm trying to gesture to a pretty, you know, like specific case here of, you know, like someone who's like unlucky, you know, and like, you know, like the worst case scenario, right? Yeah, like, you know, like you have a tick on you, like, you know, it should fall off within like 2 days, and it's actually on there for like 3 or 4, and
Sure.
then you don't notice like the, you know, like the big rash because it's in a place that like you can't see all the time, and
yeah, but
and,
I don't
like,
know if that's the thing that is correlated with like having these like post-treatment Lyme disease is just having the infection for a long time, right? Is it?
That's not the only like risk factor. Like I'm just bringing up like a case of someone like, you know, who's, you know, gonna feel hurt, you know, when you're saying that like, oh no, it's totally fake. Anyone who says they have it is like totally like fucking lying.
But you're not talking about, this is not chronic Lyme disease though, then. You're talking about like a thing that sounds like it's like a real thing, right?
I mean, you've kind of, you're like begging the question here, right? You know, like you're defining like chronic Lyme disease as like, oh, like these are people who have never been diagnosed, never had Lyme disease. Like, you know,
generally speaking, that's what it, like, okay. Do you think that like,
generally speaking,
wait,
yes,
do you think chiropractic works? Like, do you think chiropractic medicine is a thing that works?
So there are like 2 major schools. Like most chiropractors go like 80% of them go to one school. Sorry, I forget the names right now. They go to one school and it's like pretty like not good. But there is like some amount of like evidence-based like chiropractic.
There's
like
not.
you know, I don't
Just
know.
to be clear, there's absolutely not. But so I can't even use this analogy. But the analogy I was going to use is like if somebody were to go and get like I'm sure there are some symptoms that can be alleviated if you have just like tense muscles or whatever. You go to a chiropractor and you get some kind of like adjustment or massage type thing that it'll make you feel better. But like if somebody says, okay, well, so then like would you call out these people for saying that they thought that chiropractic works? I would say, yeah, it wasn't chiropractic. You just got like a massage or something. Like that's why it worked. I wouldn't give them credit for doing a chiropractic thing. The same way that if somebody has some post-treatment Lyme disease related thing, I wouldn't associate that at all, and I wouldn't even call that chronic Lyme disease, because the people that have chronic Lyme disease oftentimes will never even have a diagnosis of Lyme disease. I don't even think they've ever even seen the rash. Like they'll say some shit like, oh, like ticks are so common, and I think you can get a tick on you, and then I had the tick and it must have fallen off, and the rash disappeared, but I have chronic Lyme disease. Like they don't even have the original disease.
Yes, I understand that like most of the people who claim to have that are probably wrong.
So then why would you?
Wait,
so then why would you? It's always just vague. It's like Gulf War syndrome or whatever. It's just vague, like tired, sore, whatever. But why would you group yourself in with those people by calling anything like some post-treatment thing you have? Why would you call that chronic Lyme disease?
Because again, like I'm talking about just a normal person of like average or less intelligence, who's just like, oh, I got Lyme disease and it was fucking me up for a while, and then I got treatment, and like I don't really like feel like myself again, and like chronic Lyme disease like is like the kind if they're going to use any sort of advanced vocabulary for this, like that's going to be the first thing they
but that's wrong. It's not a correct term. It's not chronic because you don't have Lyme disease for a long period of time. This is some bodily response or post-treatment. It's not like the bacteria is like secretly harbored inside your body somewhere, which it kind of sounds like the implication for like a chronic bacterial infection or whatever.
Yes, and like again, I'm talking about like a normal person who doesn't have who is.
Well, then I would just critique them on the term. Don't use that term. It's stupid, and I will attack people who talk about chronic Lyme disease because most of it is bullshit.
Like how often are you actually seeing this though, dog?
I don't see it that often because I don't deal with this stuff anymore. But if you dive back into like the COVID spaces, this shit it's not as rampant anymore because now apparently, maybe I'm over-indexing or just watching fucking Michaela Peterson. Now they've shifted to obsessing about fucking mold everywhere, and I see people talking about mold and microplastics and beef tallow or whatever the fuck else. But yeah, this is like one of the
beef tallow.
This is one of like the rotating retarded claims of stupid alternative health shit that is fucking rotting my country. RFK Jr. is the head of my.
Yes, and again,
HHS
like
health or whatever.
Yeah, not CDC.
So
HHS, or not FDC. Yeah, HHS. Yeah.
So look, I'm not trying to be here to do like the like the be nicer meme, but like again, like when you're attacking people who are getting taken advantage of, like like best case scenario, like why not attack the people who are selling them the bullshit rather than
I
like, the
would.
victims of the
By
scam?
saying chronic Lyme disease is bullshit. You shouldn't listen to the people that die. Nobody. I don't even think you can get. I'm sure there are some doctors that'll do it. There are doctors that'll give you ivermectin for cancer.
But like so I've heard you say this a couple of times. However, it's not phrased like that. Like like it's not like, oh hey, anyone who tells you that you might have like chronic Lyme disease, like they're lying. It's anyone who says that they have like chronic Lyme disease is
well, some
like
of these
bullshit.
people will literally self-ID as having chronic Lyme disease because they read about it online. They don't even get a diagnosis or anything. Even they don't even go to a quack doctor. They just read shit online and like, oh yeah, I think I have chronic Lyme disease.
Yeah, sure. I'm here to advocate for the people who, like who have long-term effects, as a result of a Lyme disease like infection, and
Well, let's get those people on. Let's get them
Yeah.
in here. That's
Yeah.
what I want to hear. I want them to come in
Dan?
and cry about it.
Any Lyme disease havers in chat? All right.
Okay. I will keep this in mind. Okay.
You flattened him.
Got him. For sure.
Anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna shill for like 2 or 3 things if that's okay.
2 or 3 things. Okay. You can
get
show for
one.
one thing.
Okay. I don't know if you're actually gonna stream all the way to 9 o'clock tonight. But like DGG poll, like debate night is happening in the main server, and will be streamed on DGG events.
Nice.
If you don't mind rating them.
Okay. I'm gonna stream past 9 o'clock tonight just for you.
Hell yeah.
I like your mustache.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one.
You too, bud.
He flattened you.
No.
Ruth, tier 5 subscriber.
Damn. Get the John Cena music.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. How you going?
Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So, first thing, Destiny, I wanted to thank you for helping my wife go into labor.
Jesus.
In December, my wife was having some preeclamptic issues, and her blood pressure was through the roof. But when we went to the hospital, her blood pressure dropped. So she hates me listening to you because she hates debating. And then you were debating the lawyer about the Venezuelan. I just turned that on full blast, and her went right back up, and we got admitted. Great. So
fucking awesome. All right.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
The second thing is watching you, I learned about Connor, and then I recently learned that Connor is basically a neighbor of mine. We're like 5 minutes away, so he's going to take me shooting for the first time. So that's cool.
Cool. Okay.
But I did have a theory on how we could, I guess, get an amendment passed for the pardon power. It's basically psyops in the red states where, Newsom gets elected or whoever gets elected in 2028. We immediately start funding campaigns about how Biden crime family still has not gotten accountability for the crimes they committed because of the pardon power. Newsom's going to do the same thing. We need to get rid of the pardon power. So let the Republicans drive that narrative, and then we just say, okay, let's go ahead and do it, and then we can do that.
Yeah.
How do you want to do it? Do you want to do it through Congress, or do you want it through like a...
Well, I'd say that'd be
What does
cute,
it
but
call
there's
it?
no shot they would go for that because they would know exactly what's going on. But, cute idea.
I don't know. They are pretty maybe the politicians themselves, but the actual voters are pretty.
Yeah,
so
but the
it may
politicians would
work.
have to push it, so maybe, it's not impossible.
Well, hold on.
What?
You could do it through that Continental Congress thing.
What? Continent? What do you mean?
It was that guy came in here and he was basically like, well, you don't actually need Congress sometimes. If you want to pass like an amendment or an amendment, you can just do it through the states. But you have to get like it was like 37 of the states just to do it.
Oh,
Constitutional Convention. That was
Wow.
my mistake.
Yep. So you do it that way, and then you have most of the states, ratify something that changes the pardon power just a little bit. It doesn't have to get rid of the whole thing, but basically.
No, that shit needs to go. It's retarded.
Oh, I do. I agree, but it's easier to tweak it than it is to get rid of the whole.
I agree. I think that it should probably be, it's either completely gone or the president recommends to Congress and then the Congress does votes.
I agree with that. Or it has to be a crime that they've already committed. Like that.
And you shouldn't be able to pardon people in your cabinet. That's also retarded.
100%. So one of the things that I think, just talking to leftists, I think it's very valuable to bring up the Gore Bush election, because the leftists who voted for Nader really brought every single thing that leftists complain about today. So if you want to talk about Citizens United, because leftists didn't vote for Al Gore. Right? If you want to talk about income inequality, it's because leftists didn't vote for Al Gore. If you want to talk about the environment,
Is this true? Did the leftists, did they have like genuine like power within that election, or are we talking about like 30 people?
The Gore election might have been decided by 30 people in Florida, right? Like the Gore election was very, 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 very close.
Nader,
right?
Nader got a significant amount of the vote.
Let me look it up.
Like for a third party.
I think it was complained about as being kind of a spoilerish candidate, right? Nader was, I think.
Yes. So if leftists would have just voted for Al Gore, you would have never had Citizens United, because you wouldn't have had a Supreme Court that was conservative that got pushed under Bush. You wouldn't have had the Iraq War, or really probably the Afghanistan War. You wouldn't have the tax cuts that led to income inequality and a huge deficit. If you pay attention to Gore's debate that he had with Bush, he said, hey, like, we have a surplus. What we should do with the surplus is we should make sure that everybody can afford healthcare, right? So every single thing that leftists complain about right now would be significantly better if they just would have done what they were supposed to do and just voted for the Democratic candidate.
Yeah, there were 100,000 votes for Nader, it seems like, in Florida.
Damn.
Which was 1.6% of the vote.
Got him.
Yeah. So
I think that's a good thing to bring up. Yeah, they spoiled the fucking 2000 election.
That's the biggest thing that they complain about right now. Money in politics. Well, if you didn't want money in politics, you should have voted for Gore. But the same ideology that you guys have had for the last almost 30 years that like kept bringing more harm upon the country isn't working. You guys still don't know how to organize. You guys still don't know how to like win a primary. So in the meantime, just fucking vote for the Democrats so we don't have to deal with this shit.
Okay, I'll keep it in mind.
Yeah, good idea.
Cool, awesome.
Have a good one.
Yep.
Congrats on the baby.
Wait, I'll be back. Hold on. Let me go to Redbull and stuff. 1 sec.
Really now? A second?
Right.
Well, happy Easter, everyone. Anyone seen a rabbit? Anybody hiding eggs for their kids? When you hide an egg now, how much money do you got to put in the egg for the kid to be like, ooh? Because like back in the day, what was it, like a $5? Is it a 20 now? Money? You don't put money in the plastic eggs when you hide them? I'm seeing a lot of pores I'm seeing a lot of pores in the chat right now. Wait, hold on. Seeing a lot of poor people coming up there. Yeah, there's candy, but then in like the rare eggs and like the hard to find ones, there was usually, I don't know, like fucking $5 or $1 depending on the egg. I think the highest egg I've ever found was like $20 probably. I'm with you. Thanks, man. What's the shade for Lyme disease? I just don't care. I don't care about Lyme disease. Stay out of the fucking grass if you don't want ticks. Actually, Shrimple has. I ain't never had a tick on me. I don't go outside. Oh, kick.com/anything else. Okay. We got the Shrinema emote. Dan had it made. Go there. I'm going to start typing it so you can see it because I can't do it in DGG chat. Holy. You guys are missing out. I'll tell you right now. The hell's this song doing? No, Parsec controls all the DGG emotes, man. I'm trying to get Parsec to add do the do back. Buddy do the do. That one was the fucking best one. I thought it was supposed to be Zoidberg. Well, you know, what are you gonna do? Dan couldn't figure out how to get Claude to do Zoidberg, probably. Buy these and review them. What the fuck? Not a fucking llama, brother. Click my link. Clicking. Did you guys see Trump tweeted out? Hold on. Let me make sure this is true. Truth Social. It was outrageous, but I still gotta check it. I think he truthed out Allahu Akbar. But I'm gonna hold on. I gotta make sure. Wait, I'm not seeing it. Was this fake news? I mean, he did, but it was in English. Damn it. He said, "Glory be to God," but it's in English. Fuck. That'd have been way more funny if it was in fucking Iranian. Whatever language they speak over there. Get us unbanned. 7 days is a lifetime. What the fuck did you get banned for? And why are you begging in the fucking kick chat? Farsi. Well, there's no one to age us, so cooked. Really now? All you had to do was go get a fucking Red Bull. I know you can hear me too, motherfucker. Asmon is in our subreddit. Hold on. Asmongold kick. That might be breaking news. Breaking news! Asmongold is in the Destiny subreddit on his stream right now. He is in there. This is breaking news right now. Breaking news. This is not a drill. Tell us what he's doing. I can't see because the kick in bed it went down to 160p. Okay, it's fixed again. He's in the song called Asmongold, an anti-Semite term, Asmongoy thread. He's about to show us something. Hold. He asked, "Are we ready?" Live Asmongold play-by-play. He's pulling something up right now. He is searching Holocaust reel in the trends. I don't know where this is going. I'm not sure where this is going, man. He has still not showed us the trend. He's pulling it up slowly. Okay. Interest over time, it has dramatically sparked in 2023. He said something about a fever pitch. That we're peaking. We're peaking on Holocaust denial. I don't know if he's saying this is a good thing or a bad thing. He's talking in the US. Wyoming is #1. Oh, he's bringing up another? He's talking about being clipped out of context? Oh, we got an ad. That's GG. He's cooked. I don't know what else is happening, man. He's just watching a video now.
What are you crying about?
Asmongold was on your subreddit. This is not a drill.
What?
Yeah, I know. You missed it.
Red alert! What did he say?
He was on the one where it says something about Hassan calls him Asmongoy.
Really?
Yeah, and then he started looking up Holocaust real and showing the trends of that. So I'm not sure which side he was on. I'm not sure which side Asmongold was on.
Hold on. Asmongoy is wrong about everything. Oh, he was just going through this
He
on
was
his
going through it.
stream. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right, go for it.
Oh, you want more?
Sure. We'll do up till 5. 12 minutes. Two more maybe. Go.
Oh. And we haven't gotten a single free caller today. It's just all been tier 3s or tier 4s.
Damn.
Carl. 5, 4, 3.
Carl, you can do it.
2, 1. Meh.
Damn.
This one's gonna be about PISSCO. I already know it. Aquila, go ahead.
Hiya. This is about.
Just
I
say
want to know
PISSCO,
if
I
you
know.
could unignore me, please.
What am I ignoring you on?
Well, that's the thing. You unignored me because I asked you what your favourite cheese was, and you just said I'm ignoring this guy. So, yeah.
Okay, you're unignored.
All right, thank you. Moot. I had something to ask you, but I forgot. So that's it.
Was it about PISSCO or no?
No.
I saw you were
actually,
fighting in the replies.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're way too harsh on PISSCO. Like, even the leftists he talks to vote them. Like, Straight Rate said she votes them. What are the two idiots, leftists?
The Vanguard.
Vanguard, that's it, yeah. They say they vote them. He argued with, what's his face? Prankai. Because he said he didn't and he wouldn't. And he actually argued it out for ages, so how can you say that PISSCO's some kind of crypto leftist?
I didn't say that. I just said he's been acting more based on Twitter recently.
Okay, so why originally did you not like him, or did you not trust him?
Because when he does debates and talks, he's a debate pervert, and he is not interested in actually having a conversation. He's interested in quote unquote winning the debate, but on Twitter, he actually seems pretty chill.
Okay, so you're a fan of Steve, yet you don't like PISSCO because he's a debate pervert. Is that right?
Yeah, but I feel like when Steve's having a conversation, he's trying to talk about the issue, not trying to win the conversation.
Oh, okay. Steve's just totally. Don't ignore me for this, Stephen, but you are a bit debate pervy, wouldn't you say?
What's the last conversation where we got so bogged down in semantics that we spent 3 hours talking about them we couldn't advance the conversation?
The one with Constantine.
Constantine's issue was that he wouldn't take a position on anything. He was the one dodging. I'm trying to do you think me asking somebody whose entire shtick for the past 4 years has been protecting Western values, what is a Western value? What would you want to protect? That he doesn't even answer that? That's a debate pervert question?
No, that's fair. That's fair. All right then. Well, I'm gonna go anyway. So before I go though, Stephen, do you mind
do you
telling me?
admit that you just got absolutely fucking dumpstered there?
Jesus.
Wow, you sound like a debate pervert there, Mr. Mooten.
No,
Calm down.
I'm just trying to get you to acknowledge it versus move on quickly.
Yeah, I got absolutely owned there, Moot.
All right, good. Thank you.
Good one. No, I did. Well done, Stephen. Stephen, before I go, as a sign of goodwill, and as a kind of unspoken promise that you won't buy me again, what's your favourite cheese?
Good job.
He's gone. All right. Wrecking Ball, tier 5. Go ahead.
Hey, how's it going? I don't have the awesome accent, unfortunately.
Right,
hey, man, how you doing?
What's up?
So I had I guess a thought process question, kind of around the Heritage Foundation and all that crap, right? There's been a lot of talk going around as far as why aren't people putting out, policy ideas and what's the equivalent to Project 2025 on the left, and why you don't see that more from the Democratic Party. And obviously it's the think tanks aren't necessarily there, You know, I don't necessarily think there's an equivalent of the Heritage Foundation for the Democratic Party, and most likely that comes down to someone's got to fund something like that. Like,
Okay.
is that really generally the reason you don't see those same type of organizations pop up?
I don't know. I'm not sure if it's a lack of funding or just a lack of... No, I feel like the money's there if people were to think about it. It's just a thing they haven't put much thought into yet, but hopefully they will soon, I guess.
Who is they?
I guess
Like,
that'd be the
Democrats.
Who are you expecting
Yeah.
to pick up this man?
I don't know. Maybe it could be Jeff or maybe the DNC, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
I would assume something like the DNC, but I feel like if that hasn't happened now, like by now, like
Well, then
it's hard
that's
to think
why,
of what
I don't know, it's a
forcing
thing I
function
talk
would
about
be.
it, so hopefully it brings awareness to it, and then maybe it gets picked up by more people, and I don't know. I'll bring it up in my talk with Tim.
That's a good topic.
That was it. Yeah, that's more the frustration. Like, I know people have been saying like, "Oh, Destiny needs to start doing this," and like, I'd love to see a research stream or something like that on that. But I think this is a problem that it's not like a one person can kind of handle this.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Wrecking Ball.
All right, man.
Be
Take
careful.
care.
Bye.
Have a good one. Robbie.
Hello.
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 Hey.
Hey, that's what horses eat.
One thing. Are you feeling like or I guess both of you, are you feeling pretty doomer overall about the US, or are you guys still pretty hopeful?
Pretty doomerish, yeah. Why?
I'm feeling better recently.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Newton?
Yeah, I'm feeling better recently because I think that Trump is absolutely looking like a fucking moron in the Iran war, and I think it's only going to hurt the Republicans. He's also trying to do stupid shit in Congress around the defunding of the DHS. I think people are understanding that that is a completely Republican fucking led shutdown right now. So I think that the Dems do really well in the midterms, but we'll see. So I'm feeling hopeful.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, it's kind of. I feel more like that as well, Destiny. I felt like. I feel like that's like the only thing I've kind of disagreed with you on recently, is I feel like you're, and I don't. This isn't. I'm not saying this to get you to agree with me, obviously, but just that. You're talking about like leaving the U.S., going to other countries, shit like that. I
don't
get
think I've
it.
said
I feel
any of that recently at all, but okay.
Oh, well, I didn't. My bad.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
guess you're bad. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
You're good. I'm just gonna. I'm a little scattered. I'll come back later.
You're good. All right.
You bullied him. What the fuck's wrong with you, man?
I'm sorry. My bad.
Carl.
Hello?
What's up?
Can you hear
How's
me?
it going? Yeah,
Loud and clear, buddy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys hear me?
No.
Yes, man.
Good
Fuck, man. Jesus Christ, dude. Traceless. You were already here though, right?
What? I don't.
He's gone. Cosma Nazi. There we go. Go ahead.
Good one, dude. Good one. Good one. Good one. Good one.
Fucking God, man. You're playing Kerbal Space Program and you can't figure out your fucking microphone?
Why are you like okay?
All right, there we
stop.
go.
Leave me alone, Mooden. Mooden.
Go ahead.
What do you mean go ahead? Why do I hear okay, hold on.
Go ahead. Oh my god.
Hold on, wait. So I have some friends, okay?
Really?
And okay. I have some friends and I always want to play games with them. And I always play games with them. Like I have a friend that plays CS and I always play CS with them. But like when it comes time to do it, and I want him to get on like Siege or something, he'll never get on. So like how do I convince him to get on?
Probably just doesn't like to play Siege.
He probably doesn't like to
But
play with
see-
you.
Shut up. So look, here's the thing. Like I will branch out and like I'll make it clear that like I don't really like CS, but
Then
I
stop
want
playing
him to, like,
CS.
play Siege with it. But like I want to play with my friends.
He just doesn't like this game. Why? He's not going to want to play
I
the game.
understand that, but like wouldn't you think that like if you were like a good friend, you would like try to branch out and like play a different game that you probably don't really like?
Steve
with
won't
me?
even play League with me anymore.
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
Kind of fucked up.
No, it's not. Fuck you.
All right, you're
It
gone.
kind of.
He's gone.
What do you want, Dan?
My back hurts.
What
yeah, is it
happened?
from your shithole fucking car bouncing you up and
Jesus,
down?
Moot, what the fuck?
Hey, Moot, what type of car do you have?
I don't have a car because I
That's
believe
right, 'cause
in
you're a broke dick
environmental
fucking getting pegged
conservation,
by your
old
fucking
man.
wife retard. That's
Environmental
right.
conservation.
You
At least
can't
I'm
be in a
getting
car
something from
'cause
my
you're-
wife. Woo yeah!
You can't get anything at all. No car for you because your ass hurts from getting fucked in the ass so much by your wife that's sitting down. Right now, you're at a standing desk. You can't sit. That's you.
Jesus Christ.
We'll leave this up to the people, Dan.
I don't care.
Well, you're winning in the poll. Do you care now?
No.
Okay, good.
Your
Alter,
pooper.
go ahead.
Your pooper got molested by Pizza Bear.
Jesus
Never
Christ.
forget.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Appreciate that. Yeah, my question for Destiny is regarding, you brought up how you think that our political figures should be under oath when they speak to Congress. But I feel like that's half the equation. I feel like there needs to be better dialogue with just the people who are, I think, more responsible for this cultural movement, like the Joe Rogans, the Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes types. And I was trying to figure out ways we could hold them kind of to account, because I feel like they can constantly dodge and evade or gaslight to kind of just avoid responsibility for the shit they say and the things that they shape in the, I don't know, the political dialogue in our country.
Okay.
Is there a better approach to attack them? Because I feel like you're the only one doing it. I was like, maybe it should be like, I don't mean like brigade in a sense, but it has to be like a better way to, I don't know, defeat them in this, what everyone touts as the arena of ideas, or however we talk about it. Am I making sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't know. It just has to be a bigger cultural push for people on the left to engage argumentatively with people. I mean, I think centered left people online, I think will kind of do it. The far left won't. But I mean, that's all we're going to really do. I don't think you can legislate telling people to debate people or argue with people or confront people.
Sure. It's just like when you have other viewers come in and be like, hey, how do I get involved? How do I get smarter on these concepts and ideas? And it's always just like start reading something, or I'll go into the DGG wiki and be like, all right, let me get smarter on this one topic. And it's everything I see is just a shotgun approach, and you're kind of like Quentin Tarantinoing your knowledge on a concept, like, all right, shit, I jumped in halfway through. Let me look back at old resources, and everything's very like organized in such scattered ways that I feel like if there was a toolkit of like, here's a topic, here's a chronological timeline. If you want to get smart, jump into it so that you can be a better advocate in case you are debating your, conservative counterpart. Because like when we're all approaching it in piecemeal ways, I feel like we constantly get lost in the framework of that topic, and no good conversation is had because we're not even agreeing on the factual ground or
Yeah, that's about having just like a strong unified party, right? I mean, there's no shortcut to that, and like being lockstep in messaging and all that. But there's not like there's no shortcut to achieving that. And I don't think one person could do that. You have to push other content creators on that.
All right, yeah. That's ahead for that one, I guess. I was hoping maybe there's a more unified way to do it, but maybe not. Maybe it's just too complicated.
Well, you can do it. You just have to get other people. Unified implies multiple
Yeah.
people. It's got to be other people involved. They can't, just be my community. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying it's your community. I was just, maybe if there was some sort of like a dashboard where we could all just say, this is the right framework, this is the right topic, this is how you build it. But yeah, maybe that's like something for like a software dev, web dev team to be like, this is the platform. Everyone go here.
Okay.
My other question was regarding the way you talk about abortion, not specifically abortion. I totally agree with you on the concept of why we value human consciousness. But have you played much with the idea of other intelligent life beyond our planet? And if we engage with that, how your idea may or may not hold up to that, given that you have like a human solipsism kind of framework where it only applies to things that are human because that's the only consciousness we know that can actually appear?
No, not much. But maybe as we get closer to finding the aliens, maybe I'll think about it more. But no, I haven't engaged with it too much now.
Okay, cool. That's all I got. Thanks.
All right. Love you. Be careful. Bye.
Love you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, last one.
Final one. I'll pull from the freebies then. Nick's Magician. We'll bring you up. Nick's Magician. Go ahead.
Oh, shit. Wait, am I in here?
No, it's just an illusion. You're going
All right.
crazy. You're having psychosis.
Howdy. I mean,
hi.
Sorry about that. Okay. I am very doomer pilled on the direction of the Democrat Party right now.
Okay.
I want to know if you guys have any theories on if we're actually going to learn anything when we take back the House and Senate coming the next 2 elections.
I think we will. That's what we're pushing for. That's all we can do, right?
I mean, are you sure? Because I see a lot of the same problems that got us Trump happening again right now. Like,
well, we got. I mean,
the
all we can do is
embracing
push.
of
Well, I
the-
mean, you can be doomer pilled if you want. I mean, you can be doomer pilled, but still, whether you're doomer pilled or optimism pilled, all we can do is push for other people to have better ideas about it and to approach it better and to push the.
Well, no, I'm asking, what are your thoughts on, like, do you actually think that that's going to happen?
It's possible.
Are you
which is why
making,
if I didn't think it was,
are
if
there
I didn't
any
think it was,
pushes that we can do to make it true? So
if I didn't think
we
it was,
don't make the devil's contract with the far left again. That
yeah, we have to.
You know.
We push them out and we fight over it. But like, if I didn't think it was possible, I wouldn't waste my time doing anything at all, right?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I guess just pushing back generally, whatever. All right.
I mean, yeah, that's all you can do, right? That's all politics is. It's giving your ideas and fighting with other people about them. Yeah.
Okay. Well, all right, fair enough. It's a boring answer, but
What do you? There's not
I
like a
guess you're
magical
tired,
way to
so it's
politically
fine.
influence an entire country and change all of your idea. That's not how. If it was that easy, I mean, you'd rule the world, right?
Well, I was more asking what your specific ideas on how we could make that change happen on a broader scale than just your direct influence, but
vote
like the creating communities, the making the Heritage Foundation type situation on our side. Like, are you actually working on any of that in the background?
No, I can't do everything. Go push other content creators on it. I cannot be
I'm
the
not
only
asking-
person. I
no
can't. No,
one's
I'm not.
asking you
I'm
to
not
do
building
literally
I am not
everything.
building a think tank in the background for the liberal movement. No, that is not what I'm doing right now. No.
Okay. Well, fair enough. Whatever.
Okay. I love you. Be careful.
No, you don't. Bye bye.
That guy's right. I don't love him.
Damn.
Bring in the DGG people.
All right, I got him.
The four?
Animal, Sunforger.
The Punch and Adito or whatever.
Where are these motherfuckers?
Apparently they're in General Lobby
I
1.
found him. Okay, I don't see the Manimal. The Punch. Yeah,
They said they're in General Lobby 1.
There's
Yeah,
a lot of people in
Bryce.
General Lobby 1.
Bryce will not be able to make it today.
Wow, what a loser.
And I see the
misplaced his headphones. So.
All right, I got him in.
All right, how are y'all doing today?
We're doing great.
It's great. Luke, if you want to share your screen, we're about to show a slideshow for the DGG Action Award.
Yeah, let me get that.
So how are viewer call-ins going?
They went great today. It was amazing. 10 out of 10.
That's good. You sound very enthusiastic.
I'm always enthusiastic.
Well, we've got the perfect answer for that last caller that you had.
Oh boy.
In terms of what he can be doing to
So-
throw up the doomer pill. So.
Steven, if we could get you to just make sure you're watching the slideshow so it appears on stream.
Yep, it's there.
All right. So, we get to start?
Yeah, it's whenever you guys are ready, yeah. Is that a real trophy?
Okay.
Or?
Yeah, it's a real
Okay.
trophy from the internet.
Okay, good one.
So my name is Josh. I'm a coordinator with Digital Ground Game, and as well as the DC lead and the lead of the DGG Action Award. So for those of you who don't know what Digital Ground Game is, we're an organization founded by members of the DGG community to connect digital politics to real-world action. We believe new media, such as yourself, Stephen, are powerful, but only if it moves people off of their couches and into real life. We want to mobilize the community into meaningful real-world impact. And real quick, before we hop into the action word, there is one thing that, we're starting our canvassing effort for 2026, and we have an interest form. So I'm going to send that in stream in the chat, and if you could send that out on the stream, that would be great, or it will not let me do that. Okay, I will send it to Crispy. And yeah, so I am here today with Luke and Jack,
Okay.
who are receiving this action award because they helped to found and are on leadership of a group called redistrict.co, which is one of the main 3 groups and the first group founded to try to redistrict Colorado for the 2028 elections. And the inciting incident to this was actually a post on the DGG subreddit, and that's what inspired this whole organization to start and this movement. Winners receive a pinned Reddit post, a Discord shoutout, featured article in the Pragmatic Papers, and a stream appearance. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Luke and Jack, who are going to talk about some Colorado redistricting.
Sweet. Yeah. So first and foremost, thank you to DGG for presenting the award, being awesome and organizing this. But my name is Jack. I'm the secretary for our Colorado COERA, which is Colorado Early Redistricting Response Act. So pretty much, we'll get into our goal in a minute. But I just want to say I've been an avid member of the community for about 10 years now, probably, so ever since that Jesse Lee Peterson interview. And pretty much I was in the formative years of my life, back then. And through this stream, all the brain rot that I've been able to get from all your wonderful takes, and then also real world, taking debate classes and stuff, I kind of gravitated towards politics, economics, and the law. I just graduated from University of Colorado with my economics and my political science degree.
Cool.
And so now I'm about to go to law school. Trump is fucking over my politics everywhere, economics everywhere, and the law everywhere. So I just want to fuck him back. So that's why I'm here.
Okay.
Luke?
So I'm the media manager for COERA here. I'll go through a bit of our early history, and then we'll kind of dive into the process. Been some new developments just this week in Colorado, so we can talk about that a bit.
Okay.
So, right, and this was kind of just our initial motivation. Everybody watching the stream, I'm sure we saw what happened in Texas, where Trump basically just called Abbott and demanded more seats so that he could do whatever the heck he wants, right? I don't think he even has any plan to help the Republican Party here. It's just whatever Trump wants.
Yep. And since then, it's been Florida, it's been Ohio, it's been Missouri. These all have their own redistricting. I'm sure, as you're familiar with. Well, how familiar are you with the redistricting nationwide, the battle that's been going on?
In what, across all the states or in a particular one?
Across all the states. Have you been keeping up with it?
A little bit, but not in particular, no.
Okay. Well, as we'll show, and we're looking to have a very slim majority in the House, either way you cut it. So we'll jump into it. Yeah. Sorry, Luke, I cut you off though. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, we have some maps we can show in a second here, just kind of show the current status and why Colorado is so important. But let's see, rewinding a little bit. So it all started with a post on the Destiny subreddit. Young guy named Jorge. He had a draft measure called the Defensive Gerrymander Guard Act, DGG Act. It's kind of our initial name there. But he needed a second Colorado voter to make it work. And so this is kind of the entire process. So initially, we were going to try to just own the whole thing all the way through, including signature collection and everything. The core steps are, first you need the ballot initiative, then you need to get it past the title board. They do some legal checks, make sure it's a single issue, because that's a requirement for any kind of constitutional amendment or initiative like this. And then it goes to the signature collection stage. And if you get enough signatures, then it's on the ballot. So
cool.
We have some mainstream orgs.
Do you have an idea? Is this like similar from state to state, or do you think is this like highly specific to Colorado?
I think it would be fairly similar. Some things are specific, like the single object laws. Like basically, they want to make sure that there's each initiative is only focused on a single change, and it's like easy to understand.
Sure.
Those things are kind of specific to Colorado. Yeah.
Okay.
So and we got some early attention here from some of just the local press. So I'll play a short clip from one of the kind of big local news organizations here. Like if you talk to people in Colorado, they'll probably point to this 9 News as just a basic source of info. I'll just play that. Actually, if I play this, will you be able to hear it?
Are you playing it on the thing you have the slideshow on?
Yeah.
Then I should be. I imagine so. Yeah. Play it.
Okay. Yeah.
York about the Republican gains. Then something curious happened here. It was a filing for a Defensive Gerrymander Guard Act that came in late Sunday night. If this idea was passed by the state legislature or approved by voters, it would allow the Democrats to control every lever of politics in Colorado, to skirt our independent redistricting process, and do a purely political redraw of the map.
You can probably hear some skepticism there.
Sure.
Most of that just comes from people who support that the independent commission.
Okay.
Jack, do you want to get into that a bit more?
Yeah, so the ironic thing is, right, Trump has been literally fucking over every facet of society here.
Mm-hmm.
Even this local news organization that we just showed off, 9 News, it's the quintessential local news for Colorado, like Luke was saying. And Trump has pretty much said that he's in talks to buy 9 News. I think that's actually since gone through. So to merge with a bunch of other news stations in his campaign against fake news. So that's the ironic part here. So we're rapidly losing, a lot.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Yeah. So that was pretty early on before the mainstream state level Democratic orgs got involved in this.
Yeah.
So once they did, we kind of switched focus to more of an advocacy campaign. We've had some success with that. So this is from a happy hour event that we threw, ended up with about 40, 45 people showed up to that just to talk politics with us and plan next steps. So that was pretty cool.
Yep. Yeah, we got it kind of introduced. There was a bunch of us around September, October, where we saw your informal organization kind of formalizing all our bylaws and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then we kind of brought a bunch of us in the politics community. We have some former Gov staffers and stuff. I've worked on a few political campaigns. I decided we would jump in and try to professionalize the process here. And so, ever since then, we've been the social media arm of this effort in Colorado.
Cool. Okay. You said this thing was this was just purely. It must have been just a local thing, right? You said you had 35 to 40 people show up. What percentage of them were from outside of, I guess, any DGG related thing? Does that make sense? What I'm asking?
We're mostly I would say a good chunk of them.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah, we're getting some ground. Definitely, our social media is taken off and kind of expanding outside of just the realm of your community and DGG in general.
Gotcha.
But there were definitely a bunch of people there from DGG as well. So
yeah, I'd say maybe roughly 1/3 was from DGG. Yeah,
that's pretty low. That's pretty good if you're getting that many other people showing up. For a local event, 40 to 45 people that's a decent turnout for. And this was centered on just your ballot initiative, or was this a broader?
Well, by this point, we had shifted focus to just on redistricting statewide. So we're willing to back anybody who can make that happen.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Okay.
Yeah. And let's see. So these are the sister organizations involved here. So Colorado draws the line. That's the big statewide group. They're the ones, you'll find their name on all the ballot initiatives. They'll be organizing local volunteers. So if you're in the Colorado area, you want to get involved, that's the name to look up.
Yep.
And Colorado, for a level playing field, that's the big national group. Jack, you want to jump in?
Oh, no, sorry, I cut you off. You finish.
Yeah, just going to say, that second org is going to be where like a lot of the big national money will come from. So like they'll be running some ad campaigns and that kind of thing, but there's restrictions on how they can work with local, state level groups.
Sure.
So yeah, but we're all just kind of roughly pulling in the same direction.
Yeah, and just pretty much like the Colorado Draws the Line is the one that's sponsored the initiatives that are currently like they just like literally we were in the call yesterday, going over the slideshow, and they just passed like approved the 2 of the ballot measures, the initiatives, like for finalization and then signature. So like on April 16th or April 15th, sorry, is going to be like the day where we can finally start collecting signatures for this. But we'll get into those other 2 initiatives in a minute. And then the other national group is actually the one backed by Hakeem Jeffries and like the whole 9 yards. So we're all working like really good and concrete. And if you decide to like, I think we'll have a link here in a minute to sign up to volunteer for this. We're going to need as much help as we can get. We need as many signatures as we can possibly get. It requires like 124,000 and some change signatures to be able to actually get on the ballot here. It's Colorado Draws the Line that you'll likely be working with because they're built a lot better in terms of like being able to support those volunteers and organize those. So
okay.
And if I could just hop in and say something real quick is the importance of digital media. It was a Destiny subreddit post, right? Like on your subreddit that was the inciting incident for this. This was the first organization, right, to coalesce around this, and they did so, and they have the largest social media presence right now, and they did so because of a Destiny Reddit post. So I think, that's just an important thing to note, right? The power that these online communities have, and that they can be harnessed.
Cool. Okay, I agree. Yeah. Good job. Awesome. I don't know any more adjectives.
Based.
There you go.
Oh, let's see.
WPILD. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say this map kind of shows the current situation and why redistricting here is so important. So that independent commission basically just split the state right down the middle. So 4 seats for Democrats, 4 for Republicans. And if the new proposed map passes, this is from their handout, and that's terrible color coding. The main thing you need to know is that District 4 on the right here is the only one that would be solidly Republican. Everything else would be solidly Democrat or super competitive. So with this map, we're pretty confident we could get 7-1. And
that would be a pickup of 3 seats, pretty much. You drop 2 Republicans and you add 2 Democrats. So
damn.
I think that genuinely, we'll get into the rest later, right, Luke? That we got the graphic or whatever. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Okay, that's kind of some of our other advocacy work. We were actually at the state assembly last weekend, handing out flyers to local politicians. Got a lot of interest for that.
Yep, and we've talked to a ton of state representatives. I think something that is really important and something that everyone should know is that you have so much more access to your state's representatives than you think you do, is what I've learned through this process. We've talked to the senators for Colorado. We've talked to congressional members. We've talked to a ton of state representatives, our attorney general, so on and so forth. And these small conversations, they're not negligible and being able to shift the balance of whatever's going on, and at least at the local and state level, right? And so I think that empowering yourself and those around you to get up and start doing something, I think is something that we highlight, something that we want to highlight rather.
Okay. I agree. Yeah. Also, if you've got, I don't know how much you guys have done in terms of working with people, whatever, but doing cold calls and everything sucks like mega ass. But if you've got even like one physical meeting with a person, it makes it a lot easier to like have an actual conversation with them, or follow up with an email or do a phone call or get a favor, whatever. Like meeting people in real life is really good, especially at a local level. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And they're always doing like public events. So if you could just become like a face they recognize and they know your issue, they know they're going to have to speak to it if they go out in public, like that alone can really push things along. All right, so this is kind of the current situation here. So Colorado Draws the Line has basically set up 2 different paths forward, and they've passed 3 different ballot initiatives to support that. So the first one is 240 on the left here. That needs 55% voter approval, and it would just be a temporary map. So basically exactly the same as what California did with Prop 50. And then it would go right back to the independent commission. So it's just kind of a middle ground, but the major roadblock there is just hitting that 55% margin, because there's going to be a lot of public opposition to this coming from Republicans. We can talk more about that in a bit. And then the second option would actually change the legal status of that independent commission, basically take them out of the Constitution and just make it a statute. So at that point, it's easier to change. And then 242, the second part of that would be implementing a temporary map for 28 and 30.
Gotcha.
So same as 240. I was going to ask though, so like I know that you've made the argument in the past that like this craziness with the Republicans like started way before Trump, right? Like all the way back to like even the Gore election, right?
Yeah.
And forward. Do you think that this like craziness will continue to go forward into the future? Because that would affect like what initiative that ultimately ends up getting supported here. Like these are the kinds of things we need to be considering when we're making this decision.
That what crazy? That like everybody fighting over like redistricting and everything?
Well, just in general, like the rise of fascism, the like ridiculous extents that Republicans have gone to fight dirty, like deny Supreme Court picks, like
just the way they abuse the law, basically.
I mean, I think that
exactly.
Like I said, I think if Democrats start fighting back on it, I don't think Republicans would be as excited to continue to fight on it, because eventually they're going to realize they're going to have political prices they're going to have to pay. I think the only reason they do right now is just because they can get away with it without any consequences to their movement or their political program, basically. But I guess we'll see what the Democrats do when we get into power next, right?
At 2028, 2026 too, hopefully.
And Colorado's a great state to do this in, because I mean, you can see just by the issues, Trump is super unpopular here. I mean, Kamala won by a pretty solid margin. I think even by historic margins. Is that right, Jack? Isn't that pretty good for Democrats?
Yeah, so like the last 3 presidential elections are pretty much like the biggest margins that we've seen swing for Democrats in Colorado history, pretty much. So it's kind of, we're in a weird spot, right, where we have that independent redistricting committee, but like the state's becoming increasingly bluer and increasingly, falling out of favor with Trump. Even more so than we already were, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which we've never been a red state, so.
Cool, good, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and California kind of led the way on this. So we've tried to mirror our effort on what they did, pretty much. If I can hop ahead here a little bit. All right, these are the results of the initiative in California. So it ended up passing with 2/3 support. But if you go back and look at like the early polling on this, it was basically flipped. Like 2/3 were in opposition because they liked the independent commission so much.
Mm-hmm.
But Newsom, he ran a good campaign in favor and was able to completely flip that around. So that just makes us think like if Democrats fight for this, that will win. So that would be really huge. And it would put Colorado on this map, hopefully cancel out Montana and Ohio.
based.
That would be really cool.
Yep, so pretty much just a map of how things stand. You can see like the number of seats that different places are picking up. Obviously, the darker states are the ones that have already been able to pass the initiative to redistrict, and then the lighter states are the ones who have something pending, right? And so yeah, we need as many Democratic states. Like if you're in a Democratic state, like I don't know, Washington, Oregon. I would encourage you, go out, make your own organization, do what we're doing here, because we're going to need as much help as we can possibly get. To try and check the power of Trump here, and legitimize the will of the people here as his approval ratings continue to drop. Right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think it's an important mission. Good job.
Yeah, and I just want to add, I don't know if you're familiar with the Supreme Court, and they're potentially poised to overturn parts of the Voting Rights Act, right? And so that's a reason why the Democratic response is so significant as well, right? Because, we need to make sure that, we, even past the 2026 midterms, we need to make sure that we're able to have a majority in 2028 and beyond, so that we can't, the Republicans, sort of keep doing what they're doing.
Cool. Okay. I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to this, but I agree. Yes, it's good. Good times. Yeah.
Well, let's see. I'll skip ahead to some of our opposition here. So these are the guys trying to basically block the new maps. So they actually ended up passing their own initiative through the title board, which is also going to signature collection. And they're sort of framing their argument as some kind of like moral high ground, which is funny for Republicans for multiple reasons. But it would set these 3 conditions towards the bottom here, basically prohibiting any map that intentionally favors a political party. So they are making the opposite argument that Texas did to justify their move. You can probably read a bit into that and some of their sincerity there.
Yeah, I think something similar happened with I think with California because of the dumb arguments that came from Bondi to the Texas AG and everything but they'll use any argument they can for whatever state.
So Stephen, when the Republicans try to take the moral high ground, right? In your experience, especially when talking to independents, what's the best way to sort of counter that argument and that perception?
I don't know. I have no idea. That's a really broad question. I mean, for what you guys are doing, it's getting people to build a coalition of local people that push this through your smaller representatives or your state level representatives, and then you run ads and go in media and talk about it, yeah?
For sure. And then I have another question too. This is like kind of just maybe general. I know you obviously you've done debates with people all over this political spectrum and stuff, and had a lot of conversations. And our take on the ground is that we think that we're going to have to sway. There's going to be a very close, razor thin margin if this initiative passes or it doesn't pass. And so we're going to have to try and swing some independents to do this. Do you have any insight on how to convince independent people in general on such a partisan issue? I think that's you've got to it's a unique position to be in
on such a partisan issue. You mean with regards to
redistricting?
Redistricting?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you guys have. It seems like you flipped a lot, or the support in your state has flipped quite a bit on it. So, what was the messaging there? I guess. I mean, the way that I just don't do these state level initiatives as much, so I don't know. I would argue it in that the Republicans are doing it, so we kind of have to do it to counter them. Otherwise, we lose our national representation in the Congress. But citizens are generally voters are very reluctant to support things that they perceive as partisan attacks. So I don't know if that would even play well with the average voter. I'm just not sure.
Oh, at least luckily in Colorado, there's really strong negative sentiment towards Trump specifically.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably going to be a pretty big focus of the campaigns to pass the new maps. It's just framing it as a way to fight back against Trump. But
yeah, that's good.
No doubt. All right, do we have our call to action ready to go, Luke?
So before they do that, real quick, we're about to they, this redistrict.co is acting as the social media arm of this, and the link should be dropping in DGG chat very soon. There are like 8,000 people watching the stream, right? There's no reason why they should not have 8,000 followers on Instagram and TikTok after this. So, go follow them and go make sure that, for something like this, we're at the signature collection phase very soon, right? And then after that, it's about drumming up public support to vote for it on the ballot. So all of that is about, and Luke Gutito, maybe speak more, but all of that is about engagement and getting the public aware of this and getting the public excited to work on this. I mean, this, not stress the importance, but to stress the importance, this could be the difference between a majority in the House and not a majority in the House, right? 3 seats is huge, and with the raise within majority, like this could be the deciding factor. So everyone in chat, go click some buttons.
Yeah, and especially if you live in Colorado and you're really fired up over this issue, Colorado Draws the Line is looking for volunteers. They have a volunteer page up, I think, just yesterday. I believe that'll also be in the chat. So you could be a really big part of this, even take on a leadership role. I mean, it's going to be within their org, so you have to work with them on that. But if you live out of state, or maybe you're just not comfortable kind of doing that kind of in-person activism, there's plenty of ways to jump into the social media game, spread the word that way. I think Digital Ground Game, they have everything broken down into regional squads, and they can definitely get you connected with people that'll basically act as a force multiplier, or maybe you can do the force multiplier for someone else. Yeah, lots of ways to get involved there.
Cool. Awesome.
And my thing is, there are millions of people out there actively right now, whether you're in like an immigrant community, whether you're like at the gas pump or like in the court of law, who are getting fucked over by this administration right now. And that means that there's millions of people out there who want to make a change, who want to see something happen. You can't rely on the other 999,000 people to do this. So get out there. Yeah. Stick it to Trump. Have the opportunity to maybe work with DGG here and say fuck you to whatever administration members might be watching here, but just know that Stephen platformed us, so he's responsible for whatever I say. And so just follow our socials. Sign up to volunteer. Anything else that you can think of, Luke?
I think that about covers it.
Sweet.
Cool. Well, thanks a lot. Hopefully people will sign up. I posted the link in chat for this redistrict.co for that social media at least.
Yeah, and real quick, I think, Bryce, did you want to mention something about Digital Ground Game? And
yeah, I want to mention that Destiny sucks at cheerleading this shit. Good lord, man. Come on.
All right, well, I typed my feedback
seconds.
to Crispy, but now that you said I suck, now you're getting my feedback. If you want to come on and present stuff, then it needs to be come on with a consistent and coherent presentation where you guys speak and promote your thing for 10 to 15 minutes, and then I give you some feedback at the end or engage with the end. But it can't be, here are 3 sentences, and then here's your opinion on it. There's nothing I'm going to say to any of this. I can't possibly respond with substance to any of these things, so fuck you, Bryce. Suck my dick, bitch.
You had all the same arguments that we already went over. You didn't even have a unique argument. You just agreed with us the whole time. Like what?
Yeah, well, yeah. What do you want? I'm going to disagree. Obviously, yeah. You're doing good work. Yeah, good job. You're doing your thing. And then, yeah. What am I going to debate you on? Fucking. Actually, I think redistricting sucks shit. Fuck you. Yeah. There's nothing I can say. So, you're banned.
Wait, I'm banned?
You're banned now. You're with a kilo in the cheese factory. Okay. Well, do you guys have anything else for us?
Yeah. Last thing. Completely unrelated. Focus on the Colorado guys, but I'm dropping in DGG chat the signups for the sign up sheet for the canvassing houses. Okay, so if you're in DGG chat and you want to sign up and do some cool shit this fall, fill out the fucking form and we'll see where we're going in the next week or so. And then we have our fundraiser on the 10th. But yeah, outside of that, I'm all done.
Cool.
Great. Yeah. Cheers. Thanks for having us.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks for having us.
Be careful.
Appreciate it.
Right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Good job. You did it.
Very good.
Fuck you. Well, What's up? How's life?
I'm just hanging out.
Just hanging out, really? That's it? That's all the fuck you can do? Is just hang the fuck out?
Yeah, I'm just doing taxes.
Taxes?
Yeah.
Don't they automatically submit those in Canada for you?
No.
Really?
I'm self-employed.
Oh, loser.
What did I miss?
Us banging your mom. Got him.
Oh.
Got him. 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 You got. Okay. We need our refined Hassan Piker hatred for Tim Miller.
Hassan Piker hatred.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm something of an expert on this subject.
Things to focus on. Building parallel institutions. Hassan Piker bad.
True.
Okay.
Have you gone to your wiki on Hassan?
Not yet.
That's an excellent resource.
Fuck. Where is... Never mind. Fuck. I just need to not get triggered. Okay. All right.
There's also a new website I saw. It's kind of like a discount DGG wiki page, but it's whoishassanpiker.com. But it's missing some of the better stuff on the DGG wiki.
There's an... Wait, say that last thing again?
Basically, now there's two sites you have to use. There's the DGG wiki on Hassan, and then there's the whoishassanpiker.com.
Oh, wow. We got all sorts of sites for him.
And don't forget the one I made, hatred.tv.
Jesus. We got so many sites.
Dan, you really quit the Hassan hate game too early, shaking my head. Dude, I swear to God, I fucking quit that shit like, what, a week before things went fucking bananas? How the fuck? I am that investor guy in The Big Short. Everybody wants my swaps.
Really?
Yeah, they want my knowledge now. They're like, tell us, Dan. Tell us the sacred scrolls.
Where did all three justice picks come from? The Heritage Foundation?
Oh, who knows?
What about Heritage include Amy, Coney Barrett, Brent Kavanaugh, Bill Pryor, Diane Sykes. Oh, and Gorsuch? Did Barrett, Kavanaugh, and Gorsuch, did all three come from the... Or no, am I thinking of the Federalist Society? Federalist Society, Supreme Court recommendations. What does it mean when you say, like, they came from or were supported by? Like, how influential are these people really? Like, were they part of the Federalist Society, or? Let's see. The Federalist Society. It's an American libertarian legal organization that advocates for a textualist and originalist interpretation of the U.S. Constitution. Headquartered in D.C., it has chapters of more than 200 law schools and features student, lawyer, and faculty divisions. 70,000 practicing attorneys in 90 cities. God damn. God damn. Wait, how many lawyers? How many lawyers in the United States? 1.4 million. Okay. Damn. Jesus. That's a lot of lawyers. Okay. In March of 2020, 43 out of 51 of Trump's appellate court nominees were current or former members of the society. Of the 9 current members of the Supreme Court, at least 5 are current or former members of the organization. Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, Thomas, Alito, and Barrett. Jesus. Roberts previously served as a member of the steering committee of the D.C. chapter, but denies ever being a member. Damn. Where did Garland come from? What's the equivalent, like, left-leaning? Let's see. What do they oppose? Challenging liberal or left-wing ideology within elite American law schools and universities. Where the fuck did, like, who recommended Sotomayor or Kagan or Jackson? The American Bar Association. Good one. Based. Oh, that keyboard is so unbalanced. Can you hear it?
It's perfectly
It's
balanced.
unbalanced. It's so unbalanced, but that's okay.
Oh, I watched your the movie Moot last night.
How'd you like it, Project Hail Mary?
It was good. It was all right. Yeah,
that's right. Good.
Yeah.
Let's see. The reason why there's no Liberal Heritage Foundation. Destiny asked on a stream recently where the liberal version of the Heritage Foundation was, by which he meant a think tank or organization dedicated to creating policy proposals with active ties to democratic/liberal lawmakers, so that there was always a plan for the next 6 years. He would do well to look at what happened in the history of the legal profession in this country. I would suggest the work of Stephan Tellis, particularly The Rise of the Conservative Legal Movement. What follows is a basic summary of his book. See, about 100 years ago, the law of the land was starkly more about conservative. The default tone taken, especially by the ABA, was conservative groups like the ACLU and NAACP, with the left-wing groups maintaining a consistent line throughout the months, years, and decades. They had clear goals in mind and were dedicated to making them happen. Then came the aftermath of World War II, and the legal profession, especially its leaders and teachers, shifted leftward and more pro-government action. A lot of lawyers with more experience in the New Deal than the ABA's conservatism began joining law schools. These lawyers also had distinct market advantage since they were more familiar with the government's laws and how to navigate them. Also, the declining anti-Semitism meant more Jews were getting into the legal profession, and they were overwhelmingly liberal. By the 50s, the APA could no longer take for granted its power over the legal profession. Certainly, many liberal lawyers didn't think it represented them. To keep control and prestige, it would have to make concessions to the more left-wing lawyers. A particular interest was the focus on providing legal services at low cost for the poor and dispossessed. The 1960s were when this seed began to blossom. Highly acclaimed professors at prestigious law schools were liberal lawyers with liberal views on how the law applied or what it meant, were teaching on what it applied, on how the law applied or what it meant, were teaching generations of new legal students. Moreover, the current crop of lawyers and legal scholars began to eschew sorry, I pronounced it right, their predecessors' deference to the administrative state's views on what the law entailed. Where older generations had sought to strip any notion of morality's existence in law, these new lawyers believed the law could be enshrined in something other than politics. In a 1972 survey of academic attitudes, the Carnegie Commission on Higher Education found that law professors, while substantially to the left of both academic and American public opinion, were still to the right of social sciences and humanities professors. Law professors reported voting for Nixon in 1972 at a much higher rate than social scientists, 35% compared to 20%, and fewer law professors reported being very liberal than social scientists. By the 1990s, the political attitudes of law professors had converged with their colleagues in arts and sciences, probably the result of generational displacement. As law students from the late 60s and 70s moved into the academy and their predecessors retired, John McInnes found that elite law faculties are now almost exclusively Democratic. At the University of Pennsylvania, Stanford, Yale, Georgetown, Columbia, and Duke, 89% or more of law professors who made political donations gave exclusively or predominantly to Democrats, primarily to those on the left side of the party. By contrast, there was not a single elite law school with a majority of Republican donors. Among the elite law faculties that have a disproportionate influence on the character of scholarship, establish the legal conventional wisdom, and help determine professional norms, liberalism and the legal professorate have become synonymous. Adding to all of this was the rise of the scholar activist in the legal profession of the 70s. There was active recruitment and pipelining of students towards pursuing volunteer work or low-pay work for the public interest, which was decidedly liberal. The liberal nature of the Warren Court was being entrenched in the culture and the institutions of law around the country. The goal was to abandon the old view that the legal profession was to adjudicate between corporate struggles and disputes, and instead instill in people the idea that the field of law was for pursuing justice. And to fully batter the conservatives and status quo, the network of liberal groups was still highly active and exploded in number since the 30s. To quote Tellus, the power of this network came in large part because of the weakness of its opposition. In case after case identified before, defenders of the status quo were marked by their intellectual superficiality, their almost total lack of agenda control, an absence of information, and a vacuum in support from professional elites. Whereas liberals had specialized repeat players defending their side in court, conservatives were often represented by relatively unsophisticated state government lawyers or representatives of business who were more interested in minimizing their costs than in long-term legal strategy. And it worked. Liberal legal victories were enshrined, so much so that even when Richard Nixon and the Republicans realized that they needed to fight back on this front, they were largely unable to do anything but chip away at the margins. So what happened? The same thing that happens after any army wins. It got complacent and unraveled. The fights were won or on the verge of winning, so what did it matter? Moreover, they began to view themselves as separate from the Democratic Party, akin to academia. They had liberal ideas, but would never focus their efforts consciously on the idea of how can I make democratic policy goals happen. The conservatives, meanwhile, were driven with greater and greater energy as they felt the country's status quo slipping further and further away. If you ever think about the way we celebrate a half century of social progress on the left, then simply invert the feelings and you'd begin to grasp why that whole time period might feel like a disaster to a conservative or Republican. How do conservatives fight back, though? They began to create their own law firms. The first generation were bad, too tied up with business interests and lacking any motivation that would bring a young person to want to slave away at a law firm that offered little pay and recognition. The second generation were explicitly built to avoid this in the 1980s, and they began to see a lot more success. Meanwhile, conservative legal scholars began to find other ways to bring their ideologies back to the struggle for the minds of the youth. The field of law and economics was a product of this time, viewed as a way to critique state intervention into the economy. As a mirror to the Heritage Foundation, it's worth looking at the Federalist Society, founded in 1982. This is an organization with the express goal of getting law students, especially those with conservative leanings, into a support network to help them rise in the legal profession. They try to find conservative judges and get them conservative clerks, keeping the presence of conservatives in law alive and strong. Tellus quotes a Bush administration official on how important the Federalist Society is. Precisely because the law schools and legal establishment are so liberal, membership, and especially leadership in the Federalist Society is a costly signal of commitment to legal conservatism. And so, as a result, it is also a valuable signal. If someone is willing to stick their neck out to be a member of the Federalist Society, then they can be counted on to have some commitment to conservative legal ideas and the conservative movement that someone else does not, say a local Republican Party hack. There's a lot more I could say from this book that matters, but you really should read it yourself. The main takeaway, however, is that above all else, the mainstream liberal ideology/faction will not be able to succeed in creating institutions like the Federalist Society or Heritage Foundation unless it offers concrete psychological and material support to the people it wants to create. You have to provide your prospective pro-Democratic Party people a reason to care and resources to make it worthwhile. Of the two, I think it might be the former, which is harder to instill. It is difficult these days with so many influences pulling people to the extremes to get people ideologically motivated to support the status quo. The onslaught of victories of the left and the continuing leftward slide of the Overton window lessens any pressure to defend the status quo. Until then, there will not be a liberal heritage foundation. Wow, what a guy. Breaking news. Niece, the grandniece of slain Iranian General Soleimani, arrested by immigration agents. Oh my God. That's crazy, chat. Fox News. Is it is it OAN or OANN? I thought it was called OAN initially, One American News, but now I feel like it's OANN, One American News Network. These were always the same thing, right? Do you support free bleeding? No, that's fucking gross. And most women won't free bleed either. It's insane. Fox News. Oh, wait, hold on. Conservative mainstream and alternative media sees itself as the messaging arm of the Republican Party. It is never their job to criticize nor condemn Republican actions unless they perceive them to be against the group. See, rhinos. This helps to ensure an environment where every action that the administration takes can be sanitized or mutated into something that can be made palatable to the audience, to conservative audiences. Network examples are obvious. Fox News, OANN, Newsmax. Alternative media follows a similar, alternative conservative media follows a similar trajectory due to the massive audience fostered by the mainstream media plus the conservative administration, and due to the interaction, I should say, due to the active and deliberate interaction of the Republican Party with these alternative media figures. Did Rogan say he speaks to Trump regularly on the phone, or am I making that up? I think Kirk said it. I don't remember if Joe Rogan said that or not. I thought that was Hannity. Several people have said it. I'm curious if Rogan said he talks to Trump on the phone, or he talked to Trump on the phone. I don't remember that or not. Oh, it's OAN, not OANN. Okay. Trump was making an effort to appear on alternative media shows like Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, the comedian podcast circuit. Ideological media culture. The cultural control conservatives have is largely downstream of the ideological and media pipeline they synergize with, I don't know, that they control. Because Trump can message a thing, because that exact same thing will be repeated verbatim by everyone who's part of the media pipeline. Anyone who spends any time on social media will get a deluge of algorithmically pushed, totally synchronized and completely affirming stories concerning the Republican, or concerning, I would say, concerning the Republican Party. Too much time is spent analyzing the downstream effects of this rather than going upstream to see how things got to this point. For example, the Joe Rogan of the left cannot be created downstream because Joe Rogan fell victim to the above described pipeline of ideological / media interaction where he slowly became captivated and fell into the intentionally pushed Republican narrative before becoming a part of their pipeline, I guess. Okay. I just got a tornado warning. For what? Okay. Okay. I think that's a good bullet point for this. Why socialists, Hassan, should be excluded from the Democratic movement, the Democratic Party. There are severe ideological mismatches, and any similarities are only true at the surface level and will quickly diverge as soon as you dig into them even a little bit. As soon as you dig into them. For examples. Single payer healthcare. It's a thing. Okay. Liberals will happily push along an axis towards single payer healthcare, such as with the ACA, and then potentially to a public option, and then further, because the goal is to provide more healthcare to more people. Socialists will advocate for single-payer healthcare, but every incremental push is considered a failure because their goal is the absolute decommodification of anything they consider to be a human right, meaning there are times when they will describe healthcare victories as failures because they see it as a cheap way to appease the masses. Equality, I guess, on social issues. Liberals will happily push for more equality on social issues. Socialists, I should do a 1-2 on these. Social issues, because fundamentally we come from a more intersectional background that views competing classes, what do you call like groups of people, conditions, afflictions, your race. What do you call like race, gender, identities, I guess? I don't know. Identities as requiring different considerations to bolster their standing in society. Socialists will collapse all of these issues single-mindedly. Well, okay, we'll collapse all these issues, I don't need single-mindedly, into class struggle, and will sometimes fight against any perceived identity politics as they view it as a distraction from the class struggle narrative. What's the third example where we have a superficial, oh, we could do war, I guess. Examples. No more foreign wars. Liberals will generally criticize immoral involvement in wars that the U.S. participates in, with great detriment to foreign civilian populations, or, I don't know, we'll just say that, oh, well, or other humanitarian issues. Socialists only oppose military action by the West or anything they view as aligned with the United States, so they will criticize U.S. intervention, U.S. or Western intervention into conflict, but they will often have nothing to say or will even be supportive of U.S. Maligned of adversaries to the West when two adversaries to the West outside. Okay. Okay. I'll fill these out with like clips and examples soon. I'm just trying to get my outline of this conversation. Okay. The outward stated goal of many of these socialists is to co-opt the Democratic Party, to turn it into a socialist party. They view Democrats as the enemy, not as allies. They view Democrats in the best light as useful idiots, but never as allies. And socialists are likely out of step with where the public consensus is on most issues, which is why they rarely support candidates that can win elections outside of deep blue areas, and will oftentimes contribute to rhetoric or ideas that are deeply unpopular in other competitive districts. Okay. I think this is okay broadly for a outline of this chat. Okay, quick meme break. What is this? Here's a voicemail I received from Laura Loomer.
Hi, Eddie. This is Laura Loomer. I'm calling you from Tel Aviv, Israel. And I saw today that you were permanently banned on Twitter along with your brother. And, you know, this Twitter censorship and bias is awful, isn't it? So, you know, I was just calling to reach out and let you know that, you know, I am truly against social media censorship. And even though you have posted negative things about me, I still support your right to free speech. And so if you need any advice on where you can get a good pair of handcuffs, this is my number, and you can call me back. You can send me a text, and I'd be happy to assist. Have a good day. Hi, Eddie. This is Laura Loomer. I'm calling you from Tel Aviv, Israel. And I saw today that...
Why the fuck is she in Tel Aviv? Schizo as fuck. Okay. I wrote stuff down here. What can I incorporate into other stuff down here? Joe Rogan comparison versus going on other shows. Oh, the platforming question. The platforming question. People need to differentiate more when they talk about what kind of platforming they are expecting different parties to engage in. Hostile platforming. You show up with both audiences understanding there is a massive ideological contention between both sides with the goal of having a very critical conversation. Does Destiny not know the... Yeah, when Loomer's first account got banned or whatever, I think she handcuffed herself to the Twitter headquarters for a while. You've got hostile platforming. The other side of that would obviously be friendly platforming. You show up with both audiences, understanding there is that you are both on the same team and will mainly be here as a PR/bolster campaign for the person or for both parties. What would I call this? Middle ground conversion platforming. understanding that there is some or a significant disagreement between both sides with a goal of drawing some similarities and some disagreements between you. Which one you focus on will depend on the goal. Well, I could probably break this out into friendly conversion platforming and unfriendly, enemy, adversary. The focus will be on building similarities. How do you spell this word? Similarities. Okay. On building on the similarities between both sides in order, or both sides to ingratiate both parties' audiences with each other, with each party, with each figure. Adversary conversation. Adversarial. On critically analyzing the differences between both sides, the goal of making the other side warmer towards the opposite's viewpoint. Wait, I should change these. Good. Did I use, is ingratiate incorrect now? Hold on. Bring oneself into favor with somebody by flattering or trying to please them. Ingratiate themselves. To build camaraderie then? I don't know. I think ingratiate was fine. I don't care. Okay. Subcalls? No. Can I find an example of each of these types of platforming? So, friendly platforming. You show up with both audiences understanding that you're both on the same team and will mainly be here as a PR/bolster campaign for both parties. This describes example. This describes essentially every single Trump and Republican, or I say and MAGA appearance on every single media platform they own. What would I say? On every single conservative media platform. These conversations allow for conservatives to pilot ridiculous arguments with almost zero pushback from their interlocutor, I shouldn't even say that, from their interviewer. For example, fuck, what are some ridiculously stupid things I've heard lately? I feel like that Lutnick guy says retarded shit all the time. Let's see. Who did I just watch that blamed Biden for rising gas prices? Oh yeah, Besant as well. Tulsi Gabbard lying about the Obama 2016 Russia IC reports. Give me 2 more examples. Nick Shirley. Who did he get interviewed by last? We'll say Trump's appearance on... I only listened to an hour of the Joe Rogan thing. I don't think... so was there any critical pushback in the later parts of that? Trump's appearance on Joe Rogan. Received 0 pushback. Fuck, I would need to know. I want to be able to do specific claims here. So I didn't listen to it all, so I won't be able to say it.
All this conversation happens where Joe Biden...
To be fair, this isn't on like a news network, but...
left us in a terrible situation, and the reason why gas prices are where they are today is because of Donald Trump's work to get them lower, because in the Biden administration, they were crazy high. The gas prices we're seeing today are nothing like what we saw at the peak of the Biden administration because the president has set us up for energy dominance. And one of the lessons we all have to take away, frankly, every time we get involved in anything overseas, whether it's in the Middle East or anywhere else, the thing we got to take away from it is energy dominance and energy independence.
Jesus. What are the I just need some, what are the last, I guess I can just literally look at any fucking, I don't know, Fox News interview. Fox News, what are the last big interviews they've done? Fox News video. Rubio, what are you talking about?
President Trump has been briefed as the search continues for the second crew member of an F-15E fighter jet that went down over Iran. And it comes as the president reportedly says the downing of that jet will not affect his negotiations with Iran as the conflict now enters the 6th week. The jet went down near Karg Island, and the pilot was ejected safely. A second U.S. jet was also reportedly targeted and hit near the Strait of Hormuz. Let's bring in now former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Kurt Volker. Kurt, I'll just get your top-line thoughts here.
Can I... Hold on, I didn't see anybody else give this read, okay? I'm so curious. Trump gave an interview to... Fuck, who was it? Trump gave an interview to somebody like a month and a half ago. And one of the things the guy asked Trump was, would you guys invade that Karg Island and take it over? And Trump got like uncharacteristically ass-pained about that question. I wonder if he got ass-pained because they were already planning it, that was going to happen. And the guy calling it out was like, fuck, why are you giving away my plans? Does anybody remember who he was talking to? Was it Gutfeld? No. Was it? No, it was like a more dick sucky guy. Because Trump was like, you're a really smart guy. Oh, it was... Is it Kill? It's a guy I've talked to before, I think. Fuck, what was it? Is it No, what's the guy's name? Is it Killmead? Wait, have I talked to Killmead before? I thought it was a guy that I've... Why do I have Gunfield's name in here? Oh, no, it was. Wait, was it this? Oh, wait, no, maybe it's not a guy I talked to. Maybe it was this.
Well, Mr. President.
He got so mad when he brought this up. And this is like a whole dick suck interview, and Trump got mad about it.
Beating us up psychologically, making us look like a bunch of fools. One bullet shot of one of our men or ships, I do a number on Karg Island. I go in and I take it. Now here in 2026, you are president. Are you thinking about taking Karg Island when 90% of the Iranian oil goes through? And what do you think about, do you remember that interview and that school of thought?
Yeah, but Brian, I can't answer a question like that. You should ask it. You should be even asking it. It's one of so many different things. It's not high on the list, but it's one of so many different things, and I can change my mind in seconds. But if you had to ask a question, who would answer a question like that? I mean, you're asking me a question. Karg Island, okay, everything. Who would ask a question like that? And what fool would answer it, okay? Let's say I was going to do it, or let's say I wasn't going to do it. What would I say? Oh, yes, Brian, I'm thinking about doing it. Let me let you know what time and when it'll take place. It's not, it's sort of a foolish question. A little surprising for you because you're a smart man.
I am, but you were just pretty amazing that you thought about it in 1988. So.
Well, I did, but I thought about a lot of other things. You know what else I thought?
He's so mad that he brought that up. That's funny, because I think somebody said it was within 18 hours we started hitting that island. Is that true? So I think he was mad because this guy, like, I wouldn't say predicted it, but he brought up a thing Trump said. Trump's like, fuck, how does this guy know? What the fuck? Trump, basically, anytime he goes on Fox News and lies about anything. Did Kristi Gnome lie about when she said Alex Preddy was armed? I know she did that at like a press conference. Did she bring that up on a Fox show? I want like a Fox News.
All right, and tonight, all eyes on Minneapolis, where anti-ICE protests continue to sweep the city following a second fatal shooting involving immigration officials over the weekend. Here now with the very latest, DHS Secretary Kristi Gnome. Madam Secretary, thanks for being with us. I want to talk about how untenable the whole situation is and why. I'm going to get to that. There seems to be two criticisms that have emerged, and I want to give you a chance to address them. One was an ex-post 2.5 hours after the Preddy shooting that an individual approached the officer with a 9mm semi-automatic. Officers feared for their safety, and that's why the shooting occurred. It seems, as you look at videos, that the weapon may have been stripped, though, before that happened. And I guess my question is, was that statement premature?
Well, Sean, I know you realize that situation was very chaotic and that we were being relayed information from on the ground from CBP agents and officers that were there. We were using the best information we had at the time, seeking to be transparent with the American people and get them what we knew to be true on the ground. So we will continue to follow the investigation that the FBI is leading and giving them all the information that they need to bring that to a conclusion and make sure that the American people know the truth of the situation and how we can go forward and continue to protect the American people.
As untenable as this is, and all these politicians pouring gasoline on what is already a difficult situation, and that's enforcement of the law, arresting the worst of the worst, and I'll get to that in a minute. The president's called for a full investigation. Stephen Miller seemed to concede that maybe some protocols weren't followed. Again, everything's hindsight 2020, and these things go down very quickly. Any lessons to be learned? Handle things differently going forward?
Well, Sean, that's part of the reason why we have several layers of an investigation here. We believe that we can always do better, and we seek to do that every single day. And we want to make sure that we not only improve protocols on the ground in chaotic and volatile situations like this, but that we continue to find the truth around this situation and get the facts to the American people and make sure that we continue to do our work every day with integrity, but that we continue to be able to get criminals and dangerous people off the streets like these officers have been doing for months, ever since President Trump came back into office. They take an oath to go out and protect these communities and to keep them safe, and that's one of the jobs that they take very seriously, especially in Minneapolis, as we've seen this kind of violent riots go forward and attack them.
I think in the Renee Good case, it was more clear-cut because we had the video. Clearly, she accelerated towards an officer. Clearly. Injuries were incurred by the officer, internal bleeding, as I understand it. If I'm wrong, correct me on that. I think in this case, it's a little bit different. Although I don't know why he was there with a loaded gun, and this other incident raises questions I'll ask you about in a minute here. But people seem to be upset over the term domestic terrorism.
This week, President Trump presided over a Homeland Security Task Force roundtable on the ongoing crackdown on drug cartels.
Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard was there, laying out the grim brutality of these cartel crimes.
Wait.
The arrest of a Sinaloa cartel boss.
Nope, that's not it. Hold on. Tulsi Gabbard, Fox News, Obama, Russia. I know she was on Fox News talking about this. Was it here?
Important issue, and I just want to start by
Oh.
saying that this is an issue that is important to every single one of us as Americans. This is not a partisan issue. It has to do with the integrity and the strength of our democratic republic, and it lays out this over 100 documents that you're referencing that I released, declassified and released, spells out in great detail exactly what happens when you have some of the most powerful people in our country directly leading at the helm, President Obama and his senior-most national security cabinet, James Comey, John Brennan, James Clapper.
Fuck, all three of these are with Hannity. Whatever, it's Fox News, doesn't matter. Do you think, is Hannity their largest host now? Without Tucker Carlson there? Oh, is Jesse Waters bigger? Him and Jesse Waters are their prime time hosts. Okay. Okay, friendly conversion platforming. You show both audiences understand that there's some disagreement between both sides, with the goal of emphasizing similarities, while potentially noting some disagreements between you, focusing on building on the similarities between both sides, but camaraderie, both parties, audiences. To build camaraderie. Wait, focusing on building both sides. Focusing on how closely united they should be against the opposing side. Against the not participating? It's not in the conversation. Against some third party. Okay. Okay. Friendly conversation platforming. This is where I would say all of the podcast bros show up. Donald Trump on... How many different shows did he show up on? We had Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, Theo Vaughn, Andrew Schultz. For Andrew Schultz, did they have any significant disagreements at all? Did Donald Trump talk to Dave Smith? Donald Trump on Joe Rogan. Donald Trump on Tim Pool.
I'm Hannah Claire Brimmel. I'm a writer for SCNR.com. That's Scanner News. I'm really
From the Congo, they're coming in from all parts of Africa, they're coming in from all parts of Asia, and it's an invasion into our country, and no country can handle this. So we're going to have them taken out. Local police, we're going to work very closely with the...
Theo Vaughn.
I have some tour dates to tell you about. I'll be in Las Vegas, Nevada over Labor Day weekend. If you're going to be there, then I will too. I'll be in Bend, Oregon, Spokane, Washington, Portland, Oregon, Vancouver in the Canada, Oklahoma City, North Little Rock, Springfield, Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri, Sioux Falls, La Crosse.
What?
Who do you think tried to take...
Mm-hmm. 6 feet under? I haven't even heard of that. Stop. Bussin' with the Boys. Theo Vaughn, Aiden Ross, Lex Friedman.
I don't know if you know this, but some people call you.
Adversarial plot or adversarial adversarial conversation. Conversion. Why am I putting conversion? Conversation. Okay. I know I did a lot of the adversarial conversation platforming. Maybe Pete Buttigieg as well, I think. Pete Buttigieg on, he went on Flagrant, right? Thank you, Unpopular Opinions. On Andrew Schultz. Many of my interviews. I don't put myself. I don't know this myself. We'll just leave this, I guess. Okay, and then hostile platforming is show up with both audiences, understanding there's a massive ideological contention between both sides with the goal of having a very critical conversation. So this would be Caitlin Collins interviewing basically anyone from the Trump admin. Piers Morgan and Jubilee style shows. Oh, I think Gavin Newsom's podcast fits under the adversarial conversation platforming.
Okay, everybody.
Okay. It is important that people have a clear understanding of what kind of conversation they are prepared to engage with. Conversations where the understanding is different between both parties will end in disaster, generally for the party invited to the talk. Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz thought he was signing up for a friendly conversation. Friendly conversation, adversarial conversation, and hostile platforming. Wait, I need a different word here. Same team platforming? Same team platform, I guess. Okay. I don't know. Ted Cruz said he was signing up for a same team or friendly conversation with Tucker Carlson, but Carlson was intending for... Would I say this was hostile? I would. For a hostile conversation leading to many Cruz blunders, which made him look foolish. Okay. Many times there are Democratic candidates who are trying to engage with social or alternative media, who are trying to engage with the social or alternative media landscape, who assume they are walking into friendly or same team or friendly environments, but are repeatedly taken surprise by hostile conversations. The Slotkin one is a big one. I think there have been others as well, right? Slotkin versus is it Breaking Points? Jesus, even the title of this video is crazy. Crystal and Sager grill Dem senator on Epstein, Zohran, and Israel.
Joining us now, Senator.
Damn. Crystal Ball. Ugh, is that really her name? There's no way. Grilling. Remember when RFK joined their podcast and they asked him the same thing and didn't care when he was pro-Israel? Wait, is that true? Hold on. RFK Jr. Breaking Points. Trump humiliates RFK Jr. with... Oh, no, wait. How long ago would this have been? RFK Jr. challenged on Israel, free speech, and Epstein.
Joining us now, Senator Alyssa Slotkin.
Versus grilled.
Very pleased to bring you all today an
What was his stance? Now, this was December 15th, 2023. Slotkin was 2025. These are quite a time period apart now. Is there anything that was more recent with RFK Jr. and Breaking Points? Because you could argue that the war got worse for the Palestinians, so maybe it would make sense why they're more aggressive later on about it now.
Very pleased.
I don't know. Fuck. I can listen real quick, I guess.
And specifically the topic of Israel, obviously very much in the news right now. So President Biden's administration, they have said that they have no red lines for the state of Israel and their conduct in this war. Do you have any red lines for Israel?
Well, you know, the red lines are that, you don't deliberately, you do everything you can, which I think Israel is doing right now, to avoid civilian casualties. But, there's collateral damage in every war, and they're fighting an implacable enemy. I mean, I don't think there's any country in the world that would go as
I think Bulwark has covered a ton of these examples. Well, link me.
far as Israel has gone to not invade Gaza. I mean, Israel was being bombed by Hamas, took over Gaza. Israel walked out of Gaza. There's no occupation of Gaza. Well, there's a blockade because Hamas declared war on Israel and sent suicide bombers off, so they put up a fence. So it's their, that's like the guy who kills his parents and then throws himself on the mercy of the court because he's an orphan. For them to say that they're blockaded, they're like, yeah, they're blockaded. And it's not just Israel's blockading them, it's Egypt. Well, everybody has a problem with Hamas. In fact, after the 73 war, after the 67 war, Israel tried to give Hamas back to Egypt, and Egypt didn't want to take it because Gaza back to Egypt. Egypt didn't want to take it because of the high level of sort of religious militant Islam that Egypt considered a threat to its own government. Let me just finish.
Sure.
Israel, Hamas took over in 2006,
right?
And they immediately started shelling Israel. So they sent on average 2,000 rockets a year on civilian populations, and their charter and their public statements day after day are it's against Islamic law for them to even negotiate with Israel, except as a ruse. It says that in their charter. The only satisfaction for them, the only goal, is to annihilate Israel and kill every Jew, not just in Israel, but all around the world. So Israel, instead of going in and attacking, if Mexico elected a communist government, and the communist government began sending shells onto civilian populations in San Antonio and Houston and say, we're going to retake Texas, which they have a legitimate claim to. We're going to retake it. How long would it take us to go in there? It wouldn't take us very long. We would go in and we would do whatever it took to take out the people who were sending the shells. And Israel, instead of doing that, Israel did something extraordinary, which is it invested in an Iron Dome, which is to defend itself against just a little bit. So there's thousands, tens of thousands of Israelis that have, on that part of Israel that have been raised in bomb shelters. Who would put up with that? There's
no one here is excusing the actions of Hamas, but I think you agree that one atrocity does not justify another. So how can you hold on? How can you say though? How can you say? I haven't finished my question. How can you say that Israel is doing everything they can to avoid civilian death when the civilian death toll, even by Israeli estimates, and this is the low, this is the best possible number you could put on it, is 61% innocent civilians, thousands of children, thousands of women. That's worse than the combination of every 20th century conflict combined. So how can you look at that and combine with the complete siege of 2.2 million people and say that they are doing everything they can to protect civilian life?
First of all, what you said is not true. We killed 750,000 civilians in Iraq.
Percentage-wise.
750? What is that? I've heard the 500,000 one. 750,000? Where is this? Jesus.
The percentage of the average kill rate in Afghanistan, Mosul, in those battles, in modern warfare is about 8 or 9 to 1 civilians and military.
And you think that's fine? 80% civilian death?
I don't think a single civilian death is fine. Not a single, but when we went into Germany to get out the Nazis, we killed 2 million Germans. We bombed Dresden.
Which is why, and actually there's an analysis that just came out that showed the bombing of northern Gaza has been more devastating and more destructive than our bombing of Dresden. I would also say after World War II, that's why we put in place things like the Geneva Conventions, to make sure that we did as much as we could to protect civilian life. So let me give you a specific report that you can respond to. The Washington Post, we can put this up on the screen, guys, this is the second element. The Washington Post just reported that Israel dropped US-supplied white phosphorus in an attack in Lebanon in a way that is inconsistent with the laws of war, directly impacting a civilian population. Are these, and you might say, look, maybe the report's in dispute, maybe we need to go and investigate, but is this or any other of Israeli conduct in this war, is this something that you think should be investigated for potential violations of international law?
Again, if Israel dropped white phosphorus on civilian populations illegally.
I can't really compare these two interviews because I don't think RFK is like in a public office here. I don't even know if he was on the Republican side yet. I think he was still running as a Democrat, right? Or if I don't even know if he announced he was running it. December of 2023, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. I can't really compare. Who are the, if I want to find out who like the most popular Democrats are right now, I'm trying to think if this gives me a good understanding of the landscape or not. Because a lot of it will come down to name recognition and stuff. I don't know. Let's see. Who are most popular poll Democrats right now? Current most popular Democrats poll. What is this?
I don't say great, like it's the greatest con in history. By the way, it's the greatest con in history. I mean, truly. It's the greatest, and I don't say great in like a good way. It is truly the most successful con in history. It makes Enron look like a guy doing 3-card Monte on the street. anything that you can remember and identify as a complete and utter scam, this is the greatest con in history. To run as an America first, and you're going to take care of America, and then turn around and go, you know, all of these things, daycare, Medicare, Medicaid, we have nothing to do with that. We're fighting wars. That's what we're here to do. We're here to have a defense budget of $1.5 trillion, and we're here to fight wars. It is the greatest scam in history. You got to hand it to him. And I mean, truly, and not in, you know, again, not in a moral way, but like, you got to hand it to him. This is the greatest about face in political history.
Retards. Don't care. Okay. Do Democrat, March 6th. Okay, a month ago. Do Democrats want to be normal? Survey analysis of today's Democratic coalition. Moderates, 47% of the Democratic coalition, voters who describe themselves as a moderate Democrat, independent, or anti-Trump Republican. Moderates form the largest segment of the coalition with an average age of 53. They are somewhat more likely to be non-college graduates and are demographically diverse, 62% white, 70% black, 30% Hispanic, 55% Asian. More than half live in suburban communities, and they are the most electorally flexible faction in the coalition. Only 45% say they have never voted for a non-democratic presidential candidate. Progressive liberals, 37% of the Democratic coalition, voters who describe themselves as liberal Democrat or progressive Democrat. They're the whitest, 65% white, 11% Hispanic, 70% black, 5% Asian of the three groups, and are evenly split between those with college degrees and those without. A large majority describe themselves as ideologically left-leaning. This group is also disproportionately concentrated on the West Coast and in suburban areas. And the woke fringe, voters who describe themselves as a democratic socialist or communist, 11%. The woke fringe stands apart demographically and attitudinally. It is the youngest faction with an average age of 43 and 7 in 10 members under the age of 50. It is the group with the fewest Hispanics, but the largest proportion of black and Asian voters, 60% are white. This group is more likely to live in urban areas, particularly in the Northeast. Ideologically, it is the most consistently left-leaning faction, with the majority identifying as very left-leaning. Members of this group are also significantly more likely than other Democrats to report poor mental health compared to the other groups. 25% for this group, 14% for moderate, 60% for progressive liberals. Let's see. Thinking about the direction of the Democratic Party after 2024, which statement comes closest to your view? Wait. When was this done? Between February 6th and 15th? Okay, a couple months ago. Thinking about the direction of the Democratic Party after 2024, which statement comes closest to your view? The Democratic Party needs to move further left to energize its base. That's 22% for all Dems / Harris voters. The Democratic Party is in the right spot ideologically, is 26%. Not sure is 13%. And the Democratic Party needs to move towards the center to win over more voters, 38%. Damn. Okay. Hispanic, black, white. Woke fringe, say 58% of them say they need to move further to the left. Progressive liberals are at 24%. Moderates are at 12%. Under 50, 50 plus. Okay. Jesus. Among likely Democratic primary voters, the early 2028 field remains fluid. Kamala Harris holds a narrow plurality at 23%, followed closely by Gavin Newsom at 20%. Pete Buttigieg trails in third with 8%. I am surprised he's this far up there. Followed by AOC at 7%, Josh Shapiro at 5%, and Mark Kelly at 4%. What are our... Okay, there are severe ideological mismatches and anti-similarities are only true at the surface level and quickly diverge as soon as you dig into them. Examples. Recent polling from the Manhattan Institute shows a broad voter preference for remaining more moderate in our beliefs and democratic beliefs. Or even appealing more to, did this say to the right or towards the center? Okay, really more towards the center. Wait.
I mean, we.
Uh-oh, hold on. We'll get to that. One sec. Okay, what would we say are the three, can we name like three huge, or what are some large, hold on. This might be a waste of time because maybe it's not as bad as I think, but we'll see. The three most popular Democrats that voters would support in a 2028 Democratic presidential primary are Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, and Pete Buttigieg. How are these three individuals treated on far left media platforms? Do they seem to take a more constructive / friendly approach, or do they instead appear as openly hostile? Let's check with, I'll do a few. Scanning YouTube video titles of the majority report. Do we include breaking points? Because I feel like that's supposed to be like a Republican and a Democrat, right? Is what they say. Who else would we say are like our big leftist socialist slop? Maybe Kyle Kalinske, maybe we could say, I guess we can check him. I don't even know where the Young Turks. Do we? I guess I'll do it. Yeah, fuck it. We'll do these. Okay. Okay. The majority report. Let's search videos. And let's search titles. And let's look for Harris. Search. No, fuck. Kamala Harris. I fucked up. 7 years ago. Fuck. Is there a way to do an advanced search in here? Can I put like a date thing? Like after 2023? Will that work? Oh my god. I think it might have. Jesus Christ. Kamala Harris on the majority report. We've got anti-war protesters interrupting Kamala Harris is great, actually. We've got Kamala Harris's book proves she was never prepared to be president. Okay. We've got Dem 2024 autopsy report. Kamala Harris lost votes because of support for the Gaza genocide. Support, she did. I remember hearing her say that. She said, fuck Palestinians. Tim Pool goes full sexist over Kamala Harris. Brett Weinstein cooks up idiotic Kamala Harris theory. Liberal justices send up warning flare to Kamala Harris. Harris campaign full of excuses for 2024 fail. It seems like the only time they defend her is when it's just against like more reprehensible people. So like against Tim Pool, against Brett Weinstein.
I think, you know, we need to wait until we get really better data on who voted and why. Like how many people went from being
Curious what they say about the sexist Tim Pool thing.
We talked about Hillary Clinton, right? And like how the public's mind was made up about her until 2016, and that was a big issue for her. This is a big issue for Trump. Everyone, you know, people already know how they feel about him. I saw a poll, only 2% of the population is undecided on their opinion about him. So if Democrats can outperform Republicans, that's game over. And there's benefit to having newness and youth and all of those things.
Well, that may be the case, Emma, but have you considered that maybe Kamala Harris shouldn't be laughing so much? Let's tune into some very incisive political commentary from Tim Pool, who's just calling him as he sees him.
That the political consultants for Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton are telling them, you cannot be the screechy strong woman because people don't respond well to that. You have to be the jovial laughing woman, which is terrible advice. But I hate to break it to you guys. I wonder if there is just naturally a predisposition humans have to react less positively to women rallying cries as opposed to men. I mean that. I'll give some examples.
We know.
All right. I said yesterday that the laughing is a misogynist dog whistle, right? Didn't I say that?
Whoopsie.
So I'm sorry to tell you guys, but you know, I had a strategy going into that debate with him, and I was going to laugh at him if he acted ridiculous. When I did laugh at him, that's when he started screaming.
This is why you guys don't get invited places.
We're not having real conversations. That's when he got super red. There is something, first of all, like Hillary Clinton, yeah, that was part of the issue, bro. She can't, she was, I really have so many issues with her, from like Iraq war support, Wall Street ties. I hated voting for Hillary Clinton. But the sexism issues were real. She couldn't laugh because it was inauthentic. But then when she would try to rally, oh, she's being screechy, she's being aggressive. He's describing the outcomes of sexism and why they need to be overcome. But he's basically saying, well, there's nothing you can do because either you're screechy or you're too giggly, and we're going to criticize you anyway for it. Yeah, bro, that's the problem. It's because you have an issue with a woman being in a position of authority in front of your eyes.
What's always great about Tim Pool is he takes his perspective on things and then says it's actually the world. I want to remind Tim Pool that Hillary Clinton lost by 70,000 votes over the course of 3 states in terms of the Electoral College, but millions of more people voted for her than Donald Trump. In fact, Joe Biden won with less of a margin across in terms of the Electoral, in terms of like votes swung the other way in the Electoral College. So they're actual, like in terms of like them appealing to humans. It's you projecting on to the rest of us your misogyny. Go back and let's hear him explain again how, well, it's a mistake to tell her to laugh. And it's also a mistake to tell her to be screechy women because actually women just, people don't trust women. And by people, I mean, Tim Pool doesn't trust women. Somehow we've had women leaders in other countries around the world many times over. It's just that religious fundamentalism in this country has carried the day and the patriarchy keeps people out. So instead of railing against that, Tim's just like, it's just a fact. You know, I mean, if you want to be a high value guy, you got to realize that women can't rule the world.
Really is though. I don't think it's a mental disorder. I think that the political consultants for Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton are telling them, you cannot be the screechy strong woman because people don't respond well to that. You have to be the jovial laughing woman, which is terrible advice. But I hate to break it to you guys. I wonder if there is just naturally a predisposition humans have to react less positively to women rallying cries as opposed to men. I mean that. I'll give some examples. Or I'll give you my experience. So I did nonprofit fundraising, almost all of you know this, and there were 2 characteristics that served men and women, respectively, individually, very well. You weren't allowed to say this in the office. You were just supposed to try and give people the best understanding of how to fundraise through a sales pitch. So they give you these scripts that you read verbatim. Hi, my name is so-and-so. I'm with insert group. All right. Congratulations. It might be made.
Beneath the table, I mean, but
let's just like, I just for the sake of just showing how much this guy actually thinks about his deep experiences, let's stipulate every single thing he has said. the best fundraisers are assume, like, just stipulate this just for the sake of argument. He doesn't ask himself, like, his assumption is what A basing from. I mean, we rated not in those same hands. Everyone has the opportunity to vote. Not every, some people are break. So this is just assuming what he's saying is he's such a dimwit. He spends so little time thinking about his deep theories that he doesn't even realize he didn't know what he's talking about.
An example for when they do like their Maidenform ad where it's like you're either a Jackie or a Marilyn, and they're like, should we get a woman's perspective on this? No. Women will buy it because they know they want to appear attractive because of their height. Has he done that forensic analysis of like say men with full heads of hair?
I was just going to say that. God, let's hear where he's going with this. Because he's forgotten now. I think he's forgotten what his original point was. He's just trying to tell stories about big-chested women that he's known.
And then AOC comes up somehow.
All guys, same thing. Men and women react differently to men and women, and I think that's an important point to be made. Again, not to be pressed, but what I'm saying is, if you get like AOC, when she went up on stage, pulled her hair down, and was like, oh, let's go Bronx, everyone made fun of her. Now, to be fair, it could kind of be like the Howard Dean, Yahoo moment or whatever that was he said, yeehaw.
Short man without boobs.
Maybe. But I also think that when you get Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris, and they're trying to do this gruff, you vote for me again, it's raspy, squeaky, and I wonder if people have a natural predisposition against something like that. Not to say that's a 100% 70. No, it could be like 1 or 2 points that you might lose. Whereas with a guy standing up and saying, I'm telling you now, I will make sure China pays, people are going to be like, well, that's a strong guy with a deep voice. And with Hillary Clinton, she sounds like this, and Kamala Harris, I'm going to do this. It's like, I think there are really, it's probably people who don't pay attention to politics, and they have emotional reaction and expectations, and these things are ingrained in us. Dare I say, I would describe this as
Hillary Clinton
sexism.
got 3 million more votes than Donald Trump. You idiot.
Yeah.
Your entire
Inherent
theory
sexism.
is based upon your own imagination.
And he's naturalizing he's just naturalizing hierarchies, which is exactly what right-wingers do. He's naturalizing things that we have evolved from as a society. We are still in growing pains. Yes, there is still sexism. Yes, there will be voters that will hear Kamala Harris and, whether they understand it or not, will not vote for her because she doesn't appeal to them because she's a woman. But Tim is not saying there's anything wrong with that, or that it's something that we should critically examine, and that we have the capacity to change, because we know that we do. Women have suffrage. Women have rights. Women have credit cards now. We've evolved. He's naturalizing those hierarchies.
And he's also doing it based upon a faulty perception of how other people are, because Hillary Clinton got 3 million more votes than Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That's just a fact. His
With all her
entire theory
issues.
is based upon her getting less votes, and she got more votes. It's not, his theory is not in societies with electoral colleges, people respond to women differently in specific states that they don't campaign in. He's making some universal decree based upon numbers that he doesn't even seem to be aware of.
Ahead of Claudia Sheinbaum getting elected president in Mexico, there was all the same sorts of things being like, what's going to happen because Mexico very macho, the macho man, machismo, and it's all idle, speculation.
We've had in Germany, in England, Italy.
I don't see if they say a single positive thing about her in this video.
Fortunately, not recently in France, Argentina, and Mexico. I mean, Israel. Somehow, all of these places must be outside of society, including the United States, incidentally, where, again, 3 or 4 million people more voted for Hillary Clinton than Donald Trump.
I remember in Joe Crowley when AOC was challenging him saying, I can't help that I'm white. So very quickly, once they realized that it's an advantage, actually might be a liability to just be what Tim Pool seems as the standard tough guy talking like this.
He's very tough. I can't wait for this age. Like, the most analogous situation is Jacinda Ardern, right, who took over late in New Zealand to get elected to be president, and she had a pretty good progressive presidency, did well under COVID. So if that's the case, I'll take that example.
Hey, so we all remember the Supreme Court's ruling on Trump's presidential immunity case. Well, get this. The leader of the Heritage Foundation think tank has said the second American...
No? Okay. Okay. What do we have for Kyle Kulinski? Breaking points and the Young Turks. More Cedar Hills. I don't need every single fucking video.
In 20...
The big interview happened.
Actually, fuck, I'll include this one. Okay. August 30th, 2024. Okay. What are, if I go to Kyle Kulinski, secular talk, search, Kamala Harris, after 2023. Ta-Nehisi Coates delivers dire warning to Kamala Harris. Kamala says the quiet part loud in shocking admission. Rogan reveals how Kamala interview fell apart. Burn your MAGA hat. Nick Fuentes says Kamala's better than Trump. Well, that's a nice one. The View hosts go quiet as Kamala stuns them.
So as I said, with Kamala doing more interviews now, there's a lot more stuff to pick apart. A lot of this stuff, look, to be fair, is very good. The stuff that she said on The View about expanding Medicare to include home care. That's a big deal, man. Like, that truly is a big deal. But that was the good part. Now we're going to discuss the bad part. So this is the moment that everybody's talking about with this interview on The View. She has, honestly, this is a good question from the women at The View. This is a very solid question. This is a question that, like, if I was ever interviewing Kamala, this is a question I would ask, right?
It's not going to be Israel-Palestine, right?
They basically say, hey, where do you disagree with Biden? What would you have done differently than Biden?
Oh.
And that should be, look, it should be a softball down the center of the plate. I get that you're still the VP, and so you don't want to like offend Biden, but at the same time, like you are a different person. He was switched out for you. This is an opportunity for you to define yourself as, no, seriously, I am different. People want you to be different. They don't want you to be Joe Biden. If they want you to be Joe Biden would still be the top of the ticket. He's not, right? Here's your answer. Ready?
If anything, would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There's not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Like literally all you have to do is say, well, you know, we have to take a minimum wage increase out of Build Back Better. I wouldn't have done that. I would have made sure that we kept that in the final package, and I would have called Manchin and Sinema into my office and made sure that they voted for it. I would have done everything I could in my power to get it.
Oh, just tell them to vote for. Oh, shrimple ass, shrimple ass.
To that point, right? Hey, we Build Back Better. We ended up going with a bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, that was about 20% of the stuff that was in Build Back Better. I would make sure it was at least 60%, right? Something, freaking anything. Give me anything. Biden is a union guy, but he's more connected on like the construction side of union workers. Kamala has union connections from California, but hers are more like care economy based. So go with something about unions when it comes to the care economy. Like anything, bro. I would have, hey, we used executive power to reduce some student loan debt. I would have used executive power to also reduce medical debt. Right? Something, anything, bro. Literally, there's so many things you can say. There's so many things you can say. And she said none of those things. But guys, it gets worse. It gets worse.
It gets
so
worse.
later on, she sort of comes back to this question. Listen to what she says.
It's bipartisan. Listen, I plan on having a Republican in my cabinet. You asked me, yes, right? You asked me what's the difference between Joe Biden and me. Well, that will be one of the differences. I'm going to have a Republican in my cabinet because I don't feel burdened by letting pride get in the way of a good idea. Yeah. Right?
So now, by the way, Joe Biden does have Republicans in his cabinet. I believe he has about 3 Republicans in his cabinet. One of them that comes to mind is DeJoy. And the Republicans have done a horrible job, by the way. The Republicans he has with what's his face? Jerome Powell, right? He's a Republican. There's a whole bunch that are in his administration, and they've done a bad job. So let's get that out of the way.
Wasn't Powell put there before Biden, though? Don't they serve longer terms? Is it 10 years or something? I thought Powell was put there by Trump.
Right? But like, again, this all goes back to what we were just talking about. Kamala and her staffers feel, and they worry that you're a black woman, so people are going to code you as left-wing. So you need to make sure to let them know, I'm moderate, I'm centrist, I'm a moderate, I'm a centrist. But their way of doing that is to have her say shit like this. There's nothing that's different between me and Joe Biden. Actually, there is, because I will be more right-wing.
He reappointed him? Oh, okay.
I'll have a Republican in my administration. Presumably she means like closer to her in her cabinet, right? And that's not the way to do it. That's not the way to do it. You need to find a way.
Which is tradition? Oh, I don't know what the tradition is. I don't know if the Federal Reserve Chair is usually considered a cabinet person either, right? They don't go to like cabinet meetings and shit, do they?
Look, I get it. You're trying to get moderate votes and slightly...
No, we haven't seen Powell at any of Trump's cabinet meetings, right?
Conservative votes and disaffected Republicans. I get it. There's a good way of doing that. There's a bad way of doing that. A bad way of doing that is saying, thank you for your service, Dick Cheney, Mr. Torturer, war criminal. I'm proud to have your endorsement. That's a bad way of doing that. A good way of doing it is just saying, yeah, I'm a moderate. I'm a centrist. And that's why I'm going to eliminate medical debt. And that's why I'm going to raise minimum wage. Yeah, I'm a centrist. That's why I'm going to expand Medicare to include home care. I'm going to do centrist stuff like that. I'm a centrist. I'm going to do $6,000 child tax credit. I'm going to ban price gouging. I'm going to lower more prescription drug costs. I'm a centrist. Look at polls. Majority of Americans with me on those things. That's right smack dab in the center of the country. I am a centrist. I'm a moderate. These are the things I believe. That's how you do it. And by the way, we all know what she means. She means like Liz Cheney's going to be in the administration. Well, look, if Liz Cheney's going to be in the administration, the only thing she should or could ever work on is another, January 6th committee to take down Trump for more of his election stealing crimes. Because that's the only area where she's good. Everything else is bad. She was celebrating Roe versus Wade being overturned. Remember that? She voted over 90% of the time with Donald Trump. This is just Donald Trump in a pantsuit. Like, that's what she is. The only difference is she's against stealing the election. Wow, like lowest bar in history. I genuinely want to downplay that. Like, thank you for taking that position. That's good. That's the only...
Fuck. I would have to go check conservative media to compare, but like, I'm just so curious. Somebody pointed out that Kyle tweeted this because he wasn't a fence sitter for this election.
All right, guys.
But even like Kyle's definitive case against Trump, like not for Kamala, am I being nitpicky here? Like, Jesus. I don't know. I wonder what he said in this video. Let me use the restroom. Hold on.
Welcome to the show. We have an election tomorrow, and I am super excited for today's show. It's probably the most important show that I've done in a very, very long time. So in just a second, I'm going to make the definitive case against Donald Trump. Just lay out nothing but straight facts. And I hope you guys share the segment with your friends, with your family, with people who agree with you, with people who disagree with you, with people who are fence-sitting. Because again, I'm going to try my best to make an ironclad case and change people's minds. So we'll do that up front. Then after that, I will be revealing my election prediction. Do not miss that segment. I will tell you how I think the election is going to go. Then after that, I'll describe to you exactly what you have to look out for on election day. This is also going to be a super important point because there are things that are almost certainly going to happen, and nobody's talking.
He was already calling her Hillary 2.0 in 2021. He never fucked with Kamala. I'm trying to focus on things closer to the election or around the election time. Because your mind can change, right?
Think about them. And so you need to mentally prepare. And I'm going to lay out for you exactly how it's going to go. And then after that, guys, this is a huge story. It's crazy. It's not getting more play. They haven't talked about it on mainstream media. But the Daily Beast had a bombshell article a few days ago. It is a brand new, insane Trump-Epstein story that you have to see to believe. All right, so we got all that and much, much more, including Trump's closing ad versus Kamala's closing ad. So let's go ahead and get it started. The point of this segment here is to make the definitive case against Trump. And I hope, again, share with people you know, share with people you like, share with people you don't like, share with people you disagree with and agree with. We're really trying to do our best to change minds here. And I'm going to do it by...
What? Right? Never mind. Okay. I hear something. Okay. Wait. This fucking game. Never mind. Okay. Wait. Damn. Show transcript. What? It's not right. It must be, this can't possibly be, no, he must say Harris or something. There's no way there's only one mention of Kamala in this entire video. It's gotta be, that's not possible. No shot.
I'm just trying to spit straight facts. So I'm going to start this segment off a little weird. Just to prove to everybody who might not know about me in the show, I am not what you might call a partisan hack. Okay, I will give credit where credit is due if I think it's merited. I don't really care about what political party you're in or what your ideology is. If you do something that I think is objectively good, I will say, you know what, credit to you. So first let me start with just a couple things where I actually agreed with Trump when he was president. I like the First Step Act. That was criminal justice reform. He very famously got that through. Again, if it was a Democrat who did it, I'd be giving the Democrat credit. It was Trump. The Republicans who were able to do it. Excuse me, it was Trump. I think it was a lot of Democrats that ended up getting it done. That was wonderful. Pardoning Alice Johnson. Remember that story? The sweet old grandmotherly lady who was caught up in some drug crime and she was spending life in prison, but she definitely didn't deserve it. And Kim Kardashian went to the White House to try to convince Trump to pardon her, and he did. Credit to her. Excuse me, credit to him. I guess also credit to her. He did not do. He ran in 2016 and said, we're not going to do the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, because it's another massive outsourcing deal that will hurt American jobs. And to his credit, he got in there and he killed the TPP. Now that one he only gets half credit because he also took a lot of the provisions of the TPP and slipped it back into his new NAFTA bill. So it's only partial credit because some of those things became law anyway, but nonetheless, still very happy he axed TPP. The other thing is he banned bump stocks. Remember that? This is something many right-wingers and Second Amendment supporters did not like. This is something I thought was very reasonable, very common sense. It was after one of the massive mass shootings, and he said, you know, these bump stock things are unnecessary, and he banned them. And then finally, this is probably my most controversial give Trump credit line, is I actually liked it when he stopped doing the chest thumping and beating the war drums when he came to North Korea, and he literally met Kim Jong-un and shook his hand, and they had a meeting. Because from my perspective, if they're talking, that makes it much less likely that we end up going to war with them. So admittedly, that's my most controversial take, but I did not mind the Kim Jong-un North Korea meeting in the slightest. In fact, it was a Democratic president that was doing it. I'd be saying the same thing. Hey, I'm glad that we are further away from war with North Korea. I'd rather be in that position than Trump doing those very threatening tweets about Little Rocket Man. That was when I was massively against his North Korea approach. Okay, so there you go. There's some areas where I give Trump credit. Now buckle up, because those are the good things. The bad things, the list is way, way, way more comprehensive, way longer, right? And understand, it's not my fault. This is the stuff he did, right? So let's start with this. Very few people know this. Trump, when he was president, gutted internet privacy rights. So the industry wanted him to do that. The Republicans...
Wait, is there another video right before this? Kyle's definitive case for Kamala, maybe? Is there like a video before this? Could somebody look at that?
Voted for the bill to pass. Trump signed the bill. Guys, do you know how much support that bill had in the country? You ready for this? I literally think this is a world record for signing legislation that is this unpopular. That bill had 6% support in the country, and Trump signed it. See, this is what I mean when I say the media doesn't do a good job. The media should bring stuff up like this all the time. This is how Trump governed as president. People need to know this. They need to know that he gutted your internet privacy rights and signed a bill with 6% support in the country. All right, so that's one thing. Then also we have Trump very famously tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare. He failed because of John McCain at the last minute swooping in to save the day. But a lot of people don't remember there was a two-pronged approach. Number one, repeal Obamacare. But the second thing is they proposed a bill, I believe it was called the American Health Care Act, which is what the media dubbed Trump Care. So he wanted to get rid of Obamacare and bring in Trump Care. Okay, well, what is Trump Care? Well, just to give you a little taste of it, Trump was going around the country saying, you don't need to worry, we're going to protect your pre-existing conditions. If you have pre-existing conditions, fear not, we're going to fight for you, we're going to protect you. As he was saying that around the country, guess what? The text of the bill itself got rid of protection for pre-existing conditions. It made it so that state by state they either opt in or opt out. And what would have happened is all of the red states would have opted out of protecting people with pre-existing conditions. So the health care bill that Trump tried to pass, Trump Care. Again, would you like to take a guess how popular this bill was? There was a Kaiser Family Foundation poll. Only 8% of the country wanted it passed. And this is what he tried to get passed. Guys, this is what a second Trump term would be like. Trying to shove through more legislation with 6% support or 8% support. And my point to you guys is, if you're MAGA, if you're in MAGA, do you seriously want no protections for your pre-existing condition?
This is the tweet that Kyle says he, quote, very openly supported her, end quote. This is the example that he gave.
Because this is the kind of stuff he's going to deliver for you. Do you seriously want even fewer online privacy rights? Because this is what he's going to do. He virtue signals when he's in front of the crowd. He tries to pretend like, I'm going to do the things you want. But then this is the actual legislation he tries to get through. Next one of the more important ones. Trump did a massive tax cut for the rich and corporations. That bill that he brags about all the time, if you read the details, 83% of the benefits of that tax cut bill go to the top 1%. Every tax cut for working people has a sunset provision on it, and it's gone away. And the tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations are permanent. This is what he does. He represents billionaires and big business and moneyed interests. He does not represent regular working people, despite what he says on the campaign trail. Again, you have to read the specifics and the details to know what's actually going on. Another example of that, he picks a predatory payday lender to be the head of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. For those of you who don't know, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is one of the best government agencies we have. They've returned over $12 billion to Americans who were defrauded by big banks and credit card companies, etc. It came about under the Obama administration. Well, Trump again appointed a predatory payday lender to be the head of it to destroy the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And of course, so as he gets out of office, the Democrats have tried to build it up again to make it represent the people again. This is one nobody talks about. He very famously deregulated deli meat, and then we had a listeria outbreak. It just happened. It ended up killing 9 people and hospitalizing 57, and it's as a direct result of him deregulating deli meat. Trump ran as the anti-outsourcing guy. Well, guess what? Under him, we lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs. Trump picked the 3 new Supreme Court justices, and guess what? They're the ones who overturned Roe versus Wade, and of course that's having horrendous consequences all across the country, because now you have 12 or more states with full abortion bans, many other conservative states with very restrictive abortion bans, but they're not full abortion bans, and this is wreaking havoc on women's health. Then he also very famously did not try to get the minimum wage increased, even though he pretended he was a populist. He's going to represent working people. He didn't lift a finger to try to get the minimum wage increased. Beyond that, he presided over a net loss of 2.9 million jobs. Now look, you could say, yeah, but that's largely due to COVID or whatever. It's fair to bring up COVID in the context of that conversation. But when you're president, you also don't get a mulligan. Okay, he lost 2.9 million jobs. He also made $160 million from foreign countries while he was president. This is a clear violation of the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution. And the concern is, if you're taking that much money from foreign governments and from foreign wealthy people, who are you really beholden to? Are you making policy for the American people, or are you making policy for them? He did a lot of self-dealing. So, for example, he billed the Secret Service $1 million and had the Secret Service stay at one of his hotels. This sort of self-dealing, if any other politician was doing it, it'd be a giant story and there'd be massive scrutiny. But with Trump, it's like number 7 on the list of scandals for the day, so people barely even know about it. There was a massive outcry at the time when there was the child separation policy going on at the border. In fact, 5,000 kids were separated from their parents at the border. He, of course, tried to do the thing he said on the campaign trail, which is the Muslim ban, and it had to go through the court system, and he had to rework the Muslim ban in a number of different ways and basically make it not a Muslim ban while trying to kind of still have it a Muslim ban. Some wild stuff, man. That's some wild stuff. He was impeached in the House over the Zelensky phone call. If you guys remember that, that was he was trying to get Ukraine to open up an investigation into the Bidens when he was running against Joe Biden. He was also impeached for incitement to insurrection in the House. And here's the fact that many people don't know. So, yeah, the impeachment got through the House, right? I think both times got through the House. But for the second impeachment, the incitement to insurrection, get this, 57 senators voted to impeach him and literally remove him from office. Now, obviously, with impeachment, you need more than 57, but the overwhelming majority of senators said, yeah, he tried to incite insurrection with January 6th, and he needs to get out of here. So that means 7 Republicans agreed with the Democrats and said, yeah, he tried to incite an insurrection. By the way, more on that sort of stuff later. Trump also appointed more billionaires and Wall Street CEOs in his administration than any president in history. That's very ironic, again, because this is a guy who pretends like he's anti-establishment and he's against the elites, and then here he is doing the most pro-establishment, pro-elite thing anybody can do. He also acted like getting an infrastructure bill was a big thing for him, and he was going to get it done. Well, guess what? He did not get an infrastructure bill through. All we got is some virtue signaling like infrastructure weeks. He filled the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, with union busters, made it very, very hard to form a union, so working people were held back from getting higher wages and better healthcare and better benefits. Trump's Labor Department very famously stiffed 8 million workers of overtime pay, because this is the conservative Republican ideology. They don't believe in things like overtime pay. They don't believe in things like paid family leave and paid vacation time. And that's how he governed. His Labor Department stiffed 8 million workers of overtime. He very famously tried to terminate DACA, so protections for the dreamers, but the courts blocked him. He pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement and called climate change a hoax. He rolled back 112 environmental protections. Guys, one of Trump's lines he always goes back to is, we want beautiful clean air and beautiful clean water. You've heard him say this a million times on the campaign trail and at rallies and in interviews. Well, guess what? He rolled back 112 environmental protections, including deregulating chemicals and water and air. So he's just, I don't know how else to get it through. The guy genuinely is just a liar. Here's another lie. He always says, I'm going to protect your Social Security, I'm going to protect your Medicare. Trump's proposed budgets, his entire time in office, included cuts to Social Security and Medicare. Here's another amazing fact that it boggles my mind that more people don't know this. Well, I'm going to tell you, and you guys can spread the word. Under Trump, 3 million people lost health insurance. Under Obamacare, under the Affordable Care Act, Democrats gave 50 million more people health insurance. Under Trump, 3 million people lost their health insurance. And by the way, we had a pandemic under him too. Like the last thing you would want to happen. Now, again, just so everybody understands, and to be clear, I support a single-payer Medicare for all system. I want everybody to be covered. I want universal health care like the rest of the developed world. And we don't have that, and we didn't get that. But there is a stark difference between Democrats and Republicans. Democrats, 50 million more people health care. Trump and Republicans, 3 million people lost their health insurance under his reign. Here's another story that, for the life of me, I don't understand why it's not still talked about today. I believe it was the Washington Post. They did an analysis, the number of lies Trump told when he was president. You ready for this? They say there were 30,573 lies when he was president. 30,573 lies. That would be an average of 21 lies per day. Now look, let's be fair, guys. Let's be fair, because I'm sure that the Washington Post considered certain things lies that were born in a gray area and they weren't necessarily lies. And maybe some of those things the Washington Post was just flat out wrong. Okay, let's just cut the number in half. He told 15,000 lies. 15,000 lies. when he was president, and that would still be about 10 lies per day. It begins to look kind of absurd to just swat all this stuff aside and say, nah, I like him. I like the guy. More. Trump delayed $20 billion in aid to Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria and left them without power for 181 days. And by the way, I think this is one of the main reasons why that Puerto Rico comment from Tony Hinchcliffe at the Trump rally, why it really has landed and broken through, and apparently the polls are showing it's actually having a massive impact. I think this is probably one of the reasons why. Because, Tony Hinchcliffe called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage, and people were reminded, hey, when Trump was in there and Hurricane Maria hit, he was horrible in responding to it. So that could be a big deal. It could be a big deal. Under Trump, he presided over the biggest single-year increase in homicides in the year 2020. So in other words, the worst crime numbers went up. Now, again, to be fair, COVID is certainly a part of that, but as I pointed out previously, you don't just get a mulligan because something bad happened under your watch. Obama very famously had to deal with the subprime mortgage crisis and the Great Recession. And still, some of the very specific numbers vis-a-vis that crisis were better after Obama got in there. Okay, more. Get this, guys. There were 1,700 mass shootings under Trump. 3,000 Americans were dying of COVID per day. And he very famously threw out Obama's pandemic playbook, and he disbanded the National Security Council's pandemic response team. That is unconscionable, right? Oh, and by the way, I will give credit for Operation Warp Speed. I forgot to mention that before, but we also can't overlook this. 3,000 Americans dying of COVID per day throughout Obama's pandemic playbook and disbanded the National Security Council's pandemic response team. And then, of course, these are probably the biggest ones. I don't know why I'm bearing the lead. He tried to overthrow the election. He had the fake elector slates. We had January 6th. They tried to block the certification. He tried to twist Mike Pence's arm to say, reject the results and keep me in power. That's a huge one. And he was facing 91 criminal charges. Some of them he's already been convicted on, and now I think, by the way, that number's down to 86 criminal charges because of the Supreme Court immunity ruling. Some of the charges had to be reworked or dropped. But 86 criminal charges he's facing right now. If that was the case about any Democrat, they wouldn't be at 46 or 47% of the polls. They'd be at 7% of the polls, right? But with Trump, he largely gets away with it. But I'll just get started, guys. So I was just giving you a lot of the domestic policy stuff and economic policy stuff for Trump. Let's talk about his foreign policy. So one of the biggest scams in Afghanistan, there was a 330% increase in civilian deaths in Afghanistan under Trump. He bombed Syria twice. He bombed Somalia. He very openly said, we're going to occupy a third of Syria to, quote, take the oil. This is something he also famously said about the Iraq War, too. He would go to CPAC and give these speeches before he was president and say, we really should take the oil. We should take the oil. To the victor go the spoils, right? To the victor go the spoils. He increased the Pentagon budget every single year he was in office. He let Israel illegally annex the Golan Heights, which is Syrian territory. Pro quo is, I'll give you this $100 million. You need to officially let Israel annex the entire West Bank. And he's already taken that money, and he's planning on doing exactly that. Under Trump, he assassinated the top Iranian commander, Saudi Arabia, as they did a genocide in Yemen, and then vetoed a bipartisan bill which tried to cut off our weapons to them. I believe it was Bernie Sanders and Mike Lee in the Senate worked on that. And the whole idea was, hey, we see that we're arming and funding a genocide here that Saudi Arabia is doing in Yemen. We got to stop this. Trump vetoed it. He vetoed it. And oh, would you look at that? Now Trump has deep business ties with Saudi Arabia. They gave Jared Kushner $2 billion. He's also taken at least tens of millions of dollars from Saudi Arabia for the live golf events that he has at his golf courses. Trump has openly said he wants war with Mexico in his second term. He wants to categorize the drug cartel war criminals who did the Nice killing all of their policies. He said a number of times he wants to punish flag burning with a year in jail. Which, let's be clear, this has already been adjudicated. So say things about Trump that he doesn't like, and he will sue major media organizations. He apparently he's about, or he already did. I think he's trying to sue CBS for $10 billion with a B over some Kamala interview that they did. This is who this guy is. The idea that he's pro-free speech is the most insane. Telling the truth on Edward Snowden or Daniel Hale. These are people who are First Amendment heroes, did not pardon them. He said he wants to invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy U.S. troops against George Floyd protesters and asked if, can we shoot him in the leg? Let's just shoot him in the leg. Remember that absolute nightmare? And it was the generals who stepped in and said, sir, we don't do this. This is unconstitutional. We're not going to deploy the U.S. military against our own people. And then finally, and probably the most important one, it wasn't that long ago Trump openly called to terminate, quote, all rules, regulations, and articles in the Constitution because he lost the election. And he basically wanted to invoke martial law and get his ass back in power. So this is who this guy is. Now, beyond just Trump, and I just gave you roughly, 100 reasons to not support him, there's a broader problem with the party, with the Republican Party. They have lost their goddamn minds. They are extremists now. They are far right now. They are not connected to reality. So, for example, Trump goes around calling himself the father of IVF. We love IVF in the Republican Party. We protect IVF. Well, then why did 48 Republicans vote against the Right to IVF Act in the Senate? They've lost their minds. They're now floating in many red states, and many Republican politicians at the national level, they're openly talking about getting rid of no-fault divorce. It was only a year or two ago that we had a vote in the House and the Senate on gay marriage, because when Roe v. Wade was overturned, Democrats were like, shit, they might overturn gay marriage next. Let's have a vote on this in the House and the Senate to try to get a bill passed that will protect gay marriage, even if the Supreme Court overturns gay marriage. Well, guess what? 36 Republican senators voted against protecting gay marriage, and 169 of them in the House voted against protecting gay marriage. This is genuine extremism. This is an issue that should have been settled in like the year 2000, but really maybe was settled, you could say, by 2013-ish. But now they're saying, no, let's roll back the clock a decade. We're against equality under the law. 44 Republicans in the Senate voted against extending the child tax credit. This is as the Republican VP candidate, J.D. Vance, goes around pretending like he's in favor of it. Guess what? He skipped that vote. He didn't go. So they're lying. This party has a massive problem with lies. Wow. 51% of Republican candidates in the 2022 election, in the midterms, which they did horrible in, by the way, they were election deniers. Not good. So in other words, this party has a massive, massive problem with reality. And they've lost their goddamn minds. And it's like, there needs to be punishment for that. They need to know it is unacceptable for you guys to sprint further and further right. So the other thing to keep in mind when it comes to Trump and the Republicans is Project 2025, right? Trump has tried to distance himself from it. It's nonsense. He bragged about how the Heritage Foundation staffed his last administration. He spoke to them relatively recently and said, you guys are going to help lay the ideological framework for our next administration. You know, you have J.D. Vance wrote the forward for the book of the dude who wrote Project 2025. He was like the head of the project, and J.D. Vance wrote a forward for that dude's book. I mean, the connections are endless. He's had dozens of staffers already in his administration from the Heritage Foundation. Understand, when you vote for a candidate, you're not just voting for a candidate, you're also voting for a massive bureaucracy that goes hand in hand with them. And massive bureaucracy on the right, it's the right-wing think tanks. And Project 2025 is their wish list of everything that they want. And this is a party, and this is an agenda that includes banning states from doing free school breakfast and lunch for kids. This is something some of the blue states have been doing. They want to ban it. They want to ban states and cities from doing minimum wage increases. In fact, in some red states at the state level, they've already banned it for the city level. So if you are, a city in a red state and you want to raise minimum wage in your city, they go, nope, you're not allowed to do that. In Texas, for example, they've banned extreme heat work breaks. So you might, I didn't talk nearly enough in this piece about January 6th, but more importantly than January 6th, the fake elector slates, where Trump and the Republicans flat out tried to steal the last election, right? There's no other way to say it. So oftentimes what you hear from Republicans is, wait, hold on now. They weren't fake elector slates. They were alternate elector slates. And they were just doing what had been done many times in the past. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a myth. That, ladies and gentlemen, is 100% not true. And the reason why it's not true is because in the past, when alternate slates of electors were used, it was when there was a genuine question as to who won a given state. And they said, okay, well, here are the two different slates of electors. Here's the person that's in the lead. Joe Biden won these various states. And fake electors and fraudulent electors. So don't take my word for it. Take their word for it. And the other thing you hear is, well, look, if Trump actually believed that he won the election, then maybe some of this stuff is kind of justified. But the thing is, he didn't even believe that he won the election. And, the list goes on and on. There was a story that came out, there was something that was floating around Twitter the other day where Trump was watching TV and said to somebody in the room, like, I can't believe I lost to this guy when Biden was up there talking. There are a number of instances of him acknowledging and admitting, yeah, look at Aileen Cannon, who's thrown out cases where Trump is clearly guilty, like the documents case. So, guys, a guy like this can be nowhere near power, right? He could just be nowhere near power. And he's proven that time and time and time again. He's authoritarian to the core. And now he destroys the entire regulatory state. Who's going to tell him no? That's literally part and parcel of the ideological project of the right. That's what it is. And so, I originally was going to go through all of, like, here are the things I disagree with Biden and Kamala on, but here are the things I think that they did that they don't get enough credit for, and sort of wrap this segment up by giving an analysis of both sides. But honestly, we've already gone so freaking long that I don't think that's the best way to wrap this segment up. So let's leave it at that. Look, regardless of what you agree with me on or disagree with me on, you cannot deny a lot of the things in this segment that we've gone through. It's just a factual retelling of policies the Trump administration did or policies they say they want to do. Right? And any honest analysis would deal with that on its own terms. You can't deflect. You can't obfuscate. You can't pretend you didn't hear the things that you did hear. Right? And I don't know. Hopefully we can change some people's minds. I won't hold my breath because of how divided our politics has become. But this is a person and a party that in no sane world would come even close to the White House after all that's happened. And we'll see whether or not that comes to fruition. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Okay. Jesus. All right. We'll find more videos in a second. I'm curious what they said about their comment section.
We could do round 2 on Hassan if you wanted to. I mean, I actually, can I just say, can we do just like 2 seconds on discourse on discourse?
Yeah. People love discourse on discourse on discourse. I was, just really quick, what you think about your 2 seconds on discourse on discourse. I was last night, I've never felt more 2026 content creator than last night because I was, my friends were over and someone had texted them and said, hey, Hassan's talking about our thing. And so they put it on the TV at my house. And so I was watching Hassan watch me and you and talk about it. And I was feeling very metaverse having that experience.
Let me guess. I was unpopular.
You were unpopular on his stream. You were unpopular on his stream. I will say. You were not that popular on his stream.
Yeah, I would say, like, there's people on Twitter who were like, man, the comments on the video that we did, like, this is a, I can't believe these are bulwark commenters. And I'm a little bit like, guys, Hassan was streaming it and, like, people were coming over to our video to comment. Yeah. It's also, I would say, for a video that you and I do, a pretty low engagement video.
Right. Actually, yeah. No, there are way more comments on a lot of the other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very high engagement on on Twitter and other places. Yeah.
Well, like, it's high engagement on the people who are commenting, but low in terms of people who want to engage with the content, and which means it's like terminally online people are invested in this debate much more than like average Americans. Which led me to just think, this is the kind of my 2 seconds on. I'm not sure if we failed to do this or if it's just we did it over the course of an hour and so people don't see the distilled version of it, which is, I think there's 2 debates happening. There's a question that has been raised of, do Democrats embrace Hassan Piker, the guy, the man, which I'm a no on as like him, because I don't think that we should either embrace or wave away some of the really sort of toxic, illiberal things that he has said. That being said,
wait, real quick. If I have magic missiles my basic attack, will the splash damage thing also impact that? So my magic missiles will all do splash damage?
The voters who are attracted to what Hassan is saying, the reality of the fact that support for Israel among Democrats and independents has fallen off a cliff. It is at historical lows. That's a different conversation. One of the comments from people it is funny. One of the meta discourse things is people were like, you don't engage with his content, and so how can you talk about him? You don't understand anything about Democratic voters. And I was a little bit like, yeah, that also applies to me. Like, if you listen to me, you would know, actually, I know quite a lot about the voters, and I'm perfectly willing, not just willing, it's all over my book, is talking about how much this issue is changing, how animating it is for Democratic voters, and that when it comes to building a big, broad coalition, people who are concerned about our relationship with Israel, like, that's a big number. That's not a marginal number, right?
hard
And
path
so
to catch.
I think
Let's go.
my point is and remains that you absolutely have to engage those voters, but Democrats should do it not by being like, I've got to put my arm around Hassan Piker to do it, but by saying, I have my own opinions on how America's relationship with Israel is being handled, and here it is.
Yeah.
Like, that is what I think Democrats should do. And there's a lot of like, why are these former Republicans talking about Democratic stuff? And can I just say on this point, always, we're just Americans with opinions, like everybody else.
Also,
right?
I voted for more of the last three Democratic presidential nominees than Hassan has. So
that's right.
To that
We've
point,
certainly done quite a bit more to elect Democrats.
I'm 3 for
over
3
here.
on the last three. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I guess my one little distinction from that comment is I wasn't really out there arguing for embrace. What I was opposing to is attack. And there's space between attack and embrace.
Oh,
you know,
he's hitting
and I think if people
the
want
thing I
to,
was
their
drawing out,
level of attack, and that's fine. Other streamers, or I do it. But my thing is like Democratic politicians right now just have this huge gap with these voters, and like they need to show them and demonstrate that they care and they're mad about this war and they're mad about the way that our relationship with Israel is part of this war. But it's not just Israel, but also UAE and MBS, and we don't want this. The Americans don't want to be in these wars in the Middle East. They don't want to pay more for gas, and this is a stupid war, and it's managed horribly, and we're doing it in lockstep with Israel. And like Democrats,
and it's the opposite of what Trump promised. It's getting away from us. It's deeply scary.
Yeah.
And like
they should be yelling about that. And I think that a lot of Democrats
Yes.
just would say that, like, if you asked a voter in your focus group, like, what does your congressman, your generic Democratic congressman, think about this war? I think a lot of voters would be like, I don't know. The Democrats are opposed to it, but like they haven't. They seem to be kind of playing both sides a little bit. Whether that's fair or not, I think that's the impression of the party right now. And I just think that the party has a lot of work to do to gain credibility with those voters, to be clear-eyed on this. And I think like attacking prominent anti-war people hurts you in the effort to do that. And that was really anyway, that's my one distinction from what you're saying.
Yeah, and I'll just I would say one distinction for me too is that like there's what Sarah Longwell thinks herself, and Sarah Longwell herself doesn't want to rock with Hassan. Okay?
Right,
Like,
sure.
That's true. That is real true. There's also Sarah Longwell, the analyst who listens to voters, who is acutely aware of if Democrats are going to build a big, broad coalition, right? They've got to figure out how to say what they believe about these things. Like when they create a vacuum, I did talk about this yesterday. People didn't engage with it too much. It's like, I always say this, if Democrats or Republicans actually won't take a strong position on, let's say, immigration, the authoritarians will. And it's going to be way worse. And so like if Democrats won't engage in a way that I think they believe, like what bothers me is that I think most Democrats are ripshit about this war, do think it's been handled, but they're not talking about it that much, or like not in a cacophony. And so if you don't do that, then like people will outsource it to the Hassan Pikers of the world. Yeah. And so the demand, I think like the demands are getting confused in this conversation, where the demand shouldn't be whether Democrats do or do not embrace Hassan Piker. The question should be, are Democrats speaking out forcefully in opposition to this war? Are they saying that they themselves will change some of the way that our relationships operate with some of these actors internationally, where like we now have a thing where like we're doing like we're opposed to our NATO allies, but we're going to do whatever we want, with what that MBS wants us to do, or what Bibi wants us to do that are more in their interest than ours. Like those are legitimate things to talk about and work through. And so that to me was the bigger thing.
All right. I don't know. I thought we were going to argue about something else, like brunch or something, but that's okay. We could do more of that. We'll keep coming back to that discourse to the extent people want it. Appreciate everybody. We will subscribe to the feed. Please tell your friends. We'll be talking to y'all soon.
Hold on. I think he's still good enough to one-shot that. Fuck this. Okay. Well, this is good. Kamala shocks Kyle with based policy agenda.
All right, y'all. Welcome to the show. I got a lot of catching up to do today. A lot of stuff to talk about.
19th.
So, Kamala dropped her policy agenda. We're going to talk about it in just a second. We're going to go through everything that she released. Now, my guess is she focused most of this on the economic stuff. My guess is there are other parts to it as well, but I guess she might be rolling that out over an extended period of time. But we're going to dive into the economics portion. Not a lot to say about it. So we'll dive into that. We'll also get into Republicans and their counterattacks to Kamala's policy agenda, and it is one of the saddest things I've ever seen in my life. I mean, it is. They somehow get worse and worse and worse every single day. You're not going to be surprised to learn that the accusations of communism are flying left and right, even by the big man himself, Donald Trump. And then we'll also talk about the scandal that dropped a few days back, the white guy tacos comment from Tim Walz, which led to Republicans accusing Tim Walz of racism and accusing Kamala Harris of racism. Okay, all right. Then we'll get to, of all the years that I've been covering Donald Trump, I think this Trump comment finally broke me. I'm not gonna share it now. I'm not gonna tease it, but just hang in there and wait for the segment because, as you'll see, this, in my opinion, from the Kyle perspective, this is one of his worst comments of all time. And then veterans are furious at Trump. I'll tell you why. Trump gave a speech where he deep-throated Israel repeatedly, and Dave Rubin with his, just a total mishmash compilation of all of his horrifically wrong predictions. That is glorious. You don't want to miss it. I mean, I gotta be honest with you guys, man. If a compilation came out of me making as many wrong predictions as Dave Rubin makes in this video, I have to be gonzo. I'm done. I'm gonna have to retire. I mean, I couldn't show my face in public ever again after the humiliation that comes about from this video. So everybody do me a big favor. Please like and subscribe. That helps massively. We're trying to get to 10 million subs. I know it's gonna take a while, but you build it one at a time. Thank you to everybody who supports the show on Patreon. That link below if you'd like to help. Remember, I never talk to any advertisers, so you guys fund the show $2 at a time, $5 at a time per month, whatever it may be. So again, thank you very much for everybody who does it. And if you don't, please consider that's below. All right. With all that out of the way, let's go ahead and dive into it. So Kamala Harris just unveiled her economic policy agenda, okay? And here I have an amalgamation of the different policies. What's kind of annoying about this is that there were a bunch of articles written on it, and for whatever reason, one article would leave out like 2 or 3 policies, and another article would leave out like 2 or 3 different policies. And it's like, I'm looking for the stuff that she released. Why would you not give me the entire thing she released? It's very weird. It's very like lazy on the part of all the different news outlets that ran articles on this. It's like, give me all of them in one place. This isn't that much to ask for. So anyway, believe it or not, after reading all the articles, this summation right here is probably the best summation I could find. It was from one of the Krasenstein bros, hilariously. But so here's what she proposed. First of all, a $25,000 subsidy for first-time homebuyers. That's a federal subsidy of $25,000 for more than 1 million first-time homebuyers to assist with down payments. Now she also says she wants to increase the supply. She wants to build 3 million more homes. So she's sort of attacking the housing affordability crisis from both ends. Also, $6,000 child tax credit. $6,000.
This is most
to buy or even rent a home. Some corporate landlords collude with each other to drive up costs.
On it, basically what's happening is there's this price fixing algorithm where all these individuals, these landlords and corporate landlords in many instances, are illegally colluding to keep the prices artificially high. We just covered this story. We just covered it. And what she's saying is, I'm gonna crack down on that. They could ban that software that is basically price fixing software. This is big, and Trump hasn't said fucking dick about this sort of stuff. Nothing at all. So she's attacking this from every angle. And by the way, this is also an indication that she's onto the antitrust shit. So in other words, the fear about Kamala was, hey, is she going to revert back to the Obama economics instead of the Biden economics? The Biden economics, as you all know, including massive infrastructure spending, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, but more importantly, you have people like
Kamala smokes Trump in brutal debate. Fox News humiliated playing Got Ya with Kamala. Kolinsky's is more fair than that fucking breaking points, at least just outwardly. Debate with Hutch and Pondering Politics. Wow.
All right, guys,
Jesus,
I got
exposure.
some absolutely gigantic breaking news for you right now. So we just got the Iowa Seltzer poll that came in, and this is considered one of the gold standards for polls.
This fucking poll. I support Trump suing. I'm just kidding.
And I'll go through the history with you in a little bit of what their numbers were in the past and how close they were with their prediction and what it says for the rest of the election. But listen, Iowa is a state that is supposed to be very, very comfortably Trump. If you look at all the polls, we are hurting, we are hemorrhaging at the moment. We got to do something to try to stop the bleeding because look, let's just say it, right? Does this mean Florida truly is in play for Kamala, right? Does this mean Ohio might actually be in play for Kamala? I mean, now you begin to start having the conversations. Forget the 7 swing states we already talk about all the time. Are there other states that we don't perceive of as swing states that might actually be on the table now, right? I saw some polls from Kansas that had her down like 5 points, right? I mean, in striking distance in Iowa, look, again, I want to be clear, even if she ends up losing Iowa, and let's say she loses by a point or two, that is still, this is what everybody needs to understand, that is still an absolute cataclysmic disaster for Trump and Republicans. Because this does not bode well for their chances in the other states, right? Certainly not in the swing states, so... All right, y'all, welcome to the show. I got an awesome one for you today. We are gonna... Most people will remember walking out of this debate. There's a few of them. One of them is transgender operations on illegal aliens in prison. This is something Trump brought up as if, regular people would hear that and go, nice burn, you got them. When in reality, people heard that like, what the fuck is he babbling about? What does that mean? What are you talking about? It's like conservative Mad Libs, as many people pointed out on Twitter when he said it. So there was that moment on the issue of healthcare. Trump said, I have concepts of a plan. He was asked, what's your plan? He goes, I have concepts of a plan. That's going to go down in history as an epic flop. There's the very famous, this is probably the biggest moment. They're eating cats, they're eating dogs, they're eating the pets, they're eating the pets. Guys, you guys might know what he meant because you're brain poisoned and I'm brain poisoned and we all have internet brain worms. You might understand that. Like 86% of the people watching that video are like, what the fuck is he babbling about? What does that mean? By the way, this is a literal fake news story ginned up by the right. A racist fake news story where they're leaning into Haitian immigrants are eating pets. And there's this epidemic of Haitian immigrants. Total nonsense. Not true at all. Absolutely absurd. And guys, this is what happens when you surround yourself with idiots like Corey Lewandowski and Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer, on the issue of Afghanistan, Trump again can't help himself. Hammers Kamala for pulling out of Afghanistan with Biden. And what does Kamala say when she's asked about it? She goes, no, pulling out was the right thing. It 100% was the right thing. And I defend that and I stand by that. Yes, thank you. Fucking stand by it. Defend it. It's the right thing to do. And then when she did it, she flipped it and said, you know what the main problem was with the withdrawal? You, Trump, negotiated to release like hundreds or thousands of Taliban members. And then those are the people who came and overthrew the government that we had there. Oh my God, she's killing him. She's killing him. She's killing him. On abortion, she absolutely clocked his ass. Here's my one criticism of Kamala. I would say, I know that her advisors are telling her, lean into being a moderate, lean into being a centrist, lean into being a unifier, lean into, hey, we welcome everybody in this campaign. And that is what she's doing. But you can also lean into the Tim Walz economic agenda, which is the most popular in the country. She didn't bring up free school meals for kids. She didn't bring up paid family leave. And I need them to understand that it's not electoral poison. This would help you massively with your campaign to lean into, yeah, we're going to do free school meals for kids, because then it baits the Republicans into attacking free meals for kids. It baits Republicans into attacking paid time off. So they're staying away from that. They shouldn't, but that was probably my biggest criticism of Kamala. But even on issues like the border, where Trump has a natural built-in advantage according to the polls, it's his strongest issue in the polls, even on that, he's self-destructed. He's self-destructed. So first of all, Kamala said, watch him bring up abortion like a million times, even when the question is not about abortion. Then Trump went on to do exactly that. It's literally like the Chris Christie, Marco Rubio moment from the last election, where Chris Christie said, look, he's got a 30-second memorized speech, and he's going to regurgitate it no matter what anybody says. And then Marco Rubio goes on to regurgitate the speech again, and Chris Christie's like, see, I told you. Devastating. The same thing. He's going to talk about immigration, even when immigration's not the question. And then Trump goes on to do that. And by the way, her rebuttal was exactly the thing that I thought it was going to be on immigration. Look, you attack us like we're in favor of open borders. I got bad news for you. We wanted to do the bipartisan border bill that was endorsed by the Border Patrol, which would put more Border Patrol agents there, and you called your Republican friends and said, kill it, because it'll hurt me politically. So you care more about yourself and your campaign than the country. You don't want to solve the problem. And his reaction? All right, guys, so we got some...
Just going by a title vibe, it seems like the majority of Kyle's coverage was like favorable leaning. Nowhere near the dick-sucking levels of the Republican Party, but nowhere near as bad as the majority reports. Jesus.
Some new numbers to discuss here about the presidential race. Now, look, to this point, we've been seeing poll after poll that shows Kamala Harris up, and the lead was growing. And for a second there, it started to look like, hey, this might become a landslide. It might become a landslide, because she had just kept climbing since she became, the Democratic standard bearer. Well, now she sort of leveled out a little bit, depending on which poll you believe. Maybe came back down to earth. It's very possible that the honeymoon is over, in the sense that when she first came out, she was the new shiny toy for a while, and you had the DNC, which went well, and so they had just kept going up and up and up and up. Well, a poll just came out, and I think the reason why this is kind of a big deal, I think it's like an A-rated or A-plus rated pollster, like a massive sample size is part of it. I believe it was a New York Times poll, and that poll has her one down nationally. Now remember, if modern history is any indication, a Democrat needs to win by like 3 points or more in order to win the election. So that would mean effectively she's about 4 down in this new poll. Okay, so here we have Harry Ensign on CNN. He's going to break down where he thinks the state of the race is, and I have a lot to say about it. Here we go.
And just point out how close this race has been consistently close. Our campaigns where any candidate led by...
Okay, warning signs for Kamala Harris emerge. My guess is this has to do with the polling and not necessarily thing. Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Breaking points. I don't know if I like to include breaking points, because I feel like breaking points it doesn't market itself as like a left-wing thing or show. No? Breaking points from oldest to newest. I should do Voosh and Hassan, I guess, because those are technically 2 huge left-leaning, yeah. Kamala gaslights on ceasefire as U.S. airdrops Gaza aid. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. Jam-packed show this morning. So we got a lot of breaking news here with regards to Israel. Kamala Harris meeting with Israeli Security Cabinet Minister Benny Gantz. This is over the objections of Bibi Netanyahu, which is interesting. And this comes, of course, as the U.S. is dropping the teeniest, tiniest, most measly bit of aid in Gaza in what is honestly a humiliating situation for the United States of America. So we'll break all of that down for you. Use some more, strenuous language with regards to Israel's assault on Gaza. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
And given the immense scale of suffering in Gaza, there must be an immediate ceasefire for at least the next 6 weeks, which is what is currently on the table. This will get the hostages out and get a significant amount of aid in. This would allow us to build something more enduring, to ensure Israel is secure, and to respect the right of the Palestinian people to dignity, freedom, and self-determination.
So she says immediate ceasefire there, but what she's really talking about is just the same temporary ceasefire that they've been pushing for, which, is unlikely to happen because Hamas wants a permanent ceasefire. So it was weird to me, Sarah, because people were making a big deal out of it. But she's just actually backing the same
I immediately
that's been the Biden administration policy for a while now.
Right, so I saw everyone come up, like, oh my gosh, Kamala breaks with Biden. And I was like, well, did you listen? Because it says to build an enduring thing that...
All right, guys, very excited to bring you some additional results from that focus group of Democratic-based voters that we hosted with JL Partners down in and around Atlanta. Really interesting stuff here, and we just want to thank you guys again for enabling us to do this. As a thank you, we want to give you a little 10% discount. You can put this up on the screen for annual memberships
19th,
if you are able and you are
2023.
interested. You know, one of the things that we have always tried to do here is, as you know, mainstream cable is falling apart and failing and their ratings are way down, trying to build out a real independent ecosystem. And you guys are enabling us to do some of the things that mainstream media does, but obviously with an independent media perspective.
Yeah,
So thank you guys for that.
That's it. I mean, really what it is we wanted this to be unique. You know, it would have been easy in the beginning to just focus on the core and just, you know, people talking, but that's not differentiated. We keep trying to build out, add partnerships, do things like this.
Group, let's take a look.
I want you to draw two animals for me. On the left-hand side, I want you to draw what animal would Joe Biden be? And on the right-hand side, you guessed it, guys, what animal would Donald Trump be? It doesn't have to be art. I want you to do it. You can write the word under the drawing, nice and big. I want you to hold it up, and I want you to say who you've drawn and one quick reason why you've drawn them in that way.
Okay, I got Biden. He's a lamb because he care about everybody else. And I got Trump as a tiger because he always try to keep up stuff going. We need to put him in the zoo.
I have Biden as a dog because snake.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed we do. Many interesting things happening this morning. So there were a couple of big rallies yesterday for Harris Walls, one in particular in Detroit. Huge crowd and a big new poll that is going to raise a whole lot of eyebrows. So we'll get into all of that. We also have more behind the scenes reporting of how she chose Tim Walz over Josh Shapiro. So we'll break all of that down for you.
What we're going to do is beat him in November. He intends to surrender our fight against the climate crisis, and he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
Oh.
So, Crystal, I think that is the duality of Kamala Harris, the very generic Democratic language against Donald Trump. I mean, who am I here to sit here and judge? She's got a massive crowd size, she's got major enthusiasm, but you also, that took place, that second part, in Detroit, Michigan. Michigan, the site, of course, of a lot of the uncommitted voters. Allegedly, there was some meeting between her and some uncommitted voters prior to the rally, but then obviously the disruption and the protest, she very forcefully kind of shut them down and said, you know, by interrupting me, you're helping Donald Trump. So I think that was a good duality to show everybody.
That's 100%. I mean, it is very Hillary Clinton-esque.
Absolutely.
And I think Emma Vigeland said online, like, using your like girl boss energy to shut down people who are worried about a genocide. I mean, we're going to cover some of the horrific things that are coming out of Israel with regards to their conduct in this war right now. So obviously, in my opinion, not a good look. I'm sure there are those who will appreciate that or whatever. But, you know, she has really risen in part on the strength of how much better she's doing with young people than Joe Biden. And you don't want to risk that. And she's, you know, earned a lot of goodwill also with the pick of Tim Walz, who was very respectful of the uncommitted voter group in the state of Minnesota. There was also a significant uncommitted movement there. He said basically, you know, they're saying something important. Their voice needs to be heard.
By the way,
very
out of Kamala, if they would have picked Shapiro instead of Walz for Kamala's VP pick, every single one of these people would be blaming Kamala's loss on that VP pick. Every single one of them would be, by the way.
Coming here. However, you did point out that I want to,
like, he's a Jew and they're doing a genocide.
Yeah, and he was more moderate, and Walz was like the super progressive that was supposed to be the savior of her campaign. They were so happy when she picked Walz.
Yeah.
You know, make it clear and be fully transparent. She did meet with the co-founders of the Uncommitted National Movement. This is per the New York Times, and they argued to her in favor of an arms embargo to immediately stop the carnage in Gaza. And she said she was open to that, and she gave them.
He froze in the face of COVID.
No, and he did.
The fuck are you doing? What the fuck do you want?
I'm just listening, watching in.
Okay.
Let's go to the next part. We'll talk about Kamala Harris and this interview that she... Are you a shapeshifter? Are you a comedian?
This word salad debate point or whatever that comes up about Kamala was crazy to me. I don't know who started this, but this weird thing about how like Kamala can't speak, especially when her opponent sounds like he has fucking aphasia. It was fucking Trump, who actually sounds like a retard. I just can't believe. Yeah, I can't believe how much this talking point picked up. I'm so curious who it originated from. I remember that one weirdo psychologist guy who became like a weird MAGA dick suck, did like a whole analysis of Kamala Harris. Fuck, what's this guy's name? He used to do like true crime psychology breakdowns, and then he switched to like... Fuck. Somebody will say it. The Dark Triad guy? That was one of the things he did, yeah?
Dr. Gottman?
No. That's the actual guy. Oh, Todd Grand.
This is Dr. Grande. Today's question is, can I analyze the controversy surrounding Kamala Harris? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video,
only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this.
Oh, 2022. Did he do multiple ones?
Do they always
of
have
these?
to say that?
Oh, this is the one I was thinking of.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today's question is, can I analyze Joe Biden dropping out of the presidential race and endorsing Kamala Harris? Also, can I talk about the viability of Kamala as a presidential candidate? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video. Now both parties are trying to scramble and come up with a strategy, even though many people thought this would happen. It didn't take long for many Democratic Party leaders to endorse Kamala Harris. Perhaps Joe Biden made a deal with leaders of his party, something like he would drop out, but no one was to interfere with Kamala receiving the nomination. Dropping out of the race was embarrassing for Joe Biden. Endorsing the vice president to take over was a way to protect his legacy. Joe Biden may feel as though he is not losing everything by dropping out if Kamala moves forward. Furthermore, there is the campaign fund situation to consider. Joe Biden can share campaign money with Kamala Harris. The money situation would be a lot messier if someone else was nominated. As the presidential election approaches, Democratic Party leaders and voters are taking a closer look at Kamala Harris. There are many questions that need to be answered. Would she make a good president? Can she beat Donald Trump? Will she be able to distance herself with Kamala about COVID, Kamala community about the together to see and our There's just something about those three circles and the analysis you to Russia regarding her on communication.
I feel like there was a video where this guy like goes through like things that I feel like you can understand what she's saying pretty clearly. And he's like, "This is you can't understand anything." Wait, it's not this. I swear to God, I watched a video of him going through.
Were you pro Biden being ousted?
I would have gone either way. I think it was 50-50.
As always,
I think it was really hard.
Rush rightly believed. See this as by this moment. Quote,
Did he remove the video?
At least we don't have to hear leftists be like, "Do you see?"
Maybe. Okay.
Let's go to the next.
October 8th, 2024. What do the Young Turks have? The Young Turks. Search. Kamala Harris after 2023.
Wait, does typing in after 2023 filter?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Here are TYT's top hits, oldest to newest. Ugh, do I trust this guy? Are you skipping?
Who was it?
It's Yusuf. I get worried when I pull links from chat that he's like skipping videos that would go against my priors. And so I'm like getting a biased thing that is just fitting what I want it to fit.
The Harris campaign.
Kamala Harris flaunts hawkishness with new pal Liz Cheney. These are so stupid. The Liz Cheney obsessions, October 22nd, 2024.
Why did they hate her? Just because she's Dick Cheney's fucking daughter or whatever?
Yeah, and the argument was that the Democrats are trying to become war hawks and appeal to the super ultra hawkish Republicans, and that she campaigned with her so much or whatever. But
I mean, we started cold.
See where we are now.
What?
See where we are now.
Oh yeah. I'm mainly looking for stuff before the election if I can.
I just have to remind you, don't you ever let anybody take your power from you.
Kamala Harris returned from her post-election Hawaiian vacation with a bizarre video message to her supporters.
There's always a feeling at the end of an election when Democrats lose of like, well, I guess there was nothing we could have done.
I just want to say a word about.
Kamala Harris has a new book titled 107 Days, and in it, she addresses the now infamous interview that never was with Joe Rogan. And apparently, she was very excited to do the interview. She really was. So why didn't it happen? Well, let's start with what Harris said happened, and then we'll give you Rogan's side of the story. So Harris.
I'm begging the Democratic establishment to just consider how much of a
Whoops. The Young Turks. Kamala Harris after 2023, before 2025. Does that work? Don't believe the polling. Here's why. Proving they've learned nothing. This was November 27th, 2024. Okay.
Don't worry about the polling right now. It's so up in the air. I mean, my God, we've had so much news recently. One where, oh, Trump's got a big lead. Oh, another one where she said, oh my God, one where she has a 2-point lead. No. It's none of that, in my opinion, based on experience, is relevant at this point. In the beginning, Kamala Harris is going to start out weaker. Why? Number one, you'd be surprised at how many real Americans don't know anything about politics, don't care about politics, don't like.
Some senior party officials said to be open to Kamala Harris running again in 4 years.
It's in December. Well, this is a good one. Kamala Harris nails tense interview with Fox News. Was Kamala Harris rude to Teamsters reps?
Jesus Christ.
What? Harris.
I feel like we hear about these fucking Teamsters all the fucking time.
Jesus. Jesus. Okay.
There are two other highlights I wanted to share featuring Kamala Harris's interview with Rep. Bear on Fox News. And so the issue of President Joe Biden's cognitive decline came up. Let's see how that exchange played out.
You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room, and he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people. Joe Biden,
no concerns raised?
Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump
but
is.
You talked about it.
And Donald Trump
After
is.
George Clooney said within a few minutes of talking to President Biden at a fundraiser that he thought this was not the same Joe Biden that we saw on the debate stage.
Donald Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. You met with him at least once a week for 3.5 years. You didn't have any concerns?
I think the American people have a concern about Donald Trump, which is why the people who know him best, including leaders of our national security community, have all spoken out, even people who worked for him in the Oval Office.
I'm gonna let you take this one, John, before I jump.
Yeah, look, it's not a great answer in that it doesn't really hide the fact that she doesn't feel comfortable talking about it. Like, you could believe that she's being honest and saying, in implying, not even really saying implying that she doesn't think that Joe Biden has any issues going on, but I don't think most people believe that she believes that. So it's not a great answer in that way. And look, I do think going so hard on it as Brett Baer, it seems not irrelevant right now. He is the president, and there was sort of a cover-up, but it's like, it's getting in the territory of irrelevant. He's going to be president for a few more months. Okay. She might be, Donald Trump might be. I think it's a fair thing to bring up, and she is being evasive. So I think it's a little, like, bordering on a waste of time, but I don't think it's unfair.
I totally agree. It's not unfair. I think that it's a perfectly fine line of questioning. Kamala Harris should expect this question. And in fact, you know, I totally hear your point about how this is irrelevant because Biden's not going to be in office much longer. However, what Brett Baer is trying to do here is show whether Kamala Harris is a dishonest actor who covered up Biden's cognitive decline. Like, that's the intention here. And look, I think that there are a lot of Democrats who did just that. I don't know what Kamala Harris knew. I don't know how close she's been to Joe Biden during the Biden administration. What I do know is there was a concerted effort by the party to cover up.
I mean, he was definitely getting slower in terms of his debate. Yeah, the debate was bad, but there's no evidence that he was like.
It was a terrible debate, yeah.
Senile or anything. But people like.
But they make it sound like his whole fucking presidency was just like him babbling around, doing nothing, and
that is the impression.
Auto penning.
But I'm pretty sure even most Democrats have that impression. Yeah.
Up the fact that Joe Biden was not fit to run for another term. And it infuriates me. Like, guys, everyone should be furious about the fact that that happened. Okay, if you are a hardcore, loyal Democrat, you're a card-carrying Democrat. I don't know if there are card-carrying Democrats. I know there are Republicans who claim they did that. But anyway, you should be upset that that whole cover-up put the Democratic ticket in a far worse position to beat Donald Trump. Because had Biden stepped down earlier, or had Biden made the decision, hey, I'm not going to run for a second term, well, then that would have set up a far better situation for the Democratic Party to choose the best possible candidate and give the best possible candidate ample time to campaign and beat Trump. So anyway, I think it's definitely a legitimate question to ask, and I don't think she answered it well. Now, she did answer something really well, and apparently it was a question where she was kind of being baited into trashing certain people in the country. Apparently she didn't do that. Let's take a look.
Why, if he's as bad as you say, that half of this country is now supporting this person who could be the 47th president of the United States, why is that happening?
This is an election for president of the United States. It's not supposed to be easy.
I know, but
it's not supposed to be. It is not supposed to be a cakewalk for anyone.
So are they misguided, the 50%? Are they stupid? What is it?
I would never say that about the American people. And in fact, if you listen to Donald Trump, if you watch any of his rallies, he's the one who tends to demean and belittle and diminish the American people. He's the one who talks about an enemy within.
Yes, there we go. That was smart. I love that. I love that. That was smart. Don't trash voters. Like, don't scold voters. Don't shame voters. It's just a losing strategy, number one. And I don't like it. Like, I think she handled that really well. That was my favorite answer from her.
Yeah, I think that her allegation, her strategy should be very different from other people in the media, or whatever. Like, we might have to have tough conversations about different segments of the electorate and everything, but there's little reason for her to do it. Yeah, she Like, again, would he ask the same question to Trump? I don't know. And I love that she points out, like, she focused on the fact that he talks about the enemy within, which is, I think, the worst way that he talks about people who disagree with him. And he goes even further, saying that, like, people who criticize judges should be locked up. Like, he wants to see people deported for protesting the war. He wants them locked up for exercising their free speech. Like, that's terrible. But it's also, like, he'll just say, you know, if you're Jewish and you vote for the Democrats, you should have your head examined. Like, that's rougher than just saying you're ignorant. He said that of black voters recently. If you're supporting the Democratic Party, you should have your head examined. Look, you could say he's being folksy or whatever, but he's also being insulting, particularly when the vast majority of those groups don't support him. He's talking about not just some of those groups, but the vast majority of those groups. And so I agree. I like the way she handled it much better.
Yes, I by the way, had mentioned on the show today that he said that Black and Latino voters who don't support him should have their heads examined. And it's like, no, you're not entitled to anyone's vote. Clearly, you haven't made your case to those individuals, right? My favorite is when he goes after Jewish American voters for not supporting him because of all the wonderful things he's done on behalf of Israel. Like, it's so insulting to just assume that.
Okay.
Jew.
Voosh. What was Voosh's position on Kamala Harris after 2023, before?
Did he vote for Kamala?
No clue. We need to talk about that Kamala Harris interview.
Jesus Christ.
Please, God, don't let Kamala Harris run against Trump. Wait, hold on.
You should check your YouTube channel, too, to see if your editors did anything funky.
I feel like I was generally blazing. I don't know.
Okay, apparently Kamala Harris is getting cooked in an interview. That's interesting. We're going to want to watch this because Kamala Harris doesn't often do interviews.
And we actually learned during the debate that you are a gun owner. But in cities like Philadelphia, handguns are responsible for most homicides and violent crime. The most recent FBI data shows handguns were involved in 59% of murders in our country. How will you address the issue of the use of handguns? Because a push for an assault weapons ban only addresses a significant but small part of the problem.
So, first of all, yes,
I'm surprised this question was. This is a good question. This has always been one of the most brain-dead parts of liberal anti-gun hysteria, which is they obsess over the rifles. Most murders are done with handguns.
I'm a gun owner, and Tim Walz is a gun owner, and we're not trying to take anybody's guns away from them. But we do need an assault weapons ban.
That is taking.
Assault weapons are designed to kill a lot of human beings quickly and have no place. And
all guns are designed to. No, we're not. People don't sell single-shot pistols anymore. Automatic weapons are already illegal outside some exceptions. We're talking about semi-automatic weapons. An AR-15, you know, you've got a 30-round magazine. There are Glocks, like the standard magazine for which is like 21 rounds. I mean,
have no place. I'm going to get to it.
Yes.
And have no place on the streets of a civil society. We need universal background checks, which, to your point about handguns, is about saying that it is just reasonable to want reasonable gun safety laws that say we should do background checks, that we ought to know. It's just reasonable. You might want to know before someone can buy a lethal weapon, if they've been found by a court to be a danger to themselves or others. You might just want to know.
And respectfully, we do understand that.
But you're asking about.
I'm asking specifically about handguns because many of those handguns aren't purchased in places.
Universal background checks apply to handguns.
Yes,
they do.
But in many instances, those handguns aren't even bought lawfully. Yes.
Which is why I also have been very adamant for years. In fact, I myself protested at a gun show probably 10, 15 years ago about the gun show loophole and why we need to close that. Because what ends up happening is that gun shows at flea markets, gun dealers are not, under existing law in the past, required to register their sales. And so you are exactly right that a lot of homicides, for example, a good number of them, I have the statistic in front of my mind, are committed with illegally purchased guns. And that's why we need to address each entry point in the issue, including universal background checks, closing the gun show loophole, and what we need to do as a...
I'm going to start recording all the Voosh videos. His titles didn't seem horrible. Okay, hold on. We've got Kamala Harris. I wonder if they say Kamala Harris or just Kamala. Kamala before 2025, after 2023. Okay. Kamala's first huge misstep. What date was this?
Kamala Harris fucked up. Oh, see? They like the VP pick.
Donald
They
Trump
all love the VP pick, yeah.
intends to give tax breaks
There's
to billionaires
protesters.
and big corporations. And he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
No, so bad. Oh, so bad. She's yelling at the
Israel Palestine shit.
Oh no. In Michigan, you're yelling.
Why would Kamala promise this?
As commander-in-chief, I will ensure
Oh, is this a lethal
America
military?
always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the
boy,
world.
they didn't like this one.
Yo, she's crazy.
I will make sure,
What is happening? Bro, she said we're going back to Iraq.
with respect to the war in Gaza. Now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
I'm out. I'm tapped.
And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself.
Oh, I'm super out. I'm super out.
Gonna hate that.
Ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself.
This speech is supposed to be the moment that she shows you who she is and what she's going to do. That speech was literally a nothing will fundamentally change speech. Where the f is the joy? Where the f is the hope? We are going to have the most lethal military of all time. This is the Democratic Party, Chad. Where the f are they turning?
Wait, those are protesters.
You know what? Hold on a second. Hold on.
This
Hold
is
on. We are all in here together because we love our country. We're here to fight for our democracy, which includes respecting the voices of what I think I'm hearing over there. Let me just speak to that for a moment, and then I'm going to get back to the business at hand. So let me say, now is the time to get a ceasefire deal and get the hostage deal done.
I like how, wait. It's so funny because Austin is like just not on the same page. Nothing that Kamala says here is going to be good enough for Hassan, right? But you can see Austin hears some stuff. He's like, oh, wait, that sounds really good. And he's like, oh, no, we can't see the camera him. But Hassan is about to write the record. No, listen, you might think that's good, but let me tell you why this is actually the worst fucking response ever that Kamala could give and why it's actually super evil. But maybe not. I don't know. Hold on. Maybe I'm going to be completely wrong with that. I'm sorry. Hold on.
What I think I'm hearing over there. Let me just speak to that for a moment, and then I'm going to get back to the business at hand. So let me say, now is the time to get a ceasefire deal and get the hostage deal done.
Weapons transfers. Benjamin Netanyahu's not collaborating.
And I are working around the clock every day to get that ceasefire deal done and bring the hostages home.
It's better response than last time. It's not going to be enough. People are going to get annoyed. She went halfway. Hey, next time there's an even bigger crowd. She'll go full weight, maybe. Who knows? Pressure is good. Normie liberals will go, oh, this is great. What else do you want? This is from today, Chad. They said yes to a $3.5 billion, I believe, weapons transfer. 6.5 thousand munitions to Israel.
Okay, good. Never enough.
Here's the situation. For those who
How you doing? How's your night going?
Good. It's going well. Ate fettuccine. Pretty good.
Donald Trump intends to give tax
August 9th.
breaks to millionaires and big
2024.
corporations.
Oh, still.
He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He intends to surrender our fight against the climate crisis, and he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
No!
Oh, this was from the episode I think was cut from.
No, so bad. So bad. So bad. Oh, so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, no. She's yelling at the Palestine protesters. Oh, no. Oh, no. In Michigan?
Oh, I gotta change that. Fuck me.
I don't really understand why he's upset there.
What do you mean?
I feel like she didn't say anything crazy.
There's nothing that they can say to them. That's full. He viewed her as like being mean towards the Palestinian protesters.
Unless she literally says what, like, we're not going to support Israel anymore.
Yes.
And
we're going to completely and totally cut and sever ties with Israel in every single way, shape, and form. That's the only answer that would have been acceptable. Maybe that would have been acceptable. He might be looking then for more. I've got 2 tweets on that, but.
I think there's a problem, and I don't think Democrats are recognizing it. 1, Donald Trump knows he's losing, okay, and he desperately wants to win. That's number 1. Number 2, Democrats think they're winning, and the race is actually close. I don't like that at all. I think that originally Kamala Harris was like legitimately pessimistic and skeptical about her prospects of winning. Like she was.
Okay. Jesus.
Did you ever see the do emote?
Do the do?
Do the do.
No.
Missed out, man.
Okay. Building parallel institutions. The platforming question should be excised from or excluded from the Democratic Party. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Oh. Israel-Palestine has become the single rallying cry for almost every socialist / populist figure on the left, but it's unclear what you could possibly offer them beyond potentially the physical destruction of Israel would actually convince them to support you as a candidate. One phone call is all it would take to stop Israel's genocide. If Israel doesn't comply, shut off weapons transfers. If Israel looks to get weapons elsewhere, put a sanctions package. And if that fails, invade Israel militarily.
Jesus.
Yeah. Based. Let's see, we've got Hassan tweet to invade Israel. They don't stop the genocide. July 30th, 2025. And then he does the same thing, June 24th. Once again, one phone call is all it takes. If it doesn't work, weapons embargo. If it doesn't work, sanctions, military invasion. Yeah, okay. June 24th, 2025. Who can find me? Fuck, hold on. Pizza's cat has gone viral for appearing to be, what is this? Reading the chat.
Eu vou virar assim, ó. Pronto. A cara dela! Eu assisti The Class quando tu recomendou, achei muito bom o começo e um pouco agora o final. Eu também não gostei. E The Class é uma série que ela começa bem e termina uma bosta. Gente, olha a cara dela, não pisca.
Is that Portuguese?
Unfortunately.
Send a Brazilian Portuguese, though. We don't like those. Come to Brazil.
Really?
Si, amigo.
I'm trying to think of fuck. Has Hassan said at some point, I know I've heard this talking point, I'm just trying to remember if I heard him say it particularly, that Democrats like offered the ACA to assuage the public just to make you guys temporarily content or something. I feel like I've seen a quote like this, but I don't know. Oh fuck, I don't remember what it was exactly when he would have said it. A release valve, maybe. Was that the phrase?
Well,
that's what you are, bitch.
Really now.
Fuck. Maybe it was in my Ethan debate or response. No, why would it have been in there? Wait, what did I do research on Hassan for? I had videos of him talking about stuff like this. Fuck, what was it for? Shut up.
Really? Fine, duel me then.
Duel me? And what? How can you duel?
Read chat. Get ready.
We're just typing?
Yeah, you're about to get your ass kicked.
What are we typing? What? You
Done.
copy? I didn't even see it!
Well?
Wait, are we doing it again or what? Is it over?
Why would I do it again? I won. Yeah, it's done. You've been defeated.
Fuck you.
You have to type both of our names.
I don't care. What?
I don't copy paste.
He copy paste. Okay.
Jesus, Rinlex is doing it for us.
Okay. Well, I don't even... Fuck you, bitch. Why do I feel like this was part of my Ethan video? There's no way that it was. Okay, hold on. Or maybe it was part of the chorus video? Hassan. Identity. Politics. No. Whoops. Hit poll. Fuck! What did I write? What was I writing about? I had links to things that Hassan was saying related to... like wanting to brainwash people and all this bullshit. Deprogram. Oh, fuck. Is it this? Debate prep. Oh, this. Oh. Wait. Oh, I have a whole other thing called Should We Court Leftists? Good one. Oh, this was me plus Connor versus Hutch and Econo Boy. Damn, lots of PISSCO stuff here. I remember this one. He was super mad.
because when they do things, when they do progressive legislation, then the reactionary Republicans fight against that, okay? Here's how it works. I'm going to pull up paint. I'm going to pull up paint and try to explain this visually. Let's say this is the American political spectrum, okay? This is max communism, and this is Nazi, okay? If this is the peak, okay? This is the peak of, like, where you can go in American politics. You push further and further right, you inevitably arrive at Nazi policies. You push further and further left, you inevitably arrive at, you know, full-blown false dichotomy. It's not, it's reductive, but it's not a false dichotomy at all, okay? So here's how this works. The Republican Party, let's do that with red, is like around here. And every year they go, maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they were here, and now they're here, okay? And they keep pushing the needle. They keep pushing it over and over again. The Democratic Party can respond to that when they're in power. If the Democratic Party is like here, the Democratic Party could pull back and potentially take back some of the reductions in civil liberties that the Republican Party has advocated for and successfully carried across the finish line, all right? They can do that. But if they want to do that, they have to literally go here so they can pull the Republican Party more to the left. The issue, however, is that the exact opposite happens. The Republican Party goes further right, and the Democratic Party goes further right alongside them. The greatest example of this in terms of domestic policy is on immigration. The Democratic Party in 2020, under the leadership of Biden, ran to the left of the Republican Party on immigration. They said that they were going to change. They said that they were here. They said that they were going to change in the first 100 days of Biden's agenda, that they were going to change immigration, change the course of immigration, and actually actively pull the country and actively pull the Republican Party to the left on immigration. They were going to fix the processing issues and whatnot. They didn't do that. They actually did not counter message against the Republican Party. The Republican Party never stopped pushing the narrative that immigrants are rapists and murderers and drug dealers, and maybe some of them are very fine people on both sides. So the country went further and further right, and it's an untested, uncontested narrative. So what did the Democrats do? The Democrats turned around and went more right on immigration and arrived here at the 2020 position of the Republican Party. What the 2020 position on the Republican Party on immigration was, building the wall and being more restrictive on immigration, literally became the Democratic Party's position in 2024. This is what is known as the ratchet effect. This is why you don't hear from the vote blue no matter who chirpers about how if you don't vote for the Democrats, you want kids in cages and you want migrants to be murdered. They don't say that anymore because they can't say that anymore because the Democratic Party changed its position on migrants in cages. They are now pro at least 2020 migrants in cages. The Republicans, but remember, the Republicans even pushed the needle further. Now they're talking about mass deportation. However, on this front, Democrats could do this exact same thing. Democrats could actively push the Republican Party to the left on certain issues. As a matter of fact, on certain fronts.
I feel like I've never heard Hassan ever bring up any immigration policy ever. Like, I don't think I've heard him talk at all, a single time about what immigration should look like. I feel like he exclusively brings up immigration just to shit on Democrats or attack Republicans sometimes, mainly to shit on Democrats. Has he ever given any proposed policies for immigration ever?
Donald Trump kind of did do that, where the Republican Party's overarching policy positions were always genuinely anti-social spending. Donald Trump kind of cast that aside and said, he gave the stimmy checks during COVID, and he even ran on and still runs on not touching Social Security. Why? Because the entire country is like, the f do you mean Social Security? If you cut Social Security, that's insane. All the voters are old. They're going to lose their minds. So the Republican Party was pulled on Social Security at least on the top of the ticket. The Democratic Party, and Megaphonics is right on this, focusing on Project 2025 forced the Trump campaign to cut Project 2025. The Democratic Party actively advocating against what the Republican Party has done on the issue of abortion has caused at least some of the Republicans at the top of the ticket to try to moderate their stances on abortion. This is because right-wing reactionaries are reactionaries. That's it. They react. So you have to give them something to react to. If you don't give them something to react to and you let them fucking ride on their narrative that is uncontested, like on the issue of immigration, then they will go further and further right until they're here. And when 2028 comes around and the Democrats have now gotten here, they will be the ones advocating for mass deportations. The Dems will move here. That's where the Republicans are right now on 2028, where they are the ones who are advocating for mass deportations, and the Republicans are the ones who are advocating for mass murder. Okay? So one of my active criticisms on this issue has always been that the Democrats don't launch a strong enough opposition to the Republican messaging on this front. And that is how they allow the Republican Party to push the conversation on things that are pivotal, things that are very important, like immigration, to become completely captured by the right. They capitulate the right-wing framing on immigration. And it's not just the Democratic Party that does this. Liberals across the board in the Western world do this all the time. Labor Party did it as well. You could say the same thing in the other direction too. The Republican platform will need to change if they lose the Dems every time. Yes, that is correct. That's why I like fighters like Waltz or even Bashar to a certain degree. Uncompromising Dems that are objectively popular in their states as governors who have consistently advocated for better leftist economic policies are popular for that reason, because people do believe in them. Why does the Democratic Party work against itself? 2024 isn't different from 2020 or 2016. We know how the Republicans operate, and that hasn't changed. As much as they may dislike it, the Republicans are unified as a party and no, they're not unified as a party. You're wrong. And consistently campaign, whereas the Democrats are divided and forget the campaign is necessary, yet act surprised when they're losing every year. And this isn't just a 2020 thing, it's happening in local elections too. The Republicans are not exactly unified either. That's why Joe Biden was able to actively campaign for the mythical moderate and independent voters that are living in the suburbs and whatnot. Because Donald Trump is so gross and so weird in the way that he advocates for crazy shit that he was repulsive to a lot of people living in the suburbs. Wait, what? A second Air Force combat plane crashed?
What? A second Air Force plane crashed.
In the Persian Gulf region on Friday, the lone...
What the fuck was I just gonna look like? Oh, jank release valve. Find me that. Why did I look this up? 16 years ago. Jesus. It was Jank that said this all the time. Find me that goddamn quote.
Oh, hey, my food.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I just need to take a pic real quick.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Yo, but hold on. The app's telling me for some reason I got to take a picture of my delivery driver.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just say cheese or something real quick.
What app is he using?
Weirdo.
Not good.
I appreciate it. Have a good one.
That was a crazy video, Jader. I hope she called the cops. Unbelievable.
Just ban Jader.
The Democrats do some things that are positive. They do it almost as a release valve. So they go, okay, here's an
My DoorDash never tells me to take pictures of people.
the example that you mentioned, the Affordable Care Act. You know what it was called before it was called Obamacare?
You can enlighten me.
Yeah.
Oh, Romney was a plan that was tried in a Republican state.
Exactly. It was called Romney Care.
Yeah.
And you know who came up with it? The Heritage Foundation, the
Sure.
same people who came up with Project 2025.
Okay.
That is a corporate release valve so that people don't build up too much pressure and go to a rebellion or a revolution. But in the
I was bringing up this because... Oh, fuck. I was going to do this on... I can't. This is going to take way too much time.
Why would it take way too much time?
Well, I was going to look up,
Just a lot
like...
to go through?
No, well, I was going to say for... So you can go to the majority report, probably Kyle Kalinske, although he seems to be the most favorable. Breaking Points, The Young Turks, Hassan, Voosh, and you can look up, like... Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, and Pete Buttigieg, and like every title, it's like all of them are so brutal. Like if I were to look up on YouTube, like Pete Buttigieg, or wait, I'm sorry, the Majority Report, and then search hold on, how do you spell this fucker's name? Pete Buttigieg. Extreme logging and Destiny's Twitter replies. Okay, hold on. After 2023. Good one. Buttigieg activates corporate consultant mode when asked about Israel. Buttigieg's craven political calculations tell you everything. Those are the only titles with Buttigieg and the... I may need to get rid of Pete. Oh, maybe that's just the only ones with him in the title. Then what do they have about Newsom? Hassan is right about Gavin Newsom. Pathetic Newsom surrenders to Ben Shapiro. Newsom's Israel rebrand backfires big time. Newsom's relatability tour hits a wall. Newsom knows Israel is toxic. Newsom panics in interesting ways when cornered. Newsom teams up with Charlie Kirk to throw trans people under the bus. Mamdani stole Newsom's thunder. It's like all of these are so you would like imagine you're looking at this and it's like, oh, this is our side of the media. Like it's just so stupid. God, fuck. Shut up, Moot. Stop slamming things around. But I don't know. I'm not gonna run through all of these. But whatever. I think the Kamala Harris point is bad enough. Quality on social issues. I had a thing here.
What are you gonna do if Tim says like, I don't know, you should go after these voters, like the Democratic voters?
I'm gonna argue that we should
the leftist voters.
That any leftist voters you try to appeal to, you're gonna lose way more people than you'll gain. You're better off like energizing your own center-left voter base and appealing to more moderate voters. There's just way more people there that can be turned out, and there's no reason why. You're not going to lose people that should be supporting you by appealing to moderate Dems. The only people you'll lose are people, or quote unquote lose, are people who would have never voted for you anyway. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What am I looking for? This.
Like, social policies are literally completely fucking... The social policies are completely irrelevant. It's literally just distractions. Like, if you are actually interested in dialectical thinking, you should know that. You should literally be like, yeah, this social policy shit is just a simple distraction as capital owners fucking squeeze every ounce of fucking surplus labor value from you as we fight left and right when we should be united as workers. The fuck do you mean? But again, this guy's not a fucking socialist nor a communist. He's not anything. He's just a grifter. Like anybody that immediately goes, what about social safety net, or not social safety nets? What about social policies in China? You know who said that? Liberals do, you dumb fuck. You're on the other side of that coin. You're literally doing the China is based for actually being anti-gay. Liberals are going, China sucks for being anti-gay. That's
Anything else in here? Oh, this is the conversion shit. Okay, we've got severe ideological mismatches. The outward stated goal of many of the socialists to call the Democratic Party to turn it into a socialist party. They view Democrats in the best light as useful idiots, but never as allies. They constantly view liberals as being... They constantly view Democrats and Republicans as being very close to party duopoly. Has Hassan ever said that, or is that a jank talking point?
Duopoly just means like two sides of the same coin?
Basically, yeah.
Got it.
Okay, a few quotes.
Many people in here.
Fuck you.
My cat's in the fucking middle of my desk.
Good.
There we go.
Hassan has explicitly and repeatedly stated multiple times that his goal is to be a subversive element in the Democratic Party to radicalize people towards socialist beliefs.
Problem?
True.
Many people in here did not start off as like card-carrying Marxist-Leninists, okay? As a matter of fact, no one does. It's crazy. Üstünde.
Do I have my Hassan chuckles? Where are these?
That's it. That's why I always... Oh, she knows.
That I don't know why he thinks that my audience is going to be like, wow, this is a bridge too far. What's next? Are you going to say that you have Marxist-Leninist tendencies? How dare you?
Worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion. Sure.
Until you find a more appropriate and more successful method of building a Marxist-Leninist vanguard party, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, okay? And you do.
Where is the I need that link to the deprogram show. Fuck. Duopoly. Oh, and he says it.
I think there is a concept of consensus politics in the current duopoly that exists in America. You got the liberal Democratic Party, and you have the conservative Republican Party. What's up? Oh, damn, let's go.
That's so much ego.
I think we need a fork, I think.
Mel, stop attacking the birdseed.
Do it. Keep attacking it, motherfucker. I think they should keep going.
It's a damn cat, man. Not a motherfucker.
Whoa. Wait, 8:52.
It's great. Are you just exaggerating or joking around when he says secure the border and you jump to killing migrants and mass deportation when he supports a path to citizenship?
Fuck! Let me get my food.
Did I solve the scroll issue?
Shut up, Mootin.
Not exactly.
You little bitch over here.
How fast did you get your food?
There's been tons more asylum judges. Am I missing and dumb? What matters is what he's communicating. When he says he's going to secure the border, he's the securing the border candidate. Why? What are we talking about? Like, of course I'm exaggerating. I don't think he wants to kill fucking migrants directly. But the point is, you cannot outflank the Republicans on right-wing sentiment. You will never be able to do that. They will always push the needle further. When there is no security issue in general, when migrants do not constitute a threat to American national security, if you just capitulate on that framing and act like you're going to be the one to protect American borders, then you literally are saying this thing that is born out of complete falsehood is actually real. The point is that killing migrants and mass deportation is what Ted Cruz wants to do. So what does it communicate to voters when you attack him from the right? Exactly. Do you think Texas will ever flip blue? No, not with the current Democratic Party. Absolutely not.
Elite squads of ICE, Border Patrol, and federal law enforcement officers to hunt down, arrest, and deport every last illegal alien gang member until there is not a single one left in this country.
Let's go.
By the way, this is why you can't outflank the Republicans on this issue, man. Kamala Harris will come out and be like, I'm going to be the border. I'm going to be border patrol. I'm doing border patrol. You don't understand. I'm going to secure the border. These migrants, I'm going to secure it. I promise you. And maybe we'll do some more immigrant processing on the side. But I'm going to secure the border. Trump doesn't want to secure the border. He wants a talking point. He wants a talking point. It's like you just gave him the talking point. When you do that, he's going to turn around and be like, I'm going to kill every migrant in this country. What are you going to do about it?
You know, just because you become more moderate on an issue doesn't mean you
the
have to
perfect
outflank on it, but
representation.
what was this?
Not abdicate our.
Yeah, that other part. Liberals fucking chanting USA after she said we have to have the most lethal military force.
Oh.
What is this, bro? What is this? Like, welcome back Hitler? Like, what's going on? What the fuck's happening here? If you don't recognize how
because they are incapable of thinking for themselves. They're incapable of having a political machination that is...
I'm starting to get triggered by these stupid fucking outfits. Oh my God.
Totally separate from whatever the party, one of the two planks in this country, in our current duopoly, is representing. So if the Democratic Party turned into a communist party tomorrow, magically, okay, a lot of the people that are vote blue no matter who would be communist. They would be saying, reason why so many people simultaneously consider me to be a Democratic Party mouthpiece or a suck dem or whatever the fuck, but also a threat to America as well, because I do, just like you said, I do advocate for social democratic reforms, and I do think that in order to develop any kind of mechanism of pushback, a robust labor force that has any kind of, speaking power, any kind of fighting power to strike at the heart of the imperial core where value is generated, I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. Despite, I perfectly understand that social democracies benefit tremendously from American imperialism, Western imperialism, and would not exist in the way that they do without such atrocities committed, right? But if you want America in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond,
social democratic ideas.
I just wanted to like put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hassan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized, and so on. Can only work and can absolutely utilize, for example, the stuff that Hassan does, because Hassan does one very particular thing that social democrats that, for example, would never call to this podcast or we would give a little shit to, because they cut the funnel from both sides. What do I mean by this? They introduce people to lukewarm socialist ideas, etc., and then they want to keep them there, right? Well, whenever Hassan introduces people to socialist ideas, yes, the lukewarm, not so scary sounding ones, keeping your power levels low, it's hidden, and so on and so on. He does not stop them from progressing through the funnel and getting additional information and so on. He doesn't agitate.
Okay. I think for this, it's just a bunch of crazy quotes, but I'll do that one later or tomorrow.
Delamonte's free loadout?
Sure, why not?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Now we're fucking talking here. What'd you get for dinner?
Chicken nuggets. Mm.
From McDonald's, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank God. Wendy's chicken nuggets? Inferior. Burger King chicken nuggets? Inferior.
Yikes.
Burger King has better fries, though.
No.
Yes.
Good troll, though.
No troll. Best fries is Arby's.
Destiny mentioned. What is this?
No, no.
Oh, I saw this. Okay.
Free seasonal gift.
Oh, they fixed some of the crafting stuff, so if you craft a thing...
Oh, dude, I saw it. It's fucking amazing.
Pretty good. Wait! I need to invite you. Okay.
Wait, why can't I do it in the repair menu, though?
What do you have to repair? We're free dropping.
Well, yeah. I got an Il Toro 4 for later.
Hmm.
Oh, bomb nah. I'm inviting you, so you can invite me.
Just invite me, baby.
I don't like being... whatever. Night raid, let's go.
Freeload on night raid? No, I can't see. It's too hard.
No. That's where all the good loot is, man. Anti-Moss, actual breaking news. They're usually pretty good linker.
Fox News alert, Ilhan Omar under investigation after racking up millions while she was in Congress. Senior national correspondent Kevin Cork. What's up, Kevin?
Good to see you, my friend. What's the old saying? Follow the money? Well, that's precisely what the House Oversight Committee is doing. They are probing squad member Ilhan Omar's skyrocketing family wealth, Jesse.
The fuck is that sound? Really? No way.
Going back up. He's trying to take us away from the lobby.
The God spawn.
Good job. All right. I hear him fighting already. Oh my God.
Breaking in.
Fuck. Oh, got it. Okay.
I'm almost breached.
I'm ready, baby.
I'm opening. I got shot from behind.
Yeah, idiot.
Anvil.
From behind or from across the way?
From behind.
No, it was across. They're across.
It might have been across,
idiot.
but
Fucking
look
retard. I'm running!
Yeah, I'm zipping.
Oh shit. Wait, what weapon do you have?
Stood here.
Okay. Can you kill the spiders?
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Open.
Good luck. Wait, he's trying to jump. Oh, he's lit. He's lit. He's lit. To the right. To the right. To the right. You fucked us. You fucked us. Did that guy not go down?
Down to both.
Okay, easy. So easy.
for the
You guys
loot,
are so easy, dude. It's like the easiest kills ever. Pathetic.
They're free load us.
I don't care. Fuck it. We killed him. Uh-oh.
It was below us, weirdly enough. Wait, no, there's a flashlight out there.
Yeah, I see that flashlight. Fuck. Good luck.
I'm down.
Rip. Report those guys for racism. No! Bobcat 4, fuck! They were kidding, Moot.
Yeah, we found the wrong motherfucker. You want regular or you want night raid?
Do regular. I can't see in that mode, Moot.
I can't see either, man.
I'm too old.
We need to get Nathan for that mode.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Is Pussy Riot like a whole band or one person or what?
I think it's a movement, no?
Is it? Oh, that was like a music group.
Oh. Am I thinking of like the pink people in Russia?
Yep. Idiot.
Especially in the wake of that $9 billion, some would argue $19 billion, Somali social
Pussy Riot is a
services
Russian
fraud scandal that
feminist protest and
exploded
performance
in
art
her
group
district
based
in
in
Minnesota.
Moscow.
The oversight chair, James Comer, says his team's
I was right.
lawyers are exploring the extraordinary step of subpoenaing Omar's spouse over his curious business practices. Republicans want to know how the Somali-born Omar and her politically connected husband, Tim Minette, went from being nearly broke to being worth around $30 million in just a year, according to her 2024 disclosure forms. Quoting Comer now, there are a lot of questions as to how her husband accumulated so much wealth over the past 2 years.
Ready?
Yeah. I have a pharaoh. Idiot. What kit do you have?
I got a kettle with a frag grenade.
Okay, I got tagging grenade.
Stop. Oh, never mind. Get out, get out. Spiders!
I missed.
Good one. You're trolling me. Nice troll, though. Thank you.
Troll.
Alright.
Tony Hawk behind us.
Wait.
Oh. Tony Hawk blew up behind us.
Oh, dead bodies. Time to get kitted. I'll check this one up here. Is that you running? Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Wow, got some heavy ammo.
Someone's got loot.
Some medium ammo, yeah. Okay, ready?
Yep.
Another body. Free kit. I think I hear someone to my right. Fuck. Why didn't you do that earlier, motherfucker? There's someone to our left, for sure. You hear the thing?
I heard it, I heard it.
Get ready.
One just ran past.
That's okay, get ready. Wait. Okay.
I shot it for you.
Fuck! He ran into the next room. There's a mine. I got an idea. Moot. We're dropping down. Yeah, break it. Fuck it. They'll think it's the upstairs one breaking. Go. Hell yeah.
It's open. Do you want it?
Yeah, go fast. Wait, no. Wait, yeah, watch the stairs. Just hold the stairs while I shield. But watch out, the fucking people at the other end are annoying us. Just... Oh my god. There's people upstairs and there's people across. Just hold those stairs. That's the only thing that matters. Hold on. Check on this. Good job. Oh, Berletta too?
One's on stairs. He just jumped down.
Careful for that. Guys on the side, Moot.
I should have been back.
Guys.
He jumped from there to there.
Oh my god.
That's okay. This one's gonna be our thing.
This is our run.
What is this DGG debate thing I need to host after, guys?
They do like a debate.
I meant,
DGG
sorry,
events?
I meant what I'm supposed to ask.
Yeah,
Or what is the channel name? So I can host
Should be
them.
DGG events.
Okay.
I have a Pharaoh.
Uh-oh, ready? That guy's super lit. I need you to light him too, Moot. Okay, I gotta heal. Oh, from your right! From where we came from!
We got a Tony.
Okay, we're good, don't worry. I got a defib Moot. Oh, he's in here! I shot him twice, good luck.
Pharaoh, I'm getting him.
Boom! Go in, one more. You got it. Play the wall. Boom! Play the wall. Yep, good roll. Play the wall. Good.
Fuck!
That wasn't our round, okay?
No, I need something other than a Pharaoh, man. And the fucking morons in the other rooms. Smike spamming me.
It's not possible. It's not. And he's a money guy. Manette and his partner, Will Haler, back in 2022, formed an investment firm, Jesse, named Rose Lake Capital. They had $42 in their bank account at the time, but in a year, up to $25 million, according to Omar's filing. By the way, he also has a wine business that went from next to nothing to millions on its books. Not surprisingly, associates were so perplexed about the irregularities, they brought information and attention to the feds to, look into it. Now, for her part, the Congresswoman has repeatedly, and I say defiantly, denied any...
In the United States of America, if you're brown and you make a lot of money too quickly, I guess, they can investigate you. If I could debate one person in a steel cage match where you have to, you can't leave and you have to debate for 3 hours, I actually think it would be that Gomer guy. What a disgusting, subhuman, fat fuck piece of shit. I hate that dude, probably more than any other individual. Every single breath he breathes It is a waste of our atmosphere on this planet. That's how worthless that person is as a human being.
Which guy? Comey?
Gomer, I think it's Gomer.
Gomer.
He's the House Oversight Committee guy. Every single thing he says or everything he's attached to, he's like one of the most reliable people in terms of information in Congress, because if you just believe exactly the opposite of whatever he says, you're probably going to be right about it. He's just a... We're getting sight from across. I still... Fuck. What, are you even trying?
We just, like, I can't catch a break, man. It's either a fucking rape robot, a Torrente.
Comer, not Gomer. Comer. Yeah. That's okay. This time, this is the one I can feel right here, okay?
Watching the House Oversight Committees and the Intelligence Committees and etc., they're just the fucking worst people in Congress, man.
The Republican ones, anything Jim Jordan is involved in? Anything Comer is involved in?
He's my least favorite, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the fucking problem is Jim Jordan also sometimes goes to the other committees to help him out. In one of the recent ones, they had him there as like an attack dog. And then I went to the other one and he was fucking back talking there too. It's crazy.
What? These guys spam the most retarded fucking questions in my chat constantly. You're getting banned for it. Any questions about what I'm eating or what the sauce is or what the temperature is or whatever else, you're getting 30-day ban, okay? Oh my fucking god. Stop wasting my chat spams.
Great rule, dear leader.
Thank you. It is. Jesus, fuck. That one, also Bing. You know what? Add it to the... No more asking when I'm having talks with people, ever. Did you shoot?
Yes.
Loser, retard.
Rape robot up behind you.
Good. Oh my god. Going this way. Wait, was that you?
Below. Stairs. Running up.
Coming around. Are they down there with you? Oh, yep.
Yeah. Not a fucking stamina.
Why is my shift key not working? Oh my god, dude. What? How are you doing down there?
I'm gonna die.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I'm sitting in the door. He's killing me. I'm in the doorway. And I'm dead. But I died in the doorway so he couldn't close it.
Don't worry, I got him. Oh, you can actually stick those to
people?
people?
It is on him, actually. Yeah! That might get his friend. Oh, you fool. Can you ban Dink Donk spam around 1 p.m. EST? No, that's a classic.
Okay. Now we're locked in. Now we're locked in.
When do we get our promised drunk stream? Next week, Steve and I. And Dan. The Three Musketeers.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to be on the panel Thursday night?
What panel?
Wick panel.
What is it about?
It's about Hassan. Dan and I are going to be there.
What? And I wasn't invited?
Well, I'm sure that you could attend.
Why didn't I get an invite?
I think it's because I asked Wick to join.
Cringe. Stop shooting. I was going to shoot it.
Wait, you have a fair too?
No, it's a fair one.
Oh! There's another.
Ah! No! Got
okay,
him.
Good.
Easy. Okay. Wait. Shh. Ready? Wait, I heard that. Door.
Wait, I heard that. Left.
Yeah.
Over here, I think.
Yeah.
I think he might have saw me.
No. Trust me. Oh no, he's right across from me! Oh! Ah! One down.
Okay.
Was that you shooting or the turret?
No,
I got one more in front of me. I hit one.
That's turret on you.
Yeah, I know, but there was a guy. I don't know where he went. I ran away.
I don't see him.
He's down there somewhere. Look at me. I'm killing his friend. I'm
watching you.
I'm looking for his friend. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Oh, he's down there. Oh, did you kill that or did he kill that?
Yes, I killed it.
Oh, so you're just killing our friend that's helping us. Please try to stay. Oh, wait, he's over there. Down there. Don't go though. Don't go though. Hold on.
I'm waiting.
I'm looting. Rattler.
Defib. He might be above.
Oh, he is, yeah. What? Oh. He's getting fucked up.
I like the way you die, boy. Got him once. I just got Tony'd.
Yeah, you did. No! No!
He's down. Yeah! Yo down! Yo dead! Yo friend's dead!
Is he actually down?
Yeah, he's down.
Okay, hold on. Give me 12 hours and I'll get up there. Jesus, fuck.
You're dead. My friend's alive. We win. That's GG.
Good job.
Yeah, I do.
What did he say to you?
He asked if I want a cookie.
I'm literally a free kid.
Oh, no, you're
We're
not.
not.
Good job. Okay. Grab that guy's shit,
He is a
heal,
free cat.
and then we're about to go buck wild.
Oh, he had a herbal bandage.
He's the golden child, the chosen heir. Ready?
Yeah. They should just get rid of the fucking binoculars in this game.
What? Wait. Do I hear somebody? Am I right? No, it's just Sebastian. Okay, ready?
I'm still healing, yeah.
I'm still healing.
No, they should give them thermal? Okay, that'd be sick.
They would actually make them worth something.
Oh, sorry.
All right, you ready? Do you know how to make the jump? Has somebody talked you through it yet?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, gun case.
Which jump are you talking about?
Arpeggio. You'll
Like
see.
here?
Yeah. Do you know how to do it?
Yeah, I know how to fucking do it.
Okay, we'll see. Oh my god. Oh my, he's a master. You're a master jumper. A master jumpsman. All right. Oh, you're dying. Are you ready, boy?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything though.
Oh, I heard it. I always hear them die. Oh, look, they're on that either base floor or floor 2. We're gonna rope up to 3 though. Ready?
Okay.
You don't have any more bandages?
Nope, I'm out.
Okay, shh.
Let me check this body.
Yeah, you check that body.
Damn,
I'm
you
gonna check.
got fucking vultured, man.
I'm gonna check this guy.
I just heard a heal.
Yep, they're on the other side of this door, obviously.
It's not a door.
Do you have a light weapon or no?
Can I dismantle this? Yes, I do.
Wait, here, have a mag. Yeah. Load it up.
Okay.
Okay,
Let me
hold on.
dismantle? Dismantling?
Well, okay, yeah. Good dismantles, dude. Good dismantles. Okay.
Go.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, chill. Oh, they're...
Think stairs?
Oh, maybe. Wait, or they could still be behind one of these pillars. You want to push in and I'll cover you?
Yeah, ready?
Nobody up here? They might be in that room, though. Ooh, you're brave. All right, let's check the bodies. I got a free kitter over here.
Yep, free kit here.
unlooted though, so I got a bandage and a shield recharger. I got another guy over here. He's got some stuff on him. Not the best, not the worst. Fuck this. I don't need a pharaoh.
Okay, I found one body with loot.
Ah! Ready? Careful.
Yep.
Wait, I think they might disassemble the thing. Did you throw that?
Yeah, I'm a retard, man.
Oh. Thought you know, throw it at them. Whoa. I just heard a snap hook. Fuck. Oh, they're up. I bet they're up near you. Moot.
What do you mean, left side?
Like near you? Yeah, maybe?
I got a door.
Why would you do that? How are we going to kill
Element of surprise.
To kill them? Wait, where the fuck did these guys? I bet if we hear them extract below, we gotta go ASAP.
Oh, yeah.
They're trying to extract all the goody good shit. Did you loot all these bodies?
Yeah.
Really, all of them. Because this guy had small gun parts, so.
There's bodies down here on second floor, though.
Yeah, I know there are. But they're down there. Okay. Do you want to take the normal route and I'll jump down on the side?
Yep.
Wait,
Let me know when you're ready.
I'm fucking ready. Wait, I'm hearing more things. I'm going.
That was me. That was me.
Orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza.
What the fuck happened here, man?
Everything, apparently. Jesus. Christ. Ooh, shotgun shells? I bet this guy had an El Toro 4.
I have a Pharaoh 4 now.
Nice. Damn, I bet this guy had a fucking Bobcat. Do you need things? Defibs?
Nope, I got one.
Damn. Looting Mark III Survivor. Oh shit, this guy's body might be totally untouched, except for his 2 weapons, I bet. Mechanical components? Don't mind if I do. Hell yeah. You might want to check this guy's body. I don't know. Jeez. These 2 have nothing left, right?
Jesus. I mean, they have trash. Actual fucking dog shit trash.
Actual dog shit trash, he says. Okay. And then I'll
Okay,
check
this is
guy
a
right
fucking
here.
body.
Yeah, jeez. Thank you. Renegade. Do you want a complex gun part? I'm driving on the ground.
No.
Fuck you, bitch.
Where's the...
In your mom's house. In your puss. Got him. Sorry.
This place is Seed Vault.
I don't need all this. Fuck it. Alright, I'm ready to die.
Ready?
Wait. Is this train still up? 12 seconds. No, wait. Fuck.
No way we can make that.
No,
Alright, let's go first floor.
Wait, are we going Seed Vault? Oh, we
Yeah,
have to go Seed Vault. Wait. Think. Follow me. How
the fuck did you do that? Oh, I see.
I'm not retarded. That helps. Got him.
I am.
Ready? Jesus. ready to die instantly to the most retarded shit.
I may have heard someone's shield, but I doubt it.
Okay. Spooky, but okay. Okay, ready?
Yep.
Shit's about to get litty, okay? Wait. Huge box. Got some bullets. Over encumbered.
I think I hear a shredder boy.
Let's go then.
Yeah, I do. He's right there.
Okay, I think we should just kill it. Yeah?
Agreed. Ready?
Wait, can we navigate? No.
Really now?
Wait, did you throw that?
Yeah.
Why?
Why not? I have 3.
Okay. Was that the energy draining grenade? Or was that a...
It's Trailblazer.
Oh, never mind. Just kidding. Don't mind me. Okay, ready?
All raiders, arc on
Good luck.
screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Probably better to hold up here, right?
I like to be able to see down the hallways. So we don't get rolled up on, you know? No one's down this one? You're looking down that one? Good job.
Yeah, look at this one.
Let's go. Easy. Shrimple eyes. Sometimes things are
Didn't
just
see anyone.
shrimple eyes. Wait, we didn't see a single person this round, did we?
Nope.
Shrimple eyes. All right.
Am I excited for a Hassan nickname?
Uh-oh.
Maybe one day.
All right. I'm late for 9 o'clock meeting. Have fun. Be careful. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
/DGG events is what it's called. DGG events. Bye. Good luck.